All right. Hello again. I'm probably going to need a few attempts on this. No, it came the second time. All right. So we've got our quality options. I am ready for some Darkest Dungeon, or at least as ready as I can be. I'm a little sick still. I think this is not really news anymore, but I'm going to do my best not to cough directly into the mic too much. I am, however, going to cough. I'm also very sneezy. I think it's, again, my blanket. But Olaf will be happy to hear that I've got coffee. Oop.
Ruin has come to our family. You remember our venerable house? Opulent and imperial, gazing proudly from its stoic perch above the moor. I lived all my years in that ancient, rumor-shadowed manor, fattened by decadence and luxury. And yet I began to tire of conventional extravagance. Singular, unsettling tales suggested the mansion itself was a gateway to some fabulous and unnameable power. With relic and ritual, I bent every effort towards the excavation and recovery of those long-buried secrets, exhausting what remained of our family fortune on swarthy workmen and sturdy shovels. At last, in the salt-soaked crags beneath the lowest foundations, we unearthed that damnable portal of antediluvian evil. Our every step unsettled the ancient earth. But we were in a realm of death and madness. In the end, I alone fled laughing and wailing through those blackened arcades of antiquity, until consciousness failed me. You remember our venerable house, opulent and imperial. It is a festering abomination. I beg you, return home, claim your birthright, and deliver our family from the ravenous, clutching shadows of the darkest dungeon.
Darkest Dungeon is about making the most of a bad situation. Quests will fail or must be abandoned. Heroes will die, and when they die, they stay dead. Progress autosaves constantly, so actions are permanent. The game expects a lot out of you. How far will you push your adventures? How much are you willing to risk your quest to restore the hamlet? What will you sacrifice to save the life of your favorite hero? Thankfully, there are always fresh souls arriving on the stagecoach seeking both adventure and fame in the shadow of the Darkest Dungeon. What a start. The Exception, thank you very much for your continued patronage. 46 months. And Olaf, you got special mention at the very beginning. I am drinking coffee because it's Friday and I could use a pick-me-up. And thank you very much for the host. So many good people here. I got an early start. So, and thank you all for using the emotes. I am very fond of those. Just full disclosure, I actually started a new Darkest Dungeon save because I've been really wanting... I mean, so I could have used any one of these other ones, I suppose. I've been really wanting to play Darkest Dungeon since last Friday, but I did not want to touch the Forgotten Estate, so I thought I would spend a little private time playing the game on my own. But we're gonna go back to the Forgotten Estate, not so forgotten. And one thing I wanted to mention, so I'm on the fence about it because, of course, I'm getting something closer to a traditional start time for me tonight.
The plume and the pistol, a fitting end to my folly, and a curse upon us all.
One of the things I've been thinking about is... So, I've been talking about this thing that I've really been wanting to do, and I'm actually getting a little antsy on it. So much so that I'm debating on saying I'm going to put Stellaris on hold on Monday. And I'm going to do something special on Monday. And then stream the special thing I was planning. That might mean Darkest Dungeon goes on the shelf for a little while for Fridays. And it's a tough one, right? Because people don't know what they're getting into, and I know Darkest Dungeon is kind of popular. So one of the things I was thinking about tonight was there is, health permitting, the possibility that I'll go a bit later with Darkest Dungeon. But the other thing that I was considering the possibility of is when I finish the stream, heading over to the Discord, and for those of you who would like a bit of a preview on what I'm thinking of doing next week, I could take you through a little sample of it. And the one thing that's nice about that is there is an essay that I would really, really like to read to all of you. And the thing is that on Twitch, and particularly with the like the VODs and all of that, it's very likely going to be hit by a copyright strike. And you can kind of see the argument why. There's advertising on YouTube, there's subscriptions on Twitch. The Discord is just kind of us hanging out. And so it's a little bit more sort of justifiable. And, you can make the educational sort of fair use argument for it. Whereas here, this is something that, I don't make a lot doing this, but there is, I just had somebody sub, right? Obviously, there's something that comes in on it. So I don't know. I mean, it's a tough one to say at the very beginning of the broadcast because we don't know if everybody's going to be here at the end of it. I'll maybe ask again. But if you want to see some more Darkest Dungeon, you can just let me know if I have piqued your curiosity, especially on the Too Hot for Twitch material. Let me know. I'll gladly share it. But for now, we are going to try and take some revenge on this game. So, stunned by the apparent value of the thing concealed amidst its putrid feathers, onlookers wondered if a trek to its perch might not be in order. So, as a bit of a warm-up, I'm actually slightly inclined towards trying that. Now, I genuinely do not remember what roles we are trying to replace, because we lost a lot of people last time. So to the Countess, we lost the Flagellant, Shield Breaker, Occultist, and a Vestal. And then a Hellion and a Hellion and a Man-at-Arms. So I have a feeling that probably I'm going to want the Hellion and the Man... Well, actually... okay, you know what? Probably the better call is just to sort by class. 2 Lepers, 1 Hellion, 3 Crusaders. Okay. Oh, right. I think we're going to kick one out. Oh, definitely want Flagellant. 3 Jesters. Okay, we're definitely kicking one of those out, too. 3 Arbalists I'm not crazy about, but they're all reasonably high level, so... but yeah, we'll probably kick a Jester and a Crusader in favor of Hellion and a Man-at-Arms. Oh, wait a minute. Where are the Bounty Hunters? Okay, yeah, we've got 1 Bounty Hunter. I'd probably prefer more... Oh, and only 1 Highwayman? What? They had a really weird roster. There are definitely some roles that I think are... Yeah, there's definitely some roles where I think we could do better. Okay, anyways. Neither here nor there. Looks like we got more than a couple Shriekers. So we're gonna grab whatever high-level heroes we can. I think I'm gonna bring Erasmus along on this one. It might be a chance for us to get a few more levels. I don't think I can afford to bring any of the level 4s, so again, the aim here has got to be to do as much damage as we can right up front. Oh, there's a man-at-arms. It's going to be some stress that comes out of this, but let's give it a shot. So, I'm going to make some attempts on the Countess and the Brigand Pounder again. Oh, you know what? I wasn't thinking. So number 1, I better hope that all of the traits are what they need to be. But I didn't equip people with the skills. Oof. Not a good start. Whew. I also didn't think about healing. Apparently I just kind of thought that my party was immortal. Oof. This is not looking good.
Dizzying blow to body and brain.
God damn it. Oh, so Erasmus might already be dead. So I definitely wanted to go for heavier hitting. I definitely wanted to go for a heavier hitting team, but we've been rather unlucky with a lot of our shots, and we definitely didn't bring the right healing. Oh. Oh.
Unbalanced. There can be no hope in this hell. No hope at all.
Hey, Night Alien.
And now the true
Erasmus is just getting demolished. This dodge is nuts. I definitely should have prepared better for that. Okay.
Injury and despondence set the stage for heroism or cowardice.
As long as Erasmus doesn't get the heart attack, we're okay.
Prodigious size alone does not dissuade the sharpened blade.
Thank the Maker. We're not doing that again. Well, we might do the quest again, but... Now, I thought we were going to recover some of our stuff.
There is a great horror beneath the manor. A crawling chaos that must be destroyed.
Okay, so let's get the stress dealt with first. Asmagoma may not meditate. Grier is currently drunk in the cloister. All right. I'm actually still feeling quite sick, Night Valiant, so my apologies. Let me just see if I can get my mobile for your shout out, because I know if I tab out, that causes sadness as far as where the pointer's going. If you are around for the end, I've sort of teased that with enough time, I'm willing to do a little preview of something I'm planning on streaming soon. But I know you also tend to like streaming your own stuff, so it'll probably be too late for you. But I don't know. We'll see where it goes. I was just gonna do it on the Discord. But anyways, for those of you who don't know him, Night Valiant is a streamer from Brazil. He does a lot of indie games, not exclusively, but does a fair share of them. Let's kick.
Slumped shoulders, wild eyes, and a stumbling gait. This one is no more good to us.
Just gonna take a quick peek here. So we do have... Oh, you know what? I should have kept that other one. For some reason I thought we had another flagellant. That's actually gonna stop me from going after the Countess. Wait, I really only have one flagellant? Yeah, that was a big mistake on my part. Alright, well. How many occultists do I have? Just the one.
To fight the abyss, one must know it.
Okay, so I do also want another Hellion, so now would, actually, here, let's, boot Margus.
Suffer not the lame horse, nor the broken man.
I'm debating on... Well, right now I'm not gonna lose any of these others, but I do think I need to ditch a Jester in favor of, at the minimum, another Flagellant. I might ditch a Vestal too, but I'm not sure how I feel about that. No, actually, one minor disappointment with Procession to Calvary is obviously that's a style that's very similar to my emotes. So if I ever wanted to make a game sort of based around that art style, I've been scooped. Okay, so I would like to try another run on the Shrieker. That is gonna lock up some of my followers. I suppose one question would be, do I want to risk the Vestal, or am I going to be able to handle... Well, here's one thing we could do. So I could bring... use it as an opportunity for some leveling. So one thing we do need to do is deal with the dodge. Dealing with... like, getting some form of healing. Yeah, you know what? It'd be nice if I had a Vestal... that was sort of like leveled enough to handle the fight, but we don't. So maybe we should just accept. Okay, so call the shot. Yeah, that's pretty much a must. I mean, the Abomination definitely did reasonably well for us on the fight. Crusader's got a good accuracy. True Asgoth. So if we ditched... Bellow would be good. I think I'll bring the Vestal. So it's going to be a little more complicated to deal with the stress with someone who has the Crimson Curse, but we'll worry about that later. Okay, so we're going to start with Call the Shot. Hey, Index Gnome, how you doing? I was thinking of you the other day because I've been going over a bunch of my math books recently. I forgot how much I like... So it's like really... it's really basic stuff. You know what? I think we're just going to accept that this is a healing roll. Yeah, I forgot. I'm just going through like some basic calculus stuff in this, like just a sort of... It's more like a study companion, but I don't know. It definitely gets into the advanced material near the end. I forgot how much I liked implicit differentiation. Yeah, well, that's the point. Like, it's part of a broader effort that I'm making to go through a lot of some of my older material to, I don't know, just kind of keep sharp, make sure that I don't just think I know some of this stuff, but to actually like deliver on, you know, like part of it's just if there's like an estimator that one of my textbooks is talking about, like, don't just rely on an implementation from... Oh yeah, I should have seen if I could have upgraded some of my... it looks like we're all at level 5. Don't just rely on, you know, an implementation that someone else has written, but actually code it up myself. And I mean, one of the things I'll find kind of fun is to see whether or not my implementation is better. It probably won't be, but like it's a nice little test. But, you know, having solved... Like, when I did a proofs course, this was in a philosophy proofs course, so there was a mathematical one later, but for the philosophy one, there was a program that we used, and we were not allowed to use a particular... we're not allowed to use something in our proofs until we had like derived it ourselves. So like if you wanted to use De Morgan's laws, you first had to prove De Morgan's laws. And then having proved that, it would unlock that ability within your session, which I thought was a really cool way of doing that. Obviously, you can't teach every class that way because you'd be building from foundations for everything. And that's, you know, why you have different levels of courses. But I thought, you know, because most of this stuff is kind of recreational anyway, I'd really like to see, you know, how far I get, even just like temperament wise. Like, do I actually have the right attitude to sit through and do some more fundamentals? And who knows? Actually, the thing I'm going to be most interested in is, can I actually prove the Cauchy-Schwarz theorem without or inequality? I guess it's a theorem too, but can I prove the Cauchy-Schwarz inequality without a test to pass? Because I remember that has always given me a lot of trouble every single time I've run into it. but it's like super important. Okay, actually, here's one. Because I've completely already outed myself as a complete nerd. For any of you who want to know what I think the most underrated part of mathematics is, and I know you are all just like burning to know. You know, inequalities are extremely interesting and very, very useful. And yet, it doesn't seem to be the sort of thing that you really... Like, I think people just kind of accept the existence of inequalities without necessarily, like, really realizing that there's a whole lot that, like, can get done with them. So yeah, I don't know. That's my... That would be my, like... If you really wanted to, like, go into something that's off the beaten track... You know, I was like... What kind of classical music do you like? I like Mozart. I like Beethoven. It's like, and there's nothing wrong with that. I like Bach, but I also like Mozart and Beethoven. But like, you know, every once in a while you want to like pick out something to show yourself as, you know, mad, bad, and dangerous to know. If you're like that, and you're at the mathematician parties, and like, what branch of mathematics, like, well, I don't know if it counts as a branch, but like, what topic in mathematics like really sets you on fire? You'll be like, inequalities. And they're like, ooh, do you know Georges Poiliat? And the answer is no. But back to the Hamlet. So this was a big one because of the losses we experienced with the Countess run. Obviously, we're throwing everybody back into some stress. Ooh.
Any evidence of excessive exertions must be made scarce. After all, appearances must be maintained.
Laundry day. Bedsheets and pillowcases gleam white on the line, their lascivious history easily erased, unlike the consciences of those who sullied them. The brothel is locked, gambling hall costs -50, bar costs -50. I did not realize that was a thing. Okay, so first question is, of my... Wait, does anybody know where that quote comes from? Mad, bad, dangerous to know? It's not like, I kind of thought it was wider known, but... okay, only meditates. So what we're going to try and do is cram everyone into the tavern. Okay, doesn't happen for True Asgoth, sadly, or Lyrazider. Well, Lyrazider we can stick in the church. So True Asgoth, I'd rather not risk the... Oh yeah, well they're not gonna... What's the deal with them? Oh, love interest. That makes sense. Okay, so I was thinking a little bit about the Countess fight. So I don't have any good answers for how to handle the like the parasite that she puts in you, except for higher dodges. So I guess that would maybe imply bringing a man-at-arms. I definitely want to bring a flagellant again. I actually think the flagellant's not a bad idea. I definitely need to bring a Vestal because it's a bit of a marathon. I mean, like, in the grand scheme of things, I actually kind of think that the group that I brought with the Countess was probably close to, if not the right group. So one of the things that I'm going to need to do sort of moving forward is... So I was talking about this at the end of the last stream. Like, I do want to take out the Countess, but I suppose now the question is, do I have what it takes to take out the Countess? Because we have been a bit devastated as far as our lineup is concerned. And I might be able to make it work with this current group, but we are missing a couple of key roles. The flagellant being one of them. So the question might be, okay, well, do we want to try and take out the the Brigand 16 pounder. And I mean, yes, I'd like to try and take it out, but you might notice I'm a little short on level 5 people. So I think probably what I'm going to want to do is level people up. Now, this is a shame because one of the problems I'm going to be running into now is one of the things that was making the Brigand 16 pounder or whatever it was called difficult was the frequency with which I'm running into Crimson Court characters. So the plan was to take out the Countess ahead of time, and that's just not going to happen now until we level up some people. So what I'm going to do here, I mean, again, there's only so long that I can stick around and think about this stuff. If I want to, if I want to go to the farmstead of the courtyard, I need to be bringing level 6s. At this point, I think it's on me to just try and bring up some more people that we need. So first thing I'm going to take a look at is the role. Again, I apologize for clearing my throat so much. It's just the illness. I think one of the things I'm going to be doing here is getting the roles that we don't have in the level 6 roster leveled up. So that's going to mean a Hellion. It's definitely going to mean the Flagellant. Level 5's a bit much. We could probably do a long run. Hey, Despair Embodied, how you doing? I am rather fond of a bounty hunter. So one thing I need to remember about the bounty hunter is this collect bounty here. So collect bounty is a pretty strong attack, particularly given the fact that if I'm going to be going against a brigand enemy, a damage bonus versus humans is probably going to go further than some of my other alternatives. I mean, the one reason to include the bounty hunter is just simply because, we don't have one in the level 6 roster right now. But then the same could be said for the grave robber, who is not the best position for, if I'm honest. But we do need an occultist, so you know what? Panzervolt. Now, one other thing I wanted to do, this has always been implicit, but I wanted to take a second and make this explicit. Does anybody here want to be have a character named after them? Because we've definitely opened up a few slots in the roster. And I haven't opened... I mean, it's always been open, as someone has always been able to ask, but sometimes you don't want to just... sometimes you don't want to just have people ask. Sometimes you want to openly offer it. So Nivelian would like to be a jester. Well, most of your gaming opinions are clowny anyway, so I can see why. Coswalt and Camerooni are both jesters. Okay, so I'm just going to warn you, Nivelian, I'm kidding, by the way. Not that your opinions on games are right, but some people might think that that's a really mean thing for I might just be mean for the sake of being mean. I know Night Valian reasonably well. So. But yeah, just a quick warning, Night Valian. Do you want the 28, by the way? Or do you just want Night Valian? I'm just going to warn you that I might be kicking one of the jesters, so because there are 2 higher level jesters in the roster, I may wind up I might wind up kicking. Okay. Well, you know what? I'll put 28, just that way people can find you if they are looking. They're saying, "My God, this person is the Darkest Dungeon streamer. What an interesting man. I wonder if he's got people who watch his channel who also have Twitch channels." Night Valian 28. That sounds like a Twitch name. And then you'll get 1 million people following you. But yeah, no. Just a quick caution that I am reconsidering jesters. So I'm happy to name you that right now. But if I do wind up booting the jester, you're I'll rename you with something else. Anybody else want a character named after them? I don't have any more upgrades to do on them for now. Although I suppose we can give people some special items, trinkets. You would, but you fear for the health of anybody that gets your name. Well, if you were to be named, is there a class that you would like, Olaf? I would be quite proud to have you in the roster. The Rain Dog! How you doing? I feel like it's been a while. What do we want to give the bounty hunter? I guess the first thing would be to look at the... oh, that's right. We got special hats. I've been a bit sick lately, actually, but nothing to keep me from streaming. I hope. Other than that, though, I'm doing well. I've been loving sorry, not Cultist. I've been loving Darkest Dungeon lately, so I actually mentioned that at the start of the game. I have been, like, I started a new base, like a new Darkest Dungeon save so that I could play it in between Fridays. Yeah, so I've been coughing a lot, and I know a lot of people have been worried that it's COVID. Again, I can never know. And particularly with Canada, it's not the easiest thing to find tests. So I've definitely felt that because I don't need, I certainly don't need hospitalization, and I really don't go out. If it is, first of all, if it's COVID, yes, I have the cough, but all of my other symptoms would fall under the very rare COVID symptoms, if COVID symptoms at all. And I don't have some of the other things that you would associate with it. Like, so I still have a sense of smell. I'm enjoying the scent of this coffee. Actually, the coffee's, not as fresh as it was before, so I'm not not enjoying the scent as much as it used to. But yeah, I mean, all the things that you would directly associate with COVID, I don't have, other than a cough. All of the things that I do have that were associated with some other malady would certainly be, I have. So, yeah, it's, I can never know. And again, like I said, I really have no intention of, denying someone a test just so I can sort of be sure for myself. But suffice to say, I would be very surprised if that's what I had. And Olaf would be a Crusader or Man-at-Arms. All right, I'm happy to give you a hand. You can, with this handy test where they shove a swab up your nose. Yeah, fair enough. I had a lot of time to watch streams this year. Yeah, I mean, I've been a little more truant on streams, but that's also just by choice. Like, I've been doing less writing than I wanted to, but more than I was less than I want to, but more than I was expecting. So that's a good thing. And again, I obviously mentioned I'm catching up a bit on reading. I should probably be just putting all my money towards paying down the debts, but I have actually gotten a little bit back into investing again, partly because some of those books I'm reading are mathematical finance. Although I'm not trading on that basis. But it is concerning it's not cleared up. And yeah, that's true, but I was feeling like cured in between. So the thing is that I think I was sick. I was not sick for a while, and then I got sick again. But the thing is that it was never, like, they are so close together that, and the other thing too is, like, because we only kind of interact at best every other night if it's on stream. Sorry, I will get back to playing the game, but one of the times I was sick, it was definitely food poisoning. So like when I said I was feeling sick on that particular occasion, I'm talking about like I was feeling like I was about to throw up all night. And that was actually at a time where otherwise I was feeling really good. So, but I mean, again, like I don't know. Like again, it's possible that I've gotten sick. The one time too is like when I definitely felt like this back in Vancouver when I was still working and going to school. It did turn out that I had bronchitis, and I did, like, I waited a really long time before I like went to a walk-in clinic for that. And I mean, now I very likely wouldn't go to a walk-in clinic. That's almost certainly going to be a way for me to get something rather than to than for me to than for me to get healed. But yeah, I mean, I can definitely get why people would be concerned. Is that a dry cough for 8 months? Fun times. Took 6 months before the docs gave you Cody's. Quick deaths are bad. Yeah, no, actually, that's a good point as well. And again, like I'll be honest with you, like other than the fact that I'm just hearing the status of Canada's test supply, I'm sort of making a guess that it's hard for me to get a handle on tests. But anyways, the biggest thing I could say is I definitely thank everybody for their concerns. But my suspicion is that I've just got a nasty. I've got something nasty, but nothing dangerous. Excuse me. Sorry, there was one other thing I wanted to try in the Hamlet. Wanted to get construction plans again. So the Athenaeum, that's 110 deeds. I could use some more cash. We've gone from over 100,000 to below 50,000. And I haven't really been doing anything to improve that. I have the shards to build something, so I'm going to do the geologic study hall, and that helps me get access to some more cash. So the performance hall is a tough call because I don't bring jesters that much. In fact, crests... Yeah, there's a lot of stuff for me to do with crests. So I can go for... Actually, you know what? I'm just going to go for the longest one. Okay, so we've got 2 Hero's Ring or the Ancestor's Vintage. You can get crests or deeds. And both have to explore rooms. You know what? I think we'll do the Warrens here. All right. It's probably overkill, but
To prosecute our war against the swine, we must first scout their squalid homes.
I think what I'm going to do... So we can see that there's curios here and treasure up here, so I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to go up and sort of around like I normally do. One other way I could handle it might be up and around... And maybe something following like that. Oh, I didn't plan this out.
Great is the weapon that cuts on its own.
I gotta remember to bring more stuns when I have a bounty hunter in the crew. You can kind of tell that I haven't been using them a lot.
Press this advantage. Give them no quarter.
Oh, nice.
Eradicated. These nightmarish creatures can be felled. They can be beaten.
Fool me once.
The light, the promise of safety.
So really, this this entire run here is all about leveling people up, and that's definitely going to be the approach that I try and take for the next few, the next few dungeon runs. Is basically just getting people to a higher level. If possible, that means I completely forgot to change his abilities again. If possible, that means minimizing the stress that people get, so that I can send them out on a quest shortly after. But again, not necessarily. Like sometimes I just have to, I just have to deal with what I've been given. Oh, damn it! I meant to hit the Swine Reaver, not the corpse, obviously.
As the fiend falls, a faint hope blossoms.
Actually, weakening curse might help with the Countess.
As victories mount, so too will resistance. The match is struck. A blazing star is born.
Oh, Olaf, I'm sorry. I said I was gonna name you after someone, and then I went through the wrong. I didn't go to that menu. I am really sorry. I will make sure I do that in the Hamlet next.
Glittering gold, trinkets and
Next run.
baubles, paid for in blood.
I think I was expecting to like have one in the party, but yeah, I messed up. Speaking of things that I keep forgetting to do, these are actually pretty cool, but clearly it's better for me to have the Abyssal Artillery than the Sacrificial Stab. Need to survive a bit longer, yeah. Bounty Hunter is no luck.
Confidence surges as the enemy crumbles.
So these do stress damage, but because I get a bonus against Mark... Oh, I forgot. It's the stun. Nuts. Okay. Well, that's fine. We'll just refactor to... So, in this case, taking out the Maddening Wine is definitely the priority I want. I mean, the heal is not great, but it's better than inflicting more stress. They will die on their own.
Annihilated. Such a terrible assault cannot be left unanswered. The slow death, unforeseen, unforgiving.
Alright, we already need to...
Trifling victory, but a victory nonetheless.
already need to give up some stuff. We can always do the bonus for the holy water. He unlocks a hidden compartment.
If only treasure could staunch the flow of otherworldly corruption.
I might camp, but I'm not going to camp twice. Okay. So I think I said I was going to do something like this.
As the light gains purchase, spirits are lifted, and purpose is made clear.
Okay, we don't need to fight any more bloodsuckers.
Ancient traps lie in wait, unsprung and thirsting for blood.
Can't ditch the shovels. Alright, bandages are out.
The way is lit, the path is clear. We require only the strength to follow it.
This is why we don't lose the shovels. So normally I'd like to inflict the bleed on the third row, but doesn't really make sense here, especially because we have the bounty hunter. Let's take the opportunity for healing here. Actually, I should have marked, but...
Their formation is broken. Maintain the offensive. Continue the onslaught. Destroy.
Man, they really want me to... Okay, so we'll replace one of the torches with the onyx. I think the rest of it we just leave on the ground. Creeping cough, I know what that's like.
In Radiance,
That was
may
kinda
we
wasteful.
find victory. Another abomination cleansed from our lands.
So that was, again, these things are fairly weak, so it's a chance for me to
Back
Get
to
some-
the pit.
get some early wins in.
Seize this momentum. Push on to the task's end.
Okay, so yeah, given that it's a battle at the end here, probably makes as much sense as possible, or to take, sorry, it makes more sense to try and take as many more beneficial rooms as possible and save that for the very end if we have to.
Finding the stuff is only the first test. Now it must be carried home.
We will have to retrace our steps a couple times, but I've noticed, compared to when I played it, like, I've kind of had this big run that I've been doing lately, and I've noticed compared to how I remember this game, sort of before I went on this little run, it feels like it's a lot less.
These tunnels predate even the
It's a lot less savage
settlers.
in terms of the torch reduction when you're moving back. It did contain the blood, but you're not getting it. Alright, this thing has never worked out for me. We're just gonna pass that over.
Impressive.
Bleed on the high prod is the order of the day. Glorious. And they'll die to the bleed.
A powerful blow.
So much
Be
stuff.
wary. Triumphant pride precipitates a
That's
dizzying
worth quite a
fall.
bit, so I'm willing to risk the words fail me. I'm willing to risk the danger of a blockage. As you've noticed, I've also given up the idea of camping, so we need to make sure the torches last. Thing is, though, like, we're obviously near the end, so when we, if anything, taking a rest now is potentially going to give us an ambush. So we're doing well. We're doing well with health. There's nothing to really worry about. Although I should probably consider giving the blood to the Hellion. I don't see any advantage to. I don't see any advantage to ending the run with them thirsty. Man, they really love that occultist.
Slowly, gently. This is how a life is taken.
This is versus marked, right? Yep. Oh, I didn't think that was going to finish him off. All right, great.
Success so clearly in
This
view.
will be helpful.
Or is it merely a trick of the light?
Well, it's not like we really need the extra food here, but Thinking about it, you must say statistics is the discipline in math that you like the most. You just love data crunching. Yeah, it's a neat one. I mean, I think, oddly enough, I don't do a lot in probability except through statistics, but I think one of the things that's so neat about statistics is this idea that you have sort of the common understanding of probability or randomness. And it's just so interesting that with relatively simple argument, like, again, I'm not going to argue that it's, you know, it's completely intuitive. If anything, you know, probability is very counterintuitive in most of what you encounter. But just the fact that there is a structure to that randomness that you can use to get insights, I think is a really I think it's a really interesting idea, and then two, I think it's also a very powerful idea for the reasons that you just outlined. That they're, you know, I might get some loot, but there's no advantage to me stressing out my team anymore.
The twisting tunnels seem a little less impossible.
Okay, so we got another level 5. We've got 2 diseases on Fitz.
In time, you will know the tragic extent of my failings.
Okay, so looks like GNR/ lost an item. Not great. So you know, for someone at minus 20% damage, that was still a lot of still a lot. So let's sort our class. Actually, sorry, before I do anything, let's see what's available. Not a crazy stack, if I'm completely honest. I'm trying to think whether or not there's any advantage to having... So I've already got 2 Hound Masters, so I don't really see any reason why we want to hang on to them.
The task ahead is terrible, and weakness cannot be tolerated.
And I think I said I wanted another Flagellant, so even though it's a level 0 and I'm probably going to wind up getting rid of them again. So Night Valian, we're at the point now where I actually want to get rid of your character. Do you want to wait for a Jester to become available? Because Coswalt and Cameruni are both people who like watch the stream and have their like have characters named after. Actually, you know what? Sorry, I can. It occurred to me that I've got 4 Vestals in the team now. No, sorry, it's still just 3. Okay, third Vestal's not the worst thing in the world. But yeah, I'm sorry to do this. We'll probably wind up replacing this Flagellant when a higher level one becomes available, but I don't quite see why I brought 3.
The stomach for this place must move on.
Okay, so and then I did promise Olaf a character. So it was a Man-at-Arms or a Crusader. So we've got McDowell, who's at level 3, and then True Asgoth is already named. So would you like Olaf, or would you like the full Olaf T. Harry? Lurker. This was destined to be. Just Olaf then. I would have tried the other one, but character limit. Okay. Let's get Asgoth in the brothel. The sheets during laundry day were true Asgoth's frequent flyer markers. Okay, so as I sort of indicated, the thing I really want to do right now is level people up to something I can start sending on level 6s. Dacre, 713th of the name. I am doing all right, other than a little sickness. How are you? Okay, so ideally a good position 3. If I can, I'll do another long one. I'm not opposed to bringing an antiquarian. We could probably use the money. And you know what? Now seems as good of a time as any to bring Olaf along. But yeah, I hope you're doing well. I'm kind of in a rebuilding mode. For some reason, I thought I could build the bank. Oh, but I can build the Anthony. Cool. So we're definitely seeing. Oh, and the performance hall. I mean, that would be the last of the. That would be the last of the like individual character upgrades. So I think that's a good idea. And then what I should be focusing on is trying to find some better ways to use Finale, because Finale is definitely a good skill. It's just one that I haven't taken advantage of. Okay, so on that note, what this means is that I should be looking for busts and crests. Well, I guess a little bit of art. Our art I think I'm just going to naturally get over time, but... You're doing good, bit late here, so you won't be staying long. No problem. It's always nice to catch one of the streams. Well, that's very nice to say. I was, I've talked about this occasionally. Like, I don't like letting the numbers just be something that drive every decision that I make, but I do still occasionally get a little bit gloomy over the fact that the stream doesn't have quite the same attendance that it would have before the algorithm changes. We definitely brought way too much food last time, so I'm going to roll back on that a bit, although the number of torches that we brought seemed about right. So it's just one of these cases where having somebody say something like that every once in a while is really nice. It actually makes me feel quite good, because, well, I never want to take people for granted, and I never want to take an audience for granted. Getting a little bit of just a casual reminder, for lack of a better term, is something that just kind of gives a little more gas in the tank to push through. So again, I never want to sound too self-pitying on that, and I know I've been talking about it a little bit more often than I normally like to. But it's a way that I'm able to, express appreciation, and I think there's lots of incentives to not kind of talk about the some of the mental state or some of the feelings that you might have that make compliments like that particularly good. And I try to avoid that. So. All right, so the flagellant's not going to serve me as well in the cove because, in principle, the scaled enemies have a higher...
The smell of rotting fish is almost unbearable.
Have a higher blight resist, but in practice, we've almost never failed to bleed out the fishmen, so... Excuse me. Oh, Dayker, thank you very much for the sub as well. I'm gonna have to be more honest more often. I really appreciate that. Thank you very much. If you die, that's it. Unfollow, unsub, blocked. Oh, and Index No. Thank you very much for gifting that sub to Despair Embodied. You're all giving me reasons to become a much more self-pitying streamer on. And Olaf being incredibly kind and gifting a sub to Night Valiant. So thank you very much, all of you, for that extra support on the channel. And Coswalt coming in, having preserved the Jester name. Rewards the actually we'll say Coswald's paying the rent on his Jester. I believe I got to say, I don't think I said hello to you yet, but thank you very much. Oh, you all gave me a hype trade. Thank you. Sorry, I wasn't paying attention. Thank you so much for that. Again, I wasn't. I was trying to thank Dayker for the kind words, and like I said, I don't want to take any of you for granted, but the hype train and the subs, well, I guess they're kind of one of the same. Definitely much appreciated. Thank you very much for that.
Press this advantage. Give them no quarter. Seize this momentum. Push on to the task's end.
Wonder how this works. You get bleed. Oh, there's still booty inside. All right.
Finding the stuff is only the first test. Now it must be carried home.
So just to manage expectations, for those of you who are wanting to see sort of boss fights like last time, I'm going to work towards them, but no promises, because I definitely need to rebuild the party before we go too much further. It's mostly just the fact that we know we've got a couple of room fights. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to move up. We're going to check these out first. I'm probably going to have to wind up doing both battles, but if... basically, if I can just try and get in with a little more knowledge, I'll be good. Avalian likes RNG now. I believe, if I'm not mistaken... Olaf actually specifically gifted that to you. Oh my goodness, thank you very much again, Index Gnome. So we've got Salvaged Drifter and the People's Hulk, 11th of his name. I think both are in chat right now. Oh, maybe I'm wrong. And Starbright Knight, how are you doing? For those of you who do not know, then let me just take a quick second here and do the shout-out command again for... I'm just trying to do it on mobile so that I don't mess up the location of the cursor. But Starbright Knight is actually somebody who I, in addition to streaming, is someone I know from the community that I met Olaf T. Harry through, which is Miss Ariella's community. Some of you are Australian, so for those of you interested, Miss Ariella is an Australian streamer, so probably a little bit more conducive to your hours than I am. But Miss Ariella is also one of the person who gifted me a game that is sort of going to be forming the basis of the special thing I was sort of teasing. So again, I don't know, because the thing is like, Darkest Dungeon's great, and I'm really looking forward to doing you know, a good big run of it. But if there's enough people kind of around who are interested, I'm definitely into showing sort of a preview of what I've got in mind. But again, no need to rush on that.
The slow death.
But anyways, yeah, sorry, I'm spending so much time talking about Miss Ariella. Starbright Knight I actually know best through Marbles on Stream, because they use my one of my emotes quite a bit, and it delights me to see it used all the time. Jesus, Olaf. Thank you very much. We've got Tiberiosity and Temp9. So Tiberiosity, obviously somebody who I get to see through Night Valiant's chat. I mean, Tiberiosity also comes through mine. Hey, and we got a new level of the hype train. Thank you so much, Olaf. Well, and Index Gnome and Coswalt. If I recall correctly, that's... I'm pretty sure those are the ones who've driven us to those levels on the hype train. My apologies if I forgot anybody in there. That's really bad of me if I did. Problem is, I didn't really know how hype trains worked until you all gave me a really big one the last time. So I'm still getting used to this. But again, thank you all for pushing that ahead. But yeah, anyways. Starbright Knight is definitely somebody who is worth checking out, not just because of their association with a stream that I like, but actually has got a really good... like I know a number of you really like streams where you will sort of hang out with the broadcaster and just kind of chat, and that's definitely Starbright Knight's sort of environment. But it is also worth mentioning that Miss Ariella was the one to gift. It was a Christmas gift, but nonetheless, Miss Ariella is also a streamer and somebody who.
Devastating blow.
I think Olaf and Index Gnome are having a competition. So we have got Index Gnome gifting 5 Tier 1 subs. JJ's Games, actually it was here on Wednesday if I recall correctly. Erasmus, who's named after got a character named here. Senior Q 2020. Oh, actually I'm delighted by some of these names that are getting in here. We've got Anzo and Carlo the Curious. You all, of course, are going to see the end of Raiders of the Lost Ark for a few times now, but thank you again for pushing the hype train even further and sending it along to some more people. I've actually been delighted. I don't want to like again. The money stuff is always weird, right? But I have been delighted. There's a few of you, particularly those of you who have been gifting subs quite a bit. I'm just going to say this because it's really hard to do the game over constant Raiders of the Lost Ark. I was very pleasantly surprised that there's a few of you, and again, like sometimes it's randomly distributed, but out of the gifted subs, I had always assumed that those numbers would go back to the old level, and they didn't. A few of you who gifted subs wound up producing people who've become regular subscribers to the channel. And again, I don't want to kind of create the implication that, you know, the people who push money to the stream or the people who like convert someone into a regular subscriber are necessarily doing something above and beyond. Like, I don't keep track of who's subbed and who's not. But it is something worth mentioning that for those of you who have gifted, you've actually kind of produced an unexpected outcome, which was to actually have people kind of turn into some regular subs. But with that in mind, we've got a bunch of subs here. So Starbright Knight gifted one to Alex Z Guitarist, who I don't believe I've seen chat, but I hope you are lurking and you enjoy your time. And Cuzwalt, not to be left alone after either invoking or pushing forward the hype train with the bits. Cuzwalt has gifted tier 1 sub to Imison, Delves 22nd of his name, Slow Moo, Aperture Science 42nd of their name, and Captain Zergi. But yeah, thank you all again. I'm really bad with subs, gifted subs and hype trains and such. I really don't know what to say during them, but I definitely do not want to. I do not want it to go by without comment. You're definitely definitely making me feel very appreciated.
A trifling victory, but a victory nonetheless.
Actually, here's one for you. I'll just wait till the... They almost caught up with the notifications, yeah. I wasn't planning on doing an essay today, but there was one that came up. Okay, actually, so for some of you have read the blog that I did. That was I wrote after I read an essay called "The 5 Laws of Human Stupidity." Thank you all for the hype train, by the way. I know I said that before, but it can't be said enough. So here's the thing: I know some people like the games, and some people like the reading and such. So, but yeah, so I wound up talking with the director who had recommend. Oh God, I actually didn't. Okay, it just occurred to me that I never let it slip that the senior person at work in that. Okay, so it's the director who recommended that book to me. It's a really senior person, someone who can crush me if they know that I was the one who. Great, now you want to watch Raiders for the 15,000 times. You know, one thing that bugged me about the reissue that they did was apparently they called it Indiana Jones in the Raiders of the Lost Ark. That actually bugs me a lot because it implies that Indy is not one of the Raiders, which I kind of think is counter to the... Ah! All right, we've got Penology Ascanius, formerly known the artist formerly known as Sharp, Blargosaur, and A10 Gold. Oh, and the Rain Dog got one. All right, Index Gnome, thank you very much for, I believe that closes out the hype train. I don't know, Twitch is showing me a whole lot of, fancy animations here. My goodness, guys, thank you very much. Big Poodler, I saw your follow. I think that was yesterday. Thank you very much for that. You are coming in the middle of a hype train, which has been fueled by Starbright Knight, Olaf T. Harry, Index Gnome, Cuzwalt. Sorry, and Cuzwalt. Again, if I forgot your name in that list, please let me know, because I want to make sure that I'm giving credit where credit is due. It is the second hype train that I've had to experience, under 27% level 5. I still don't know what to do with hype trains, but you absolute madmen have pushed me to a second full-on hype train. So thank you very much for supporting me and Twitch through your group. Yeah, sorry, it was the only drawback. Sorry, I definitely remember you from Night Valiant's channel. The only thing was I wasn't sure if you followed. Well, I guess it would have been past midnight, so it would have been today on the timestamp anyway. But Anyways, yes, thank you very much for your follow after I stopped by Night Valiance, because I know I wasn't there very long when you followed, but I definitely noticed it, so thank you. I am not as good at streaming as Night Valiance, so I hope not to disappoint you too much. And the dude that goads you to play an hour of Wordle on stream, well, it wouldn't be an hour if you were better at the game. Anyways, sorry, what I was going to say was, for those of you who would like... By the way, why is Index Gnome at the top of the gifters? And I don't see Olaf T. Harry at all. Is there something that I can do to make sure that everybody's getting credit for the subs that they're gifting? Because that seems a little crazy that there's only one person who's being credited with... Maybe it's not updated yet? I hope so, because I feel like we talked about this the last time. Yeah, Olaf. Oh, damn it. This is going to be off. Yeah, I tabbed out. I'm an idiot. I'm so sorry. Okay, anyways. The thing I wanted to say was... so now you know it's like probably one of the most senior bosses that I'll have any kind of interaction with was the one that recommended that essay for me. And I've seen them like completely fail to take the messages to heart. But I actually brought up, so they referenced a book that they had read, and they gave me a synopsis, and I'm like, oh, this actually sounds a lot like an essay, which is a pretty short one, and I think a really good one. It's another George Orwell one. I've been in a bit of an Orwell mood lately. So for those of you that would like, I do have another George Orwell essay that I can read, and I can do that at the end of this this run. Or if you just prefer me to play some more Darkest Dungeon, I'm happy to just keep plowing through the encounters. But for those of you who would like to... Oh, yours is set to hide as well? Okay, so it is actually it is an option. Okay, cool. I did not realize that. Yeah, I just wanted to make sure there wasn't something that I could do. But yeah, if any of you have a preference one way or the other, I don't mind it if people say, look, I'd rather if you just play the game. But because I wasn't originally going to do it tonight, but I did have, because this thing came up at work, I figured it would be timely. You are here for the rants or the essays? You always forget to tick the box on an honestly good... I mean, personally, I'm happy. So I know the feeling, right? Like, I generally like to, like, make gifts not about me. Oh, that... Oh! I pulled the punch thinking that we'd take it out. But personally, I find it very helpful because I like being able to thank people for it.
Exposed to a killing blow.
So I'm definitely a bit of a... I kind of like having it both ways. I like being anonymous myself, but I like it when people... I like it when people sort of out themselves because it makes it like easy for me to congratulate. Okay, tell you what. I'm going to take Night Valian's comment as saying that they are in favor of me reading something. Is there anyone here who would rather me shut up and play the game?
Confidence surges as the enemy crumbles.
Okay, cool. The reason I ask is it actually gives me a convenient excuse to close down Darkest Dungeon and reopen it up. Not now. Now it's not, Olaf. I also forgot about that flash powder. I could have exposed the healer a lot sooner. Anyways, they're done for, so.
Great is the weapon that cuts on its own. The match is struck. A blazing star is born.
So, doing the Abyssal Artillery is kind of counter to my usual strategy on these guys, which is to sort of focus the damage down on the sycophants before I go any further. But the party composition's a little weird for me to do my normal approach. I think the Nervous Stab will work. Yep. Have you read my blog?
Their formation is broken. Maintain the offensive.
So hopefully they bleed out. Yeah. I'll admit, I really do like the Cove music. Earplugs count as PPE on the System Chalk stream.
Remind yourself that overconfidence is a slow and insidious killer. The way is lit. The path is clear. We require only the strength to follow it. As the light gains purchase, spirits are lifted, and purpose is made clear.
Funny thing about the line, remind yourself that overconfidence is a slow and insidious killer. When I was in grad school, I had a couple PhD students I was in somewhat regular contact with. And one of them was actually doing, well, they were. I don't think this wound up being like their. I don't think this wound up being sort of their final, the thing they finally settled on. But they were doing something on overconfidence at one point, and they weren't like a huge gamer, but they were aware of Darkest Dungeon. So every single time. I didn't even need to know that they were specific. Like, anytime they were basically talking about a project, I knew that it was probably going to be that one, and I may have overquoted that line. I like to secretly think that is why they didn't stick with that particular project, but that's almost certainly not the reason they would have left it. That's it for you guys. Nice to see the sub-gifting going on. Have a good night. Well, Gregor, I'm glad you I'm glad you you decided to give one. Oh, sorry, sub for yourself just before everybody got the gifts. Anyways, thank you so much for stopping by. It was great having you for a while, and I'm sure I will see you sooner rather than later. Although that's not an expectation. if I don't get to see you before then, please don't take that as a commandment. I'm debating as to whether or not I want to keep the emerald. Yeah, you know what? We've already got a pile of gold. I'm gonna be greedy.
If only treasure could staunch the flow of otherworldly corruption.
Of course I could use that key. So hopefully they bleed out. Yes.
Impressive.
So again, normally I don't like spreading out the damage like this, but part of it was hoping... well, I guess if they would do a heal, they might do a heal on the sorceress, so just as well they didn't. This should be a pretty easy mop-up job. This is the one person I don't need to worry about healing too, so... let's do... You know, Abyssal Artillery will still work. Still weakens them. Getting lucky on the dodges too. So I'm figuring we make him read the blog and then they'll either bleed out or die on their own. Well,
these nightmarish creatures can be felled. They can be beaten.
The emeralds are certainly welcome. Yeah, we'll leave it with this, and then again, the heirloom chest would have been nice to have the key for. Looks like we still got something.
Packs
Ooh.
laden with loot are often low on supplies.
I think I'm gonna... No, sorry, other way around. I'm gonna...
The light, the promise of safety.
So here's the plan. We're gonna use what remains of these torches to explore this upper level. Depending where I'm at, I'm either gonna try and fight this room battle or will rest just before it. And that'll replenish the torches for the final 5 rooms. Despair Embodied is doing some research for the next batch of enemies for Darkest Dungeon 2. By the way, how many people have played Darkest Dungeon 2? Because I've actually put a bit more time into it now. It's really different from this one, but excuse me, I'm into it. Sorry for the belch there. I was not expecting that. I thought that was going to be a cough. Not played either one. I definitely recommend. I definitely recommend the Darkest Dungeon.
Awarded to the brave and the foolhardy alike.
Darkest Dungeon 2 is more of a... Like, I think it's a safe recommendation, but because it's an early access, like, I can enthusiastically and wholeheartedly say Darkest Dungeon's really good, and, you know, I think enough people will be into it. But, you know, don't take that as being too pessimistic on the sequel. I'm just, I'm still finding my feet with it. Whole turn spent reorganizing my party. Let's kill the... So I mean, these people are going to be causing some stress on me, but not played them at all. Not your type of game, but you don't mind watching it. I definitely feel like the Darkest Dungeon is a very streamable game. I'm going to take a risk on the Flagellant being able to survive whatever next attack they've got coming up. We definitely need to start taking some people off the board. I really like the animations on it. I'm just still getting used to... I'm still getting kind of used to the idea of not having this... Like, so it's kind of like, for the Darkest Dungeon 2, it feels like the game itself is kind of the hamlet that you're building up. Like, you've got your profile and you're continuing to make progress through each individual run. You know, again, a little bit more like a traditional roguelike. Maybe not traditional roguelike, but more like what kind of what we've gotten used to as a roguelike. But like, I'm really starting to get used to that because I definitely... Well, you've noticed, right? Like, I don't really play favorites with a lot of the characters. Like, people are pretty much just, like... Just throw them into the maw and, you know, try and overcome our problems that way. And definitely the sequel doesn't really promote that kind of play.
This expedition at least promises success.
I don't think there's anything else I can chuck right now. Again, I gotta remember to use the antiquarian for the extra stuff. Oh, I really would like the booty. I hate giving up money, but... Okay, so the next 3 is going to be... the next 3 rooms are going to be a bit challenging. You're talking about the... Ah, God, I can't remember. I mean, I hate that enemy because of the... the difficulty of that fight. But... Alright, may not be able to chow down at the campfire.
The star spawned horror.
I didn't check to see whether or not... Alright,
Mortality clarified in a single strike.
Yeah, I don't remember how most of this stuff works.
The bulwarks of the mind have fallen.
Oh, that's a good line.
Decimated.
That's not good. Oh, Jesus. No way! Jesus. Alright. I may have to...
Injury and despondence set the stage for heroism.
Let's just keep piling on the
Cowardice.
damage over time. We're in trouble. No. Oh, I needed you to heal more than yourself, my friend. That could have gone much worse. Although the heart attack is going to be a threat.
Fear and frailty finally claim their due. And now the true test. Hold fast or expire.
Alright, I was really hoping it would be anybody but the occultist, but we definitely need to... Okay, well... No! Come on, man! This will at least save us through the heart attack. No, not if he dies again.
Feeling about to break.
Oh, he's dead.
Breath from becoming unwound.
That's the one character we didn't want to lose.
No hope at all.
I don't have abyssal artillery. Okay, we gotta move him back. The thing that's really gonna suck about this is the amount of inventory space I'm gonna lose. Because I definitely want to get those relics back. Or trinkets back.
Even the aged oak will fall to the tempest's winds.
Festering Vapors would have been better. I think the damage over time is going to accomplish more, but... we just need one more good hit. Okay, I'm going to go for the... oh. I'm gonna go for the YOLO Abyssal Artillery.
A singular strike.
Alright, Starbright Knight, thank you very much for stopping by. I'm glad you get a chance to see me get clobbered. Oh, Jesus. So close. I hope you have a... well, you and your nephew have an enjoyable birthday. So I...
Teetering on the brink, facing the abyss.
oh, he's gonna die of a heart attack. Yep. Man!
Life wasted in the pursuit of glory and gold.
What a devastating run. No!
Perched at the very precipice.
Oh, that's right. It wasn't a death door. Okay, we can still save this. Oh, Jesus.
The space between worlds is no place for mortal men.
Oh, God, Olaf, you just screwed us. What? Ah!
As victories mount,
Jesus
so too
Christ.
will resistance.
What was that? Okay, yeah, we're getting out of here.
You cannot learn a thing you think you know.
Man, I was thinking we were doing all right. So, yeah, God, losing the flagellant like that has really set my plans back. Well, I guess that was a level 3, so it could have been worse.
Our family name, once so well regarded, is now barely whispered aloud by decent folk. To fight the abyss, one must know it.
Okay, so after all of that, I'm just gonna set people up in their various locations. First of all, actually, I guess we should talk Olaf off the ledge. So let's. So we only got 2 people who are really stressed out. I'll let you have a drink. We'll heal your disease next, Olaf. But I did promise you a bit of reading. And again, this is going to be... excuse me. It's going to be a nice little chance for me to quit out the Darkest Dungeon for... just so I can get that cursor reset. And... let me bring it up. This isn't too long of an essay. I am going to put it up on the screen. Excuse me. I'd love to get a refill of the coffee, but... okay, now I always get complaints whenever I have a big white screen, so just a heads up, there's going to be a big white screen that pops up in 3, 2, 1. So, I have learned that a number of you are not familiar with George Orwell at all, and then some of you know who George Orwell is, but have not read sort of his most well-known books, which would be 1984 and Animal Farm. They're by no means the only ones that he actually wrote quite a bit. But another one that I think is very good, and potentially you might do in some schools, would be this essay, Politics and the English Language. So rather than do any more of an introduction to it, I should mention that this is actually something that I think I might have another occasion to read. So some of you may have to endure this another time. But I've never read this one aloud, so this will be fun. Particularly because I actually really like, he does something of a parody, which I think is a fairly good one. So let's carry on. George Orwell, Politics and the English Language. Oh yeah, and technically this isn't in the public domain in... not technically, it isn't in the public domain in Spain or the US. So if you're watching in either of these locations, you're not allowed to listen to this. George Orwell, Politics and the English Language. Most people who bother with the matter would admit that the English language is in a bad way, but it is generally assumed that we cannot, by conscious action, do anything about it. Our civilization is decadent, as our language, so the argument runs, must inevitably share in its general collapse. It follows that any struggle against the abuse of language is a sentimental archaism, like preferring candles to electric light or hansom cabs to aeroplanes. Thanks for the advertisements, Edge. I'd rather just read my essay. Underneath this lies the half-conscious belief that language is a natural growth and not an instrument which we will shape for our own purposes. Now, it is clear that the decline of a language must ultimately have political and economic causes. It is not due simply to the bad influence of this or that individual writer, but an effect can become a cause, reinforcing the original cause and producing the same effect in an intensified form, and so on indefinitely. A man may take to drink because he feels himself to be a failure, and then fail all the more completely because he drinks. It is rather the same thing that is happening to the English language. It becomes ugly and inaccurate because our thoughts are foolish, but the slovenliness of our language makes it easier for us to have foolish thoughts. The point is that the process is reversible. Modern English, especially written English, is full of bad habits which spread by imitation and which can be avoided if one is willing to take the necessary trouble. If one gets rid of these habits, one can think more clearly, and to think clearly is a necessary first step towards political regeneration. So that the fight against bad English is not frivolous and is not the exclusive concern of professional writers. I will come back to this presently, and I hope that by the time the meaning of what I have said here will have become clearer. Meanwhile, here are 5 specimens of the English language that, as it is now habitually written. These 5 passages have not been picked out because they are especially bad. I could have quoted far worse had I chosen, but because they illustrate various of the mental vices from which we now suffer. They are a little below the average, but are fairly representative examples. I number them so that I can refer back to them when necessary. 1. I am not indeed sure whether it is not true to say that the Milton, who once seemed not unlike a 17th century Shelley, had not become, out of an experience even more bitter in each year, more alien, to the founder of the Jesuit sect, which nothing could induce him to tolerate. Professor Harold Lasky, Essay in Freedom of Expression. 2. Above all, we cannot play ducks and drakes with a native battery of idioms which prescribes egregious collocations of vocables as the basic put up with for tolerate, or put at a loss for bewilder. Professor Lancelot Hogben, Interglossia. 3. On the one side, we have the free personality. By definition, it is not neurotic, for it has neither conflict nor dream. Its desires, such as they are transparent, for they are just what institutional approval keeps in the foremost of consciousness. Another institutional pattern would alter their number and intensity. There is little in them that is natural, irreducible, or culturally dangerous. But, on the other side, the social bond itself is nothing but the mutual reflection of these self-secure integrities. Recall the definition of love. Is not the very picture of a small academic? Where is the place in this hall of mirrors for either personality or fraternity? Essay on Psychology and Politics, New York. 4. All the best people from the gentlemen's clubs and all the frantic fascist captains, united in common hatred of socialism and the bestial horror at the rising tide of the mass revolutionary movement, have turned to acts of provocation, to foul incendiarism, to medieval legends of poisoned wells, to legalize their own destruction of proletarian organizations, and to rouse the agitated petty bourgeoisie to chauvinistic fervor on behalf of the fight against the revolutionary way out of the crisis. Communist pamphlet. And number 5. If a new spirit is to be infused into this old country, there is one thorny and contentious reform which must be tackled, and that is the humanization and galvanization of the BBC. Timidity here will bespeak canker and atrophy of the soul. The heart of Britain may be sound and of strong beat. For instance, but the British lion's roar at present is like that of Bottom in Shakespeare's A Midsummer Night's Dream, as gentle as any sucking dove. A virile New Britain cannot continue indefinitely to be traduced in the eyes, or rather ears, of the world by the effete languors of Langham Place, brazenly masquerading as, quote, standard English, unquote. When the voice of Britain's heard at 9 o'clock, better far and infinitely less ludicrous to hear H's honestly dropped than the present priggish, inflated, inhibited, schoolmamish arch-braying of blameless, bashful, mewing maidens. Letter in the Tribune. All right, if you can just give me a quick second here. I need to slightly reorganize myself, and then I'll read the rest of the essay. Each of these passages has faults of its own, but quite apart from the unavoidable ugliness, 2 qualities are common to all of them. The first is staleness of imagery. The other is lack of precision. The writer either has a meaning and cannot express it, or he inadvertently says something else, or he is almost indifferent as to whether his words mean anything or not. This mixture of vagueness and sheer incompetence is the most marked characteristic of modern English prose, and especially of any kind of political writing. As soon as certain topics are raised, the concrete melts into the abstract, and no one seems able to think of turns of speech that are not hackneyed, Prose consists less and less of words chosen for the sake of their meaning, and more of phrases tacked together like sections of a prefabricated henhouse. I list below, with notes and examples, various of the tricks by means of which the work of prose construction is habitually dodged. Sorry, I just saw your comment, Big Pooler. Where did the 9 to 12 words come from, out of curiosity? Sorry, I should finish the essay first. Dying metaphors. A newly invented metaphor assists thought by evoking a visual image, while on the other hand, a metaphor which is technically dead, e.g. iron resolution, has in effect reverted to being an ordinary word and can generally be used without loss of vividness. But in between those two classes, there is a huge dump of worn-out metaphors which have lost all evocative power and are merely used because they save people the trouble of inventing phrases for themselves. Examples are, ring the changes on, take up the cudgel for, toe the line, ride roughshod over, stand shoulder to shoulder with, play into the hands of, no axe to grind, grist to the mill, fishing in troubled waters, on the order of the day, Achilles' heel, swan song, hawkbed. Many of these are used without knowledge of their meaning. What is a rift, for instance? And incompatible metaphors are frequently mixed, a sure sign that the writer is not interested in what he is saying. Some metaphors, now current, have been twisted out of their original meaning without those who use them even being aware of this fact. For example, toe the line is sometimes written as toe the line with a TOW. Another example is the hammer and the anvil, now always used with the implication that the anvil gets the worst of it. In real life, it is always the anvil that breaks the hammer, never the other way about. A writer who stopped to think what he is saying would avoid perverting the original phrase. Operators are verbal false limbs. These save the trouble of picking out appropriate verbs and nouns, and at the same time pad each sentence with extra syllables, which give it an appearance of symmetry. Characteristic phrases are render inoperative, militate against, make contact with, be subjected to, give rise to, give grounds for, have the effect of, play a leading part, role in, make itself felt, take effect, exhibit a tendency to, serve the purpose of, etc., etc. The keynote is the elimination of simple verbs. Instead of being a single word, such as break, stop, spoil, mend, kill, a verb becomes a phrase, made up of a noun or adjective tacked on to some general purpose verb, such as prove, serve, form, play, render. In addition, the passive voice is wherever possible used in preference to the active, and noun constructions are used instead of gerunds, by examination of instead of by examining. The range of verbs is further cut down by means of the I's and D formations, and the banal statements are given appearance of profundity by means of the not-un formation. Simple conjunctions and prepositions are replaced by such phrases as with respect to, having regard to, the fact that, by dint of, in view of, in the interests of, on the hypothesis that, and the ends of sentences are saved by anticlimax, such as resounding commonplaces as greatly to be desired, cannot be left out of account, a development to be expected in the near future, deserving of serious consideration, brought to a satisfactory conclusion, and so on and so forth. Pretentious diction. Words like phenomenon and element, individual as noun, objective, categorical, effective, virtual, basic, primary, promote, constitute, exhibit, exploit, utilize, eliminate, liquidate are used to dress up a simple statement and give it an air of scientific impartiality to biased judgments. Adjectives like epoch-making, epic, historic, unforgettable, triumphant, age-old, inevitable, inexorable, veritable are used to dignify the sordid process of international politics, while writing that aims at glorifying war usually takes on an archaic color, its characteristic words being realm, throne, chariot, mailed fist, trident, sword, shield, buckler, banner, jackboot, clarion. Foreign words and expressions such as cul-de-sac, ancien regime, deus ex machina, mutatis mutandis, status quo, Gleichstaltung? Sorry, I've never heard that pronounced before. Weltanschauung, I don't know these German, are used to give an air of culture and elegance, except for the useful abbreviations. Actually, you know what? Let's just take the second and find out what those words mean. In English, coordination. Nazi terminology. Cool. Not cool. and Merriam-Webster for this one, apparently. A comprehensive conception or worldview. Sorry, I shouldn't be interrupting the reading. Except for useful abbreviations, i.e., e.g., and etc., there is no real need for any of the hundreds of foreign phrases now current in the English language. Bad writers, especially scientific, political, and sociological writers, are nearly always haunted by the notion that Latin or Greek words are grander than Saxon ones, and unnecessary words like expedite, ameliorate, predict, extraneous, derancinated, clandestine, subaqueous, and hundreds of others constantly gain ground from their Anglo-Saxon numbers. The jargon peculiar to Marxist writing, hyena, hangman, cannibal, petty bourgeois, these gentry, lackey, flunky, mad dog, white guard, etc., consist largely of words translated from Russian, German, or French. But the normal way of coining a new word is to use a Latin or Greek root with the appropriate affix where necessary, the size formation. It is often easier to make up words of this kind, deregionalize, impermissible, extramarital, non-fragmentary, and so on, than to think up the English words that will cover one's meaning. The result, in general, is an increase in slovenliness and vagueness. Meaningless words. In certain kinds of writing, particularly in art criticism and literary criticism, it is normal to come across long passages which are almost completely lacking in meaning. Words like romantic, plastic, values, human, dead, sentimental, natural, vitality, as used in art criticism, are strictly meaningless, in the sense that not only do they not point to any discoverable object, but are hardly ever expected to do so by the reader. When one critic writes, quote, "The outstanding feature of Mr. X's work is its living quality," end quote, while another writes, quote, "The immediately striking thing about Mr. X's work is its peculiar deadness," end quote, the reader accepts this as a simple difference opinion. Words like black and white, if words like black and white were involved, instead of the jargon words dead and living, you would see at once that language was being used in an improper way. Many political words are similarly abused. The word fascism now has no meaning except insofar as it signifies something not desirable. The words democracy, socialism, freedom, patriotic, realistic, justice have each of them several different meanings which cannot be reconciled with one another. In the case of a word like democracy, not only is there no agreed definition, but the attempt to make one is resisted from all sides. It is almost universally felt that when we call a country democratic, we are praising it. Consequently, the defenders of every kind of regime claim that it is a democracy and fear that they might have to stop using that word if it were tied down to any one meaning. Words of this kind are often used in a conscientiously dishonest way. That is, the person who uses them has their own private definition, but allows his hearer to think that he means something quite different. Statements like Marshal Pétain was a true patriot, the Soviet press is the freest in the world, the Catholic Church is opposed to persecution, are almost made with the intent to deceive. Other words, used in variable meanings, in most cases more or less dishonestly, are class, totalitarian, science, progressive, reactionary, bourgeois, equality. Now that I've made this catalog of swindles and perversions, let me give another example of the kind of writing that they lead to. This time, it must of its nature be an imaginary one. I'm going to translate a passage of good English into modern English of the worst sort. Here is a well-known verse from Ecclesiastes. I returned and saw under the sun that the race is not to the swift, nor the battle to the strong, neither yet bread to the wise, nor yet riches to men of understanding, nor yet favor to men of skill, but time and chance happeneth to them all. Here is the modern English. Objective considerations of contemporary phenomena compel the conclusion that success or failure in competitive activities exhibits no tendency to be commensurate with innate capacity, but that a considerable element of the unpredictable must invariably be taken into account. This is a parody, but not a very gross one. Exhibit 3 above, for instance, contains several patches of the same kind of English. It will be seen that I have not made a full translation. The beginning and ending of the sentence follow the original meaning fairly closely, but in the middle, the concrete illustrations, race, battle, bread, dissolve into the vague phrases success or failure in competitive activities. This had to be so, because no modern writer of the kind I am discussing, no one capable of using phrases like objective considerations of contemporary phenomena, would ever tabulate his thoughts in that precise and detailed way. The whole tendency of modern prose is away from concreteness. Now analyze these two sentences a little more closely. The first contains 49 words but only 60 syllables, and all its words are those of everyday life. The second contains 38 words and 90 syllables. 18 of those words are from Latin roots and 1 from Greek. The first sentence contains 6 vivid images and only one phrase, time and chance, that could be called vague. The second contains not a single fresh, arresting phrase, and in spite of its 90 syllables, it gives only a shortened version of the meaning contained in the first. Yet without a doubt, it is the second kind of sentence that is gaining ground in modern English. I do not wish to exaggerate. This kind of writing is not yet universal, and outcrops of simplicity will occur here and there in the worst written page. Still, if you or I were told to write a few lines of the uncertainty of human fortunes, we should probably come much nearer to my imaginary sentence than to the one from Ecclesiastes. I've tried to show modern writing... Sorry. As I have tried to show, modern writing is at its worst does not consist in picking out words for the sake of their meaning and inventing images in order to make the meaning clearer. It consists in gumming together long strips of words which have already been set in order by someone else and making the results presentable by sheer humbug. The attraction of this way of writing is that it is easy. It is easier, even quicker, once you have the habit, to say, in my opinion, it is not an unjustifiable assumption than to say, I think. If you use ready-made phrases, you don't have to hunt about for the words. You also don't need to bother with the rhythms of your sentences, since these phrases are generally so arranged as to be more or less euphonious. When you are composing in a hurry, when you are dictating to a stenographer, for instance, or making a public speech, it is natural to fall into a pretentious Latinized style. Tags like a consideration, which we should do well to bear in mind, or a conclusion to which all of us would readily assent, will save many a sentence from coming down with a bump. By using stale metaphors, similes, and idioms, you save much mental effort at the cost of leaving your meaning vague, not only to your reader, but to yourself. This is the significance of mixed metaphors. The sole aim of a metaphor is to call up a visual image. When these images clash, as in the fascist octopus has sung its swan song, the jackboot is thrown into the melting pot, it can be taken as certain that the writer is not seeing a mental image of the objects he is naming. In other words, he is not really thinking. Look again at the examples I gave at the beginning of the essay. Professor Lasky, example 1, uses 5 negatives in 53 words. One of these is superfluous, making nonsense of the whole passage, and in addition there is the slip, alien, for akin, making further nonsense, and several avoidable pieces of clumsiness which increase the general vagueness. Professor Hobkin, example 2, plays ducks and drakes with a battery which is able to write prescriptions, and while disapproving of the everyday phrase put up with, is unwilling to look egregious up in the dictionary to see what it means. Example 3, if one takes an uncharitable attitude towards it, is simply meaningless. Probably one could work out its intended meaning by reading the whole of the article in which it occurs. In example 4, the writer knows more or less what he wants to say, but an accumulation of stale phrases chokes him like tea leaves blocking a stint. In example 5, words and meaning have almost parted company. People who write in this manner usually have a general emotional meaning. They dislike one thing and want to express solidarity with another, but they are not interested in the detail of what they are saying. A scrupulous writer, in every sentence that he writes, will ask himself at least 4 questions. Thus, what am I trying to say? What words will express it? What image or idiom will make it clearer? Is the image fresh enough to have an effect? And he will probably ask himself 2 more. Could I put it more shortly? And have I said anything that is avoidably ugly? But you are not obliged to go to all this trouble. You can shirk it by simply throwing your mind open and letting the ready-made phrases come crowding in. I think it says the will to construct your sentences, but that's not what it says here. The will to construct your sentences for you, even think your thoughts for you to a certain extent. At the need they will perform the important service of partially concealing your meaning, even from yourself. It is at this point that the special connection between politics and the debasement of language becomes clear. In our time, it is broadly true that political writing is bad writing. Where it is not true, it will generally be found that the writer is some kind of rebel, expressing his private opinions and not the party line. Orthodoxy, of whatever colors, seems to demand a lifeless imitative style. The political dialects to be found in pamphlets, leading articles, manifestos. White papers and speeches of undersecretaries do, of course, vary from party to party, but they are all alike in that one almost never finds them in a fresh, vivid, homemade turn of speech. One watches some tired hack on the platform mechanically repeating the familiar phrases: bestial, atrocities, iron heel, blood-stained tyranny, free peoples of the world, stand shoulder to shoulder. One often has the curious feeling that one is not watching a live human being, but some kind of dummy, a feeling which suddenly becomes stronger at moments when the light catches the speaker's spectacles and turns them into blank discs which have no eyes behind them. And this is not altogether fanciful. A speaker who uses that kind of phraseology has gone some distance towards turning himself into a machine. The appropriate noises are coming out of his lyrics, but his brain is not involved, and it would be as it would be if he were choosing the words for himself. If the speech he is making is one that he is accustomed to make over and over again, he may be almost unconscious of what he is saying, as one is when one utters the responses in church. And this reduced state of consciousness, if not indispensable, is at any rate favorable to political conformity. In our time, political speech and writing are largely a defense of the indefensible. Things like the continuance of British rule in India, the Russian purges and deportations, the dropping of the atom bombs on Japan can indeed be defended, but only by arguments which are too brutal for most people to face, and which do not square with the professed aims of the political parties. Thus, political language has to consist largely of euphemism, question-begging, and sheer cloudy vagueness. Defenseless villages are bombarded from the air, the inhabitants driven out into the countryside, the cattle machine-gunned, huts set on fire with incendiary bullets. This is called pacification. Millions of peasants are robbed of their farms and sent trudging along the roads with no more than they can carry. This is called transfer of the population, or rectification of the frontiers. People are imprisoned for years without trial, or shot in the back of the neck, or sent to die of scurvy in Arctic lumber camps. This is called elimination of unreliable elements. Such phraseology is needed if one wants to name things without calling up mental pictures of them. Consider, for instance, some comfortable English professor defending Russian totalitarianism. He cannot say outright, "I believe in killing off your opponents," when they can get good results by doing so. Probably, therefore, he will say something like this. While freely conceding that the Soviet regime exhibits certain features which the humanitarian might be inclined to deplore, we must, I think, agree that a certain curtailment of the right to political opposition is an unavoidable concomitant of transitional periods, and that the rigors which the Russian people have been called upon to undergo have been amply justified in the sphere of concrete achievement. The inflated style itself is a kind of euphemism. A mass of Latin words falls upon the facts like soft snow, blurring the outline and covering up all the details. The great enemy of clear language is insincerity. When there is a gap between one's real and one's declared aims, one turns as if it were instinctively to long words and exhausted idioms, like a cuttlefish spurting out ink. In our age, there is no such thing as keeping out of politics. All issues are political issues, and politics itself is a mass of lies, evasions, folly, hatred, and schizophrenia. When the general atmosphere is bad, language must suffer. I should expect to find, this is a guess which I will not have sufficient knowledge to verify, that the German, Russian, and Italian languages have all deteriorated in at least 10 or 15 years as a result of dictatorship. But if thought corrupts language, language can also corrupt thought. A bad usage can spread by tradition and imitation, even among people who should and do know better. The debased language that I have been discussing is in some ways very convenient. Phrases like "a not unjustifiable assumption," "leaves much to be desired," "would serve no good purpose," "a consideration which we should do well to bear in mind," are a continuous temptation, a packet of aspirins always at one's elbow. Look back through the essay, and for certain you will find that I have again and again committed the very faults that I am protesting against. By this morning's post, I have received a pamphlet dealing with conditions in Germany. The author tells me that he felt impelled to write it. I open it at random, and here is almost the first sentence I see. The Allies have an opportunity not only of achieving a radical transformation of Germany's social and political structure in such a way as to avoid a nationalistic reaction in Germany itself, but at the same time of laying the foundations of a cooperative and unified Europe. You see, he feels impelled to write, feels presumably that he has something new to say, and yet his words, like cavalry horses answering the bulge, group themselves automatically into the familiar dreary pattern. This invasion of one's mind by ready-made phrases, lay the foundations, achieve a radical transformation, can only be prevented if one is constantly on guard against them, and every such phrase anesthetizes a portion of one's brain. I said earlier that the decadence of our language is probably curable. Those who deny this would argue, if they produced an argument at all, that language merely reflects existing social conditions, and that we cannot influence its development by directly tinkering with words and constructions. So far as the general tone or spirit of a language goes, this may be true, but it is not true in detail. Silly words and expressions have often disappeared, not through any evolutionary process, but owing to the conscious action of a minority. Two recent examples were Explore Every Avenue and Leave No Stone Unturned, which were killed by the jeers of a few journalists. There is a long list of fly-blown metaphors which could similarly be got rid of if enough people would interest themselves in the job. And it should also be possible to laugh at the not-un formation out of existence, to reduce the amount of Latin and Greek in the average sentence, to drive out foreign phrases and strayed scientific words, and, in general, to make pretentiousness unfashionable. But these are minor points. The defense of the English language implies more than this, and perhaps it is best to start by saying what it does not imply. To begin with, it has nothing to do with archaism, with the salvaging of obsolete words and turns of speech, or with the setting up of a standard English, which must never be departed from. On the contrary, it is especially concerned with the scrapping of every word or idiom which has outworn its usefulness. It has nothing to do with correct grammar or syntax, which are of no importance so long as one makes one's meaning clear, or with the avoidance of Americanisms, or with having what is called a good prose style. On the other hand, it is not concerned with fake simplicity and the attempt to make written English colloquial. It does not even imply in every case preferring the Saxon word to the Latin one, though it does imply using the fewest and shortest words that will cover one's meaning. What is above all needed is to let the meaning choose the word, and not the other way around. In prose, the worst thing one can do with words is surrender to them. When you think of a concrete object, you think wordlessly. And then, when you want to describe the thing that you have been visualizing, you probably hunt around until you find the exact words that seem to fit it. When you think of something abstract, you are more inclined to use words from the start, and unless you make a conscious effort to prevent it, the existing dialect will come rushing in and do the job for you, at the expense of blurring or even changing your meaning. Probably it is better to put off using words as long as possible and to get one's meaning as clear as one can through pictures and sensations. Afterwards, one can choose, not simply accept, the phrases that will best cover the meaning, and then switch round and decide what impressions one's words are likely to make on another person. The last effort on the mind cuts out all stale and mixed images, all prefabricated phrases, needless repetitions, and humbug and vagueness generally. But one can often be in doubt about the effect of a word or phrase, and one needs rules that one can rely on when instinct fails. I think the following rules will cover most cases. 1. Never use a metaphor, simile, or other figure of speech which you are used to seeing in print. 2. Never use a long word where a short one will do. 3. If it is possible to cut a word out, always cut it out. 4. Never use the passive where you can use the active. 5. Never use a foreign phrase, a scientific word, or a jargon word if you can think of an everyday English equivalent. 6. Break any of these rules sooner than say anything outright barbarous. These rules sound elementary, and so they are, but they demand a deep change of attitude in anyone who has grown used to writing in the style now fashionable. One could keep all of them and still write bad English, but one could not write the kind of stuff that I quoted in those 5 specimens at the beginning of the article. I have not here been considering the literary use of language, but merely language as an instrument for expressing and not for concealing or preventing thought. Stuart Chase and others have come near to claiming that all abstract words are meaningless, and have used this as a pretext for advocating a kind of political quietism. Since you don't know what fascism is, how can you struggle against fascism? One need not swallow such absurdities as this, but one ought to recognize that the present political chaos is connected with the decay of language, and that one can probably bring about some improvement by starting at the verbal end. If you simplify your English, you are freed from the worst follies of orthodoxy. You cannot speak any of the necessary dialects, and when you make a stupid remark, its stupidity will be obvious even to yourself. Political language, and with variations, this is true of all political parties from conservatives to anarchists, is designed to make lies sound truthful and murder respectable, and to give an appearance of solidity to pure wind. One cannot change this all in a moment, but one can at least change one's own habits, and from time to time one can even, if one jeers loudly enough, send some worn-out and useless phrase, some jackboot, Achilles heel, hotbed, melting pot, acid test, veritable inferno, or other lump of verbal refuse into the dustbin where it belongs. That was written in 1946, although you will notice that a few of those phrases are still with us. And actually some of those comments would not be out of place regarding today's dialogue. So I apologize. I know I could have read that better. Did anybody find that interesting?
In time, you will know the tragic extent of my failings.
Oh, hey, Beaver. Beaver, sorry. All right, I think I really bombed that. Everybody's so quiet. Wait, did I have just recruit 3? No, that's not possible. Yeah, no. Right. Okay, let's think about where I'm heading. So, what kind of group would I want to bring to the canon? I do think a Hellion makes sense. Okay, so we do something like... Oop. I definitely bring a Vestal. So, I mean, I could try and level one of these up. Oh, yeah, and then I said I was going to bring a... Okay. I can see this working for me. You think that's interesting. So why do you think that? So that's a very old essay. That's from George Orwell's *Politics in the English Language*, which was written in 1946. Why do you think that the recommendations lead to a lack of nuance? That's a genuine curiosity. I'm not trying to sort of set you up for some kind of aha. I don't have a good position. Well, I guess I could make the bounty hunter position 1, and maybe we... Yeah, this isn't the crew I'd maybe choose, but... Because not everybody will read that in a nuanced way. I fear the not using more words than you need will too easily be translated into use fewer words by masses that do not read it entirely or themselves. Okay, so I think, I mean, it kind of sounds... It sounds a little more moderate than what you were saying before. So the idea here is that this isn't necessarily what the essay's arguing for, but it might be prone to misinterpretation. Because I was under the impression you were making a bit of a stronger statement there. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I suppose it's hard to... You know, I suppose the one thing I would say is that I'm not entirely sure someone taking what I think Orwell's point is there would be more inclined to dogmatic thinking than less. So I'd maybe be a little bit less concerned that somebody would sort of see politics in the English language as some sort of article of faith. I mean, particularly the final point that he makes on his little list of rules, where he says, you know, abandon one of these rules rather than say something barbarous. But there's also a great challenge that I can't really know the contents of a given reader's head when reading the essay. So maybe they would, you know, maybe they would drop it. Yeah, I mean, it's I suppose a fair one. It's a little harder for me to really discuss because it's sort of dealing with this imagined third party who, you know, I suppose through any set of definitions we could say would be or would not be inclined to act a certain way. So it's sort of their actions are determined by the construction, and whether or not we find such a specimen, I suppose is I guess that's a separate matter. I didn't necessarily take that from the essay, but obviously I'd be wrong to just sort of say, no, your takeaway from this is completely incorrect. I guess I guess the one thing that I would have to say is that I'm not entirely sure I have a whole lot that I can offer on the idea that, okay, well, if somebody misinterprets the essay, they're going to do the wrong thing. Because it's like, I can kind of say that about any essay that gets written.
I knew all these paths once. Now they are as twisted as my own.
But I don't want to, I don't want to completely ignore what you just said. So I'm sorry I don't have something a little more articulate to say on it. Oh, cool. All right, I need to spread the love a bit. Let's start by oh, I can't stun. All right, judgment it is.
Eradicated.
So I definitely need to change the skills.
Obliterated.
Good against humanoids and dogs. I probably should have put that on the dog. Well, it's got a blight resist though, so. Ugh. Okay, he's dead.
Destroyed. Great is the weapon that cuts on its own. The way is lit. The path is clear. We require only the strength to follow it.
Okay, I think what I'll probably do is sort of explore down below here, and then we'll head up. That did kind of create some problems for us last time, but I don't know. if I run into the dimensional shambler again, I guess I'll just have to deal with that. So I definitely want some better range. I'll skip Toxin Trickery just because we've already got 2 healers in the party. Should maybe make sure that we've got some other... yeah, this'll do.
Ambushed by foul invention.
I will confess, the one thing I really like out of that essay is the re-rendering of the verse from Ecclesiastes. It is probably one of my favorites. Alright, this is not going to be great for my stress, but we should probably be able to get through this without too much pain. Let's see if we can... So I think this guy's got a good stun resist, so let's do a Dazzling Light on the bleeder. I suspect the Bounty Hunter should be able to one-shot them. Yeah.
Decimated.
Still, not bad to try and eliminate some threats. It's occurred to me that the high prot pick to the face is the more appropriate choice for the Grave Robber. Okay, we need to get some healing in.
Their cursed champion falls.
I was hoping to get some healing in, but I don't think I should ever complain about taking out an enemy.
Victory, but a victory nonetheless.
Pack has already been looted. So, fighting here. Ah, the ectoplasm. Still decent damage at the start. It is pretty stun resistant, so let's just go for the judgment. Ugh. I'm a huge fan of this game, Ed Baver. I didn't really step away from this. Because I disliked it. I just had something... I had something else that kind of wound up taking its place, and I do feel bad that it took me so long to get back. But it's so good. Last round, when we played this a week ago, I did not do well. We had a lot of losses. And certainly we've had a couple setbacks tonight. But definitely, I'm... You know, like, there's a side of me that would like to see a lot of progress inside of the game, but not so much that so now I wish I had my Toxin Trickery. But not so much that I feel hard done by that I'm going to have to level up some of these heroes.
The slow death, unforeseen, unforgiving.
Yeah, I don't know. I've always... Like, the individual battles... Like, individual characters definitely get hard done by in the game, but I'm not playing the game on Stygian or whatever the new name for the top difficulty is. Oh, I didn't mean to... Oh, okay, that sucks.
Finding the stuff is only the first test. Now it must be carried home.
Like, I've always felt that this game is actually quite forgiving so long as you, like, focus on what the objective is, which is, of course, to get to the darkest dungeon and fight, presumably fight whatever's there. So, you know, like, the individual loss of a favorite hero, I get that it feels very tough. I can understand why someone would be, upset at losing a hero. But I've never personally felt that that means that the game is particularly punishing, in the sense that I kind of think that you have a constant stream of new heroes, and so the game kind of gives you everything that you would possibly need to like. There's nothing really that stops you from winning other than your own, your own willingness to stick through it. I don't know why I tried to get through the protections on this character. Anyways, it's neither here nor there because we're going to do some ridiculous damage with the Bounty Hunter.
Unnerved, unbalanced. Monstrous size has no intrinsic merit, unless inordinate exsanguination be considered a virtue.
I'm just going to do individual heals. Kubisek, 3,232nd of their name. Thank you very much for the follow.
A death by inches.
I generally tend to kind of take a burn the boats approach. Usually, or I guess the other way would be to say, come back with your shield or on it approach. I tend to lose a lot of people to very uncompromising attitudes towards the completion of dungeons. But that's not necessarily a good feature of the way that I play the game. It's just something I sort of recognize as a tendency. Okay, I'll ditch the citrine because it's not worth that much. Well, we'll ditch the anti-venom first. I should have been using that earlier. But we're probably going to wind up kicking out the citrine for goodies. Okay. Curio coming up next. Melee Mage, thank you very much for the raid. How you doing? Oh, wait a minute. Did I mess up the... Yep, I messed it up. I'm sorry, guys. I automatically tabbed out to shout out Melee Mage. I'm sorry, I'm really bad at this. Second you ditch the anti-venom is when you get the poison. That is true. Actually, tell you what, this doesn't take that long, so I'm just going to quit to the desktop really quick and reopen the game. And that way, I know it's just a minor thing for a lot of people. Ooh. Sorry, it looks like I got a cloud save message. But yeah, I know it's a small thing, but I do know for some people it really does annoy. And if I could, I'd like to minimize annoyance. What are you doing tonight, Melee Magic? I saw you were streaming, right? Sorry, I think I saw you and Elkanu in roughly the same spot, so I'm mixing the two of you up. But I don't know what you were doing tonight. For those of you who don't know him, Melee Mage is from the same city this game is from, Vancouver. Somebody I met at a local gamer bar called EXP. I sadly did not get a chance to see him at the when I visited Vancouver.
I knew all these paths once.
That was true for a lot of people, unfortunately.
Twisted as my own ambitions.
But I'm very happy to still be able to see him on Twitch. So dealing with the crone is going to be a bit of a challenge. Let's get this done. Playing Final Fantasy 15. Gonna have to go to get dinner though. I need to do Final Fantasy 14 in an hour. Alright, well I'm very, very grateful that you decided to bring your viewers here. For those of you unfamiliar with me, I know Melee Mage. I kind of already said that. But I am, you know what? I think I had something that dealt with stealth, but it's not here. Well, here's what we're going to do. We'll mark him. And I do play often different games for Melee Mage, but I do my best to match his talents. So. Ah! That was the whole point of marking the ghoul was.
Prodigious size alone does not dissuade.
All right, Bounty Hunter should just
blade.
demolish the tenacious crone.
Obliterated.
Okay, we'll get rid of one of the firewood.
Clearly in view.
The citrine's apparently
Or is it
still
merely a trick of the light.
hanging on in the inventory for a little longer. I don't need more torches.
The way is lit. The path is clear. We require only the strength to follow it.
Okay. I don't think there's anybody to mark us from the fungal grabbers, so we should be
Annihilated.
generally okay there. Let's do a dazzling light to try and buy some time. I don't think I have the move to drag her closer.
Decimated.
Okay, so this should be a bit more straightforward. They can still damage us, but it's groping swipes. Jesus! Alright.
Wheeling. About to break.
Melee Mage's prophecy of getting blighted the second I dropped the anti-venom came true. Need a little more damage on the grabber, but otherwise we're okay. Okay, so they're dead next turn. We'll focus on the second, at least until we get them below 6.
Continue the onslaught. Destroy them all. A momentary abatement.
If we can, yeah, get the blight down.
The slow death. Unforeseen. Unforgiving.
And everybody's healed up, so we don't need to worry about the food. Hey, another citrine. Alright, but the onyx on its own is still worth more than the 2 citrine, so we'll... I am tempted to ditch the torches, but... I don't know, the 250 gold isn't quite enough for me to leave the 3. If it was 1, I wouldn't feel so bad, but...
Wealth beyond measure. Awarded to the brave and the foolhardy alike.
Really?
Eradicated.
This is not going to go well for me. Oh, alright. I really thought they were going to make another one.
These nightmarish creatures can be felled. They can be beaten.
Alright, well, we brought shovels for a reason.
Nature herself, a victim.
It's
to
still
this
a 90%
brain
of rooms, so, sorry, it's still a 90% of rooms,
Malformed.
so it's, why did I bring 4 blood? I must have picked some up, because I've only got one person affected by the Crimson Curse. So overall, this is pretty forgiving as far as rooms to check out are concerned. My biggest thing my biggest focus right now is going to be just balancing my desire to get more, more objects against trying to keep a few necessities in the pack, such as food, possibly firewood. I'd be slightly inclined to ditch the firewood just because we're generally in good health, but the thing is that last run we felt like we were well on our way to a win, and then the dimensional shambler kind of comes out of nowhere and we lose two fairly valuable characters.
The light, the promise of safety.
Probably want to try and keep a few more options open. Grave digging is not the healthiest of professions. Oh, come on, you've done this a million times.
The match is struck. A blazing star is born.
Probably should use a shovel for that. I always bring one extra, so. So apparently I should have kept the citrine. I'm not quite ready to throw stuff away yet.
In Radiance,
I wasted one torch there. Well, not fully wasted it, but I was a little premature on it, but we'll get through it. So I'll wait till just before the battle to give...
Without tools of iron, you
what?
must rely on flesh and indefatigable purpose.
Oh, that sucks. I mean, what's the... Yeah. I genuinely thought I was going to use the shovel in that.
Spirits are lifted.
I meant to... Well, we can probably still use the blood on the... Alright, this is definitely the sort of thing that can turn into multiple ectoplasm... plasms running around. I don't know, I'll try and deal with the... Oh, actually, here's one thing that can happen. If I let them sort of bleed and blight their way to an end.
A death by inches.
So I think they can still expand. Yeah, I gotta remember exactly how this works, but... Ugh. Nice. Definitely do a pick to the face now. Good. So they're gonna drop on their own. In this case, I'm gonna do a dazzling light to get us a little time.
Great is the weapon that cuts on its own. Press this advantage. Give them no quarter.
I really want those paintings.
As victories mount, so too will resistance.
Fountain reinvigorates the hero. Alright, so really at this point it's just a matter of pushing on to the 90% limit. We should be generally in good shape. The, you know, the mishap with the shovel is unfortunate, but we can bounce back from that.
Confidence surges as the enemy crumbles.
Probably should have tried the stun then.
As the fiend falls, a faint hope blossoms.
Okay. The fungal battery can be very dangerous here, so the plan's going to be to either stun or outright eliminate them. So let's do a judgment, because we probably can get 5 in. Oh! Alright, I'm going to play grenade the back row then. Oh, that's blind! Good lord. Okay, well, finish him is still going to help me out. Unbelievable. But we are going to get marked, which is what I was hoping to avoid. So I bungled that in one way. The good news is they're going to focus on the grave robbers, so my healer is going to be able to kind of see us through. But it just sucks that I messed it up the way that I did. I should have used this plague grenade. That's 2 in a row. Okay, so now my healing intentions are going to be divided between a couple of pretty heavy hitters. I mean, for having 2 heroes marked, we're doing okay on the damage we've been taking, or rather not taking from the beasties, so as a small bonus there, I suppose. I'm getting low on torches, so the stun is actually kind of nice for being able to replenish the light. I mean, in this case, we're at 100, but as a whole, that's going to be something that can give me a slight edge. No, they'll die to the blade anyway. So at this point, obviously, we just kind of try and do as much damage to this first unit as we can. I could try the Dazzling Light, but Judgment's going to do more damage. The stun is fairly unlikely, given that it's already pretty well guarded against it. Alright, I was hoping to get the Vestal for 1 round to heal up the Bounty Hunter, but I'll live with that.
Seize this momentum. Push on to the task's end.
Should have got the Bounty Hunter to do it, because I would have been healing them anyway. So, Room Battle, not a whole lot for me to look forward to, other than... well, they're diseased anyway. Yeah, this will be just unpleasant, but we'll get through it. Again, I'm going to prioritize the Ectoplasm just because... So, the funny thing about this is that... right now, the 4 slots are taken up, so I don't believe the Ectoplasm can produce anymore. But clearly, if I get rid of the fungal batteries, then it means that the Ectoplasm has a chance of producing more problems. So in this case, I think all the incentives are pointing towards getting rid of this thing. The one problem with some of these strategies is that I haven't really tried any kind of an alternative, but this just kind of makes sense to me. Is it Excaliblade? How you doing?
Cursed champion falls.
Might have been an idea to just let that thing die to blight, so it would push these 2 to the front. But it's a moot point because we made it. It was a crit anyway. But most of our people can reach more than 2 slots, so that's probably not that big of a worry. But as usual, it's I might try and get one of the characters to mark the fungal batteries, because they're just going to keep, like, the escape, they're just going to rotate the escape cloud, and it's going to be very annoying, and it's going to produce a lot of blight. Larosider, you're fired. Doing good, about to start playing some Dungeon. Oh, you know, I've never tried a mod in the game, but then again, this is, I still haven't, I haven't actually gotten to the Darkest Dungeon yet. This particular playthrough is my, the furthest I've gotten on a run. I do, oddly enough, have a mod idea for it, though. I just figured it'd probably not be a bad idea for me to complete the game before I... before I start messing with the internals. My hope is that if I pull it off, I do want to send it to Power Up Audio, because I think they might get a kick out of it.
But a victory
nonetheless. Alright, so the decision now is, do I think I'm going to need the healing, the stress relief, or the lantern from the firewood? My inclination is to say no to that. We do have quite a bit more to explore, but again, there's always that risk of the nighttime ambush. Deeds, on the other hand, we do have a use for. We were supposed to get 8 from that ill-fated expedition. So it's not without risk. See, the one other question that you might have would be, well, if you're just going to throw away the firewood, why not take advantage of it now? The bounty hunter might... Yeah, so we don't have a prevent nighttime ambush with us, it turns out. But in this case here, other than maybe a little bit of heal, there's really not that much that we'd be gaining from the firewood anyway. So I'll just toss this out here. I definitely have an idea. Oddly enough, I've actually said... So the idea for this mod came after someone made a comment on the writing of the game, and I wound up saying something unintentionally funny, and then I thought, actually, there's a mod idea in this. So I realize that's a very, very it's a very vague way of putting it, but the thing is like I've now sort of decided. I've decided this is something I want to do. I have a little bit of the technical infrastructure to do it, but it is also very time consuming. So I need to. I have no realistic deadline for when that's going to happen.
Impressive.
But I do intend to work on it as soon as I can. Well, I've kind of already started, but I'd like to put some more serious work into it. Dazzling light. It's my usual thing too that like there's a lot of rewards that you can get for even just announcing that you're starting something. It's one wonderful thing, and I like. To a certain extent, I'm very happy that people are like this. You'll get a lot of very encouraging words from people when you start something. But the challenge sometimes isn't starting something. Very often the challenge is completing it, you know. It's very easy to start and... Alright, we kind of knew that was coming. So one of the things that I sort of privately do to try and push against... Thank you very much for the follow, Excaliblade. You've got a mod that gives the Highwayman a Glock? That's really funny. But yeah, my inclination generally is... See, I want to get the Vestal back, but I think in this case I'm going to pass the turn. I know it raises the stress, but... Get into a healing position. All right, couldn't do it. But yeah, so the one thing I want to do is try and avoid the situation where I get the rewards for doing something before I've actually done it. The other thing that's a nice side effect is that it stops me from disappointing people if I either lose interest or otherwise can't complete the idea. So, but with that in mind, like, I would also like, if I can, once I start putting some serious work into it, I would like to sort of document the process, and that way if somebody else has a mod idea and they would find it helpful, they're able to they're able to get past some of the stuff that I struggled with at the start. So I am kind of hoping that the Vestal will heal themselves, and unfortunately we threw away the shovels at the worst possible time. Hello, the Eyes of Sin. How are you doing tonight? This is potentially going to be really hard. So first priority is to eliminate the Cultist Enchantress. I will do finish him.
A devastating blow.
This is partly because I need at least one turn of the Vestal being able to do their own healing. Even though they're also my primary stun, letting the Blighted Giant get a hit on anyone who's not the Vestal.
Mortality.
Wow!
In a single strike.
Let's try an uppercut.
A singular strike.
Alright, that still gives me some time. Does it simulate narration from Wayne June, or does it just provide narration from Wayne June? Either way, last run we had a lot of losses. This time around we had one run that was started off very well and then just completely fell apart. And now we are sort of leveling people back up, but it's a very fragile little run. I hate doing Divine Comfort because it's such a weak choice, but I do actually need to spread out some healing, so... Again, normally in this game I tend to like sort of big, bold decisions. High damage, high heal, that sort of stuff.
This expedition at least promises success.
Pure greed, all the way. So one of the big consequences about ditching the torches is that we're going to lose a bunch of torches as we cross the cross this obstacle. The difference is we are also potentially not going to have to encounter anything in these other two rooms. So it's not ideal, but we work with what we've been given. Most of the team's going to be on recovery anyway, due to the disease. So. Okay, so there's a small argument for me pushing forward because we've got the slot with the food, but we are low on torches and such. In this case, I think I'll just take my rewards and go.
Every cleared path and charted route reduces the isolation of our troubled estate.
For those of you who do not know the Eyes of Sin, they are responsible for the lovely emotes that a bunch of people were throwing around in chat. My god, there's a lot more of you here than I thought there would be. So thank you for that. The Eyes of Sin does do commission work, so you can stop by their Twitter if you would like to hire an emote, or just general art person. But I did also shout out the Eyes of Sin's Twitch channel, because while they do not stream on a regular basis, I certainly enjoy hanging out. And I always tend to find for those kinds of broadcasters, if you don't follow them when you have the opportunity, you're never going to find them any other way. And so obviously there's somebody who's created a lot of value for this broadcast, just in the sense of providing all of the emotes. If any of you have access to them, feel free to spam those in the chat. I'm just very reluctant to tab out because I know it adjusts the positioning of the cursor, so I do it myself otherwise. Again, sorry for the cough. But anyways, definitely somebody who I like shouting out, whether it's for the coffee or the Twitter or the all the different places where they'll post their art. And then, of course, most of you are already familiar with that art just because you get to use it inside the channel here. But wow, we have got 3 people with diseases. All right. Do I not have I do have follower. Oh, right. No, the new ones that they just added. Not yet. No.
You are a part of this place.
You're right. I forgot that there's that Twitch added those. Okay. Normally I like to do the stress heal, but this is getting a little ridiculous. So let's cure the disease. Oh, Olaf's diseased too with scurvy. I need more spots in the medical ward. Yes, at some point. Alright, so as always, the plan's going to be to try... So I'd like to have either a level 5 team who's ready to take on the cannon, or I would like to have a... or like a level 6 team to take on the Countess, but until I get a Flagellant up to that level, that's not going to be happening. So I think the best thing I can do is try and level up some of my 3s. As always, we're going to take a quick peek at the stagecoach, see if any specialists have arrived, which they have not. Yeah, so I think I'm just going to stick with my level 3 dungeons for the next little bit. So Frankenvinder I don't think is going to want to... Oh, no, Frankenvinder is going to want. Okay. I'm not opposed to bringing an occultist. Well, if I'm going to be bringing a Vestal, maybe not. Actually, I'm running out of people to bring. Okay, Frankenvinder is an option then. Which means I only have a position 2 left, which would suggest Fitzroy. And part of that's just because among the, the Hellion, the Bounty Hunter, and the Flagellants... So first of all, bringing someone under-leveled isn't necessarily, the path to long and happy life. The other factor is any one of these characters might get replaced the next round when a level 3 shows up. These are really more placeholders for the the people that will eventually replace them. So the one thing I do want to do first, well, number one, I need to make sure everybody's properly equipped, because I tend to be rather bad at updating that. As you can see, it's 2 levels of... And that implies that we'll also need to stop by the guild. Okay, good. Wow, I've really neglected Frankenvinder. Sorry. Vulnerability has actually been pretty helpful in the past, so... I can work with that. I think I'm going to bring the Lance just because I'm very bad with positioning. Generally, one surprise or a similar attack just demolishes the the team. I'm probably not going to use it, but I guess it's not nice to have. Okay, I'm going to have to figure out what trinkets I want to equip people with, too. Right, we already looked at that, sorry. Again, I apologize for all the throat clearing and the other just biological nonsense you have to listen to on the broadcast, and I still prefer to stream when sick, even if I mean, it'd be nice to just do a good show, but I don't like canceling stuff if I can avoid it. I really don't like the idea of just doing healing received. I can, however, see resistance. Again, we'll just maybe take a quick second here and see. I don't really think I'm gonna... Sorry. Some of this might be... Actually, this is definitely one I want to bring on the Countess fight. I will confess that one of the big challenges I have with the way that Darkest Dungeon does trinkets is that there's very few sort of absolutely good ones. And I don't know, I really like to think through the consequences of a lot of stuff that I try and do. So in general, this means like I'll tend to feel a little more... generally feel a bit more wary about... yes, okay. The Prophet's Eye... Well, the thing is really an occultist the best thing that I could be giving a Prophet's Eye to? I feel like there are other roles that might be a bit better. Okay, let's see if there's some other... options here. Actually, here's an interesting question. Okay, so these spells count as raid. I don't see why they would be anything else, but... See, Ancestor's Pistol might be kind of interesting. Oh man, Ancestor's Portrait's something I should be bringing on all of these leveling groups. I had no idea that we had Baristan and Dismas's heads. That's crazy. Okay, cool. Crescendo Box is kind of tempting. The thing is, we do use this as a healer, so some healing oriented... healing-oriented characteristics would be good. Excuse me. I don't know if I have... Yeah, I've got the healing received, but I don't know if I have a lot of other... Nope, there we go. Chirurgist's Charm. I think that'll have to do. And this should be a little bit easier. The one thing that I do to try and make this a bit easier for myself is, if I can, just generally, maybe we can do something to mitigate the death blow resist. But yeah, if I can, generally if I can get something that's a little more oriented towards, Martyr's Seal. It's a little silly that I'm doing it for this character, but this one... Oh, hang on. Yeah, so, I mean, it's just the, adjust the death blow resist a bit. It's not normally how I use Martyr's Seal, but it gets me what I need. Sorry, I know I'm having trouble finishing sentences. There is one other thing I wanted to do before provisioning. I think we've crossed a couple of thresholds, so no reason not to build the bank. So that'll help us a little bit with our cash. And then what are we looking at for... So the Outsider's Bonfire is pretty good because of the respite points. Sanguine Vintners, I don't actually think we have any other use for busts, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. So, like, the cartographer's camp is very, very tempting. The idea that torchlight is more beneficial. We generally have not gone in on these really big, like, don't bring any torches, take advantage of the darkness kinds of runs. So, you know, the cartographer's camp definitely lends itself to that kind of choice. It does mean that you have to save a lot of crests, but you can see how it's worth it. The Puppet Theater is not as big. I do know we have a Crusader. Yeah, GNR/ tends to get a little antsy if we don't bring him out. And because he's at level 6, I tend not to bring him out very much. So, but like, would I really want to give up 200 crests just to, you know, appease one Crusader? That doesn't really seem to make a lot of sense, right? Again, we already talked about the Sanguine Vintners. The more busts I get, then, you know, we'll just build that naturally. We're doing pretty well for blood, so I don't actually have that big of a worry about it. And then, like I said, the Outsider's Bonfire, as far as my preferences are concerned, being able to do more at the bonfire is definitely a big appeal. Now, it does require one of 3 characters who I haven't been bringing along very recently, but that's just more because of who I'm leveling up. The biggest thing that I can say about this is that when I think in terms of trade-offs, both of them cost 300 crests, and you've noticed that my tendency is not to camp because of that threat of ambush. And so I have a suspicion I'm going to go for the Cartographer's camp first. But it's obviously very clear here that I have got a way to go to get the crests. But yeah, at this point here, if I have two otherwise equal opportunities, I'm gonna go for the one that gives me the crests or the busts. So this is long anyway. I believe you get more resolve XP off of this. And as usual, we'll bring 16 torches. Fill up a bit on the food. We'll bring 20, although I think we sometimes wind up throwing those away. I don't think anybody's got the Crimson Curse. Let me just double check. So, yeah, that'll do. We'll probably throw the firewood away almost immediately. But the ruins bear all the signs of your ancestors' frenzied digging. Holy smokes, we're already at 3.5 hours? I'd normally be done by now.
Pace out the halls of your lineage once familiar, now foreign.
I'm sure you've all figured out I actually really like this game. Okay, so this is a pretty straightforward run for us. You know, follow a normal path. What I'll probably do is something... Oh, actually. Interesting. Okay, so it's not quite as straightforward as I thought because the only connection is down below here. So I guess I could do something like this. Either way, I have to retrace my steps. Just the question is how do I want to do that? The other alternative I have would be to follow a path like this. So there is a really long retrace, but the retrace is at a slower rate of a diminishing torch. Or sorry, the torch diminishes at a slower rate. So yeah, I think I might do that actually. Partially just for the experiment, but...
Packs laden with loot are often low on supplies.
So we're skipping the cocoons where I can. Generally, we've found the bloodsuckers to be rather inconvenient. Although, again, I love the design. But actually, Eyes of Sin, have you ever seen the Crimson Court designs? Because this is definitely one that I feel would be up your alley. I'm trying to think if a dazzling light makes more sense here, or if we need to go on the offensive. I'm thinking we go on the offensive. Ugh!
Obliterated.
So I try to take out the sycophants first, partly because of the maddening wine, but also because of their healing abilities. I mean, they all kind of have healing abilities, but the sycophants are particularly annoying in that regard. So under normal circumstances, I'd like to eliminate the protection on the Chevalier, but we were still trying to take out the sycophant. Come on, man. Let's do a judgment on the supplicant. I'm gonna read them my blog. Have you read my blog?
Continue the onslaught. Destroy them.
So now we can hex the Chevalier to reduce its protection. This guy's got a little more health than I probably should have paid closer attention to that. But Judgment will heal Corbin, so...
As the fiend falls, a faint hope blossoms. Unnerved, unbalanced.
Right. It's just not quite there. I think I'm going to go for the Festering Vapors on the odd chance I get one more cheeky heal in.
Slowly, gently.
Well, it's worth a try.
This is how a life is taken.
Antiquarian. So one thing I always mess up with the Antiquarian is you have to actually have them... So far as I can tell, you have to have them
Gold,
click...
trinkets
or
and baubles, paid for in blood.
you have to have them selected to get these minor antiques. They also get other stuff, but I'm really, really
A
bad.
full pack often attracts unwanted attention.
I've never heard that line before. But yeah, so I'm really bad at remembering to do that, but... The gentleman in the turret. Yeah, the occultist. Love that character design. So yeah, I particularly thought of the... So I don't know if you heard my question before. Have you seen the Crimson Court material before? Like those vampires that I was just fighting?
Ringing ears.
Wow. Okay.
Blurred vision. The end approaches.
We will... Oh, Jesus. Let's try that again. Alright, yeah, it's a very clever way that they've done vampires. So, the vampires are mosquitoes and other bugs. So, we will definitely run... So, I could unpack them by opening this cocoon, but I'm almost certain I will run into them again, and I'll point them out to you. But yeah, this game has a really interesting take on vampires that... I've said this so many times before, but basically it's these... It's one of these, like... You'd almost sort of think low-hanging fruit. Like, it's such an obviously good idea, and yet nobody has done it except for Darkest Dungeon. So yeah, I don't know, just the idea of
expedition at least promises success.
sort of the heralds of the vampires, and some of the vampires themselves being mosquitoes is just a neat idea. There's a horror anime with mosquitoes as vampires. Do you know when the anime was done? I, of course, should have known to leave you to be the one to find the anime that's related to it. An old one from the 90s. Okay, so I wonder if that would be an inspiration for this one. I really want to take out the Bone Noble early, but it really feels like the Fester... It really feels like we should do Festering Vapors on the Bone Commander. I have a feeling my Occultist is going to be tied up with some healing, so... let's see if we can get a little tempo by... Oh, that's right, I can never stun position 4. Alright, be judged! smite the Bone Commander.
Masterfully executed.
So we're gonna have to do a heal on the Antiquarian at some point, but it'd be nice if we can get rid of the stress dealers. Blade has the better name, Thick Bone Boy. Alright, so again, we'll do Abyssal Artillery. Just so the Bone Marksman. Generally, I do find the Skeleton Archers to be a bit of a pain. It might have been just kind of a low-level thing for me, but definitely the Bone Noble, the Tempting Goblet is something that I tend to struggle with quite a bit. And again, when we're leveling people up, it is nice to be able to have less stress, because you can generally get that group to come out and and beat up the bad guys again. So here we'll use Divine Grace on the Antiquarian. We might need another round. No, that's fine. They're healthy enough. We'll. Sorry, Eyes of Sin. Your dashing occultist is the only one to get stunned. But yeah, everybody's healed enough that we'll bomb them with Divine Wrath. 9 damage around there, toast. Alright, have a good one, Ed Vapor.
Does not dissuade the sharpened blade.
I don't have the Grave Robber right now, but I seem to remember you liking the Grave Robber. Yes, we want to smite.
Press this advantage. Give them no quarter.
Okay, so first thing is to ditch the firewood. If I'm gonna be using the firewood, I'm definitely not gonna be using that much. The Unholy Slayer's Ring, I really don't like the minus dodge on it, but I think we'll get the bonus from the Holy Water first. If nothing else, I can just sell the artifact for cash, and I may wind up doing that because we've got a chest to open. Contents are yours. I do like deeds, but I also have an anti-venom, so we'll ditch that first. I hear healing's not very important in this game, right? You read books? Fill your mind with other people's thoughts? Okay, apparently the Antiquarian really likes desiccated and unremarkable books. Alright, so this is why I brought the Holy Lance, because again, like, this winds up being incredibly disruptive to my team. So I'm gonna blight the Bloodletter just because it usually takes a few turns anyway. It's definitely gonna take more than a few turns as I get my Crusader in position. But we're not gonna take it lying down. I could just try and move my units back and such, but I don't see a lot of point in that. I know this guy's got protection, but actually, oddly enough, this is kind of the right choice if I'm going to try and plant everyone down. So, this is going to take a few runs of the Holy Lance, but we're still able to do damage. We're very lucky. You judged!
Decisive pummeling.
Be hexed. Ah! Alright, that could have been worse bleed-wise. So that's kind of what we were waiting for in terms of positioning. I don't think we're quite at a point where I want to do the healing yet. Oh, healing yet, so that back row is still a little bit of a pain. And I might as well get my Oh, I can't. Huh, I didn't realize that you could only do that from the back two. I always thought it was the back three. Anyways, we know what to do.
Side Otherwise has no
So this is going to be a
intrinsic
tricky one to hit, just because we don't have a lot of
inordinate
back row.
considered a virtue.
We don't have a lot of back row attacks, but we should be able to tick him down enough to make it count.
Remind yourself that overconfidence
So-
is a slow and insidious killer.
This is where the decisions get kind of tough. Emeralds are kind of worth something, and I only have 1 stack of gold right now. But I'll ditch the ring. I'm going to keep the firewood for a little while because I may still have use for it. Yeah, oh, sorry, there's one thing I can do. The citrine's obviously worth less. Yeah, the thing is we got so much stuff early on that I haven't quite made some firm decisions. Like, basically the strategic decisions haven't quite been made for this this dungeon yet. And that can be a little bit of a drag just because I have to wind up throwing away a lot of good things.
Even the cold stone seems bent on preventing passage.
So I haven't really come up with a good argument for one approach or the other, but I think I'm going to go out and around like this. I'm going to strip some of the protection first. Hey! I wasn't I genuinely thought we were going to get a little more roughed up on that. Let's judge him. Have you read my blog?
Back to the pit.
I don't have a lot of very good penetration, so if I can, like, I tend not to use a lot of debuffs, but I also think that's one of the ways that I let the battles last session kind of run away from me. So, in this case, I'm trying to let people be a little more specialized. Obviously, the Crusader's my primary damage dealer, so if the Occultist can set them up with some, you know, by reducing the overall level of protection, that will hopefully mean that the hits kind of count for more. But this is also sort of an experiment to see whether or not that's viable when it comes time to face some harder challenges. Yeah, we can judge them.
Their cursed champion falls.
Cool.
A trifling victory, but a victory nonetheless.
Think we will forego the cash stack and start a rare antique stack. The Heartburst Hood is not really the kind of trinket that I want to bend over backwards to keep, and yet I have a tendency to lose trinkets, so a nice big reserve is kind of like having a bank.
The path is clear. We require only the strength to follow it.
I am always incredibly tempted to use this, but let's leave that for the final part of the dungeon. All right, so here's the vampires, Isa said. So in particular, there's the sycophant here. These are a little bit harder to map to a particular insect or anything like that. But as a whole, they tend to be I don't know. They're a neat take on vampires, in my opinion. But with that in mind, I do need to pick. So I can slowly tick down with Blight, although they're all pretty resistant to Blight, or I can just wildly stab at them. So they've already taken their turn. In this case, we can kind of go aggressive on the hits. I am going to take a small risk here and do the Zealous Accusation, just because this sycophant is somewhat weak. So if I can spread the damage a bit to the row behind it, so much the better. The risk here is that I don't do enough damage to the Sycophant, and this allows them to heal at the start of the next turn, but my fears were not justified. Alright, we'll get a precautionary heal in. It's kind of like playing an early version of the game where you had the old table saw strategy and just attack the thing in the front row. But it's working, so we're probably going to do another Zalus accusation. Now, if I can, yeah, in this case we'll do weird reconstruction, just if we can avoid a death's door and the debuffs associated. I'm going to have to use the Vestal on the cultist though, so have you read my blog? Their blight or their bleed resist is kind of low. That hasn't really hurt us though. Alright, so this is going to be a little tricky because they're on the third row and my primary... Oh, that's right. No, they keep moving forward, so they're obliging. I am, however, going to start healing up some others. So probably a few more turns than I was expecting to take on this, but... Ah, someone got the curse. Alright, well... We had a pretty good run of avoiding it. So I don't know if Eyes of Sin was around to see that, but those are the vampires I was talking about.
Triumphant pride precipitates a dizzying fall.
I will confess, I'm probably gonna forget that the Curio's here, but I don't know. That is kind of a fun fight. And we kind of seem to be on... I don't know. I feel like we're on track to having a pretty decent... Like, I think we can end this with a decent amount of health. We'll see. I wouldn't hold my breath on me doing that encounter, but... That might work. Treasure. This kind of seems like something I can handle on my way back, because by then we'll have the firewood out of the pack and maybe a little more space. Who's good at getting rid of traps? I'm sure people will point out that there's an annoying bot in the channel. The only thing is that I'm very reluctant to tab out because it adjusts the position of the it adjusts the position of my my cursor in an annoying way. So I am aware of it. I'm just not going to do anything about it. It is up to you to decide whether or not you'd like to follow that link anyway. I just don't think it's going to give you the rewards that you seek. So I am kind of falling back into the bad habits of, like, kind of leaning a little bit on having a Vestal to keep everyone topped up. Some of the battles that I've been fighting have sort of needed to rely on a little bit more damage output, or just generally slightly more thoughtful behavior than sort of having a healer to drag me out of the fire each time. But with that in mind, right, like I'll take advantage of the tools I have. This is a chance to get rid of the... I mean, it'd be nice to pile on the damage, but we're probably getting rid of the commander anyway. Yeah.
Perhaps the turning point.
Alright, I do actually want busts, so I think the best call here is to burn the last torch.
The promise of safety.
And I think this sometimes gives you stress reduction. I can never remember. Yeah, well, could be worse. So we do have a battle coming up. Not my favorite option, but we were going to go through there anyway. An old journal entry. So, oddly enough, I do think I'm missing... Ooh, this is going to be a tough one. I think the occultist is going to need to help out with the protection, and we'll do a lot of blight. Let's start by healing the occultist. Excuse me, sorry for the yawn. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I think we'll do the table saw approach again and just hit the front row. Maybe Festering Vapors on the back because we know we're going to give them a few turns.
Be gone.
Oh, okay. That's straightforward.
The horror.
Oh, the worries. Okay, I was like, what kind of a howl gives you a disease? Okay, that thing's dead next turn anyway, so we get to focus on the ghoul. A stun on the ghoul is a little bit of a long shot, particularly with this...
Fear consumes the mind.
Particularly with Corbin, because I've already equipped them with a minus 10% stun. But it does help me bring the torch back up, so...
Great is the weapon that cuts on its own.
That's probably overkill on the reductions, but... lets me do a little more specialization. I'll also confess too, so this is just another example of my weakness as a Darkest Dungeon player.
Devastating blow.
But clearly the way to solve this is to have laudanum in the pack, and yet the thing is that when it comes to a lot of those reductions, I tend to ignore them because they wind up taking pack space that could be used for, you know, like treasures.
The bigger the beast, the greater the glory.
Yeah, it's I think it's Chris Barassa who's responsible for a lot of the art. I don't know if you got to see the vampires that I pointed out, Eyes of Sin, but I tried. I don't quite feel the same compulsion to do damage reduction on the Bone Commander, despite the fact that the logic is the exact same as the Ghoul. Just trying to think, is there any kind of cleverness I want to try and do here? No, but I know the Bone Spearman I think can disrupt my formation a little bit, so... That's not so bad.
Well struck.
Ah, I hope you enjoy it. So one more Abyssal Artillery should take these folks out, but they're gonna get their last hits on me. And my Vestal's not in a position to help. Ooh, that's a good hit though. So they'll die on their own. So I'd love to use a weird reconstruction here. Actually, we may not be able to get the Vestal to do a heal. I'll just... Actually, I could have moved the... Alright, no, that'll work. I was going to say, I probably could have just moved the Antiquarian back one, but...
Slow death. Unforeseen.
Basically, craft dinner, as you Canadians call it, but the deluxe craft dinner with the squeezy pouch or cheese instead of the powder. So, yeah, I mean, I was always under the impression that the product name was craft dinner, but is it called something different in... So, like, the thing is, like, I know, like, craft dinner is... I guess craft doesn't really exist anymore. There's, like, Mondelez, and then there's the... Like, craft split up. There's Mondelez and the other half. Maybe there isn't still craft. Maybe the Mondelez side was, like, the candy? But I don't know. It's corporate shenanigans. But yeah, like, I know there are, like, store brands and sort of generic macaroni and cheese products, but I was always under the impression that Kraft had a macaroni and cheese product called Kraft Dinner, and there is something of a famous Canadian attachment to that particular dinner. But in the U.S., you call it Kraft Mac or Blue Kraft in some parts of the South, Instamac. Interesting. Okay, yeah, like I like this is just one of these examples. So people have sometimes talked about the way I pronounce certain words. And to a certain extent, I do know through things like craft dinner and such, I take a number of, like there's a certain number of things I kind of take for granted in terms of phrases or distinctly kind of Canadian, names or products or things like that. There's also certain chocolate bars. Like one thing in particular for me I thought has always been interesting is that... I have always assumed that if there's some kind of like sweet or like kind of candy product that that Americans always have access to it. So what I mean by that would be like pop. So there's Coca-Cola in Canada, sure, and there's like Coke Zero and Diet Coke, but Cherry Coke or Vanilla Coke are like limited edition or otherwise sort of special products, whereas to my understanding, like Cherry Coke and Vanilla Coke are distinctly like those are just things that you kind of take for granted. There might be other flavors I've never heard of before. You say wooder instead of water. Yeah, so I think people say that the way I say against is weird. Apparently it's against. No, I still say against. Against. There's a couple of other ones that people pointed out. I don't know. Some of this, like I've said, sometimes I mispronounce stuff just because I only ever read them. So generally... the Orwell essay was not a bad example. There's some words that I run into in the first time, and you notice my tendency is very much to look them up. But obviously, if you read as opposed to use them in conversation or hear other people use them, you get odd pronunciations. And I mean, sometimes I've just learned them incorrectly. So for the longest time, I said "sea anemone" because that was what my mom said. But it's not an enemy. I believe it's enemy. At the very least, I know like the double N's sound is wrong. Cherry vanilla. There's cherry vanilla. Huh. Cherry diet, orange vanilla, lime. Ooh, lime would be good. I've had lime Pepsi, but again, that was a limited edition thing. Also, I don't drink a lot of pop. I actually had the first one that I've drank in like a year. It was a Jarritos. Just came with something I ordered, so I figured I'd drink it. Orange vanilla is a favorite of yours, but they only sell it in 6-pack bottles and 12-pack cans. Interesting. I think I'm gonna have to ditch the deeds here. Sorry, I was talking about pronunciations and all sorts of nonsense just because I was trying to rationalize in my head what I could throw away for it.
Struck. A blazing
Oh, are they? Yeah.
star is born.
I think they're a Mexican product, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, I just got a burrito, so... It's kind of hard to justify an abyssal artillery here, so let's weaken up the bulwark. Nice! Alright, Fitzroy, I wasn't expecting that. Yeah, that's one of the reasons I don't drink pop that much, is or soda. I generally try to avoid, like, sugary nonsense, but sometimes you want something tasty. Alright, if we can delay this a little bit more, we can get some good heals in, but it's not necessarily to my advantage to let this thing do too much more damage. Maybe we'll try a stun? I'm not sure. So it's 3 damage, we still need to... we can try it. Yeah! Alright then.
These nightmarish creatures can be felled.
We'll just make sure the Vestal heals my Crusader at the start of next round. Okay. It's actually a nice little run of information that we got, so we should have enough shovels to get our way through.
Beyond measure.
Oh.
Awarded to the brave and the foolhardy alike.
I want it all. In the south, there is Cheerwine, which is a spiced cherry soda with a distinct, almost sweet wine flavor. There's Sangria Signora, which is another soft drink which tastes very much like fruit wine. I have not had nearly the culinary experience you have, so I don't know what most of those things taste like on their own. You wish they bring back Crystal Pepsi back for good.
In Radiance, may we
I think I've
find
heard
victory.
of Crystal Pepsi. I'm not quite sure what it is, though. Like, I know it's a clear Pepsi, but I don't know if it had, like, a different flavor or something. Well, I would have to if you want it back. Gotta be a little mindful of my Vestal's stress here, but so far we're doing okay. It's taken me a while to get through this dungeon, I apologize for that, but it's, boring is good in this case, because we're starting to get a little low on supplies.
And thirsting for blood.
Interesting. But yeah, sorry. The whole reason why I wound up talking about some of this, like candy and pop stuff is I have found out that there is apparently a whole thing in the States about Canadian like confectionery. Clear. So like I think Coffee Crisp and like Aero bars are these strange and exotic candies that is, you know, are unknown to you Yankees. So like Aero is the one where there's like little air bubbles in the chocolate. Apparently that's something they sell them in the There is a Canadian import section? Johnny Big Time, how you doing?
A fortune waiting to be spent.
So for those of you who don't know him, Johnny Big Time is a streamer that What are you doing subbing to me? You're never here! Johnny Big Time is a streamer that I... Thank you very much for the sub, Johnny. Johnny Big Time is definitely a streamer who I am very fond of. He is someone... He's been playing Ratchet and Clank lately. But one thing I really like about Johnny as a broadcaster is he has got a really great level of energy. He's also really quick-witted, so... The funny thing is that... So we've collaborated on some stuff before, and I've really enjoyed. So for those of you that haven't seen... This is a little bit of an older broadcast now, but he and I did Hazelight's sort of second game, A Way Out, and I think... I don't know, like, again, he's a really... He's got a good quick wit, and I think... It works well together. Okay, so I'm gonna ditch the firewood because I don't have the food to be able to to sustain the camp. Although we are getting low on torchlight as well. But yeah, like all of that is a present. So the thing that's funny is that when we pair up, he normally likes to play the quote unquote the dumb one. But I mean, you know, he's a smart guy because he plays Wordle. But yeah, no, anyways, Johnny has definitely got a much higher energy cast. He tends to play games that are maybe a little bit more engaging. And so he's an easy recommendation. I would definitely say that Johnny's the kind of person I would recommend. So if somebody wants to understand like what Twitch is and why people like it, he is probably my go-to recommendation. Obviously I'm better, but no. No, Johnny's a really talented guy. And he's somebody who I'm always very eager to shout out, but I don't always get the chance because I know he's back to streaming on a regular basis, but I know he's also back to streaming, and the hours are actually very similar to to my own. Oh yeah, I guess my Wordle's coming up in half an hour, I think. Anyways, yeah, so Eyes of Sin was busy blowing my mind, Johnny Big Time, finding out that apparently there are Canadian sections under imports. And yeah, I get maple syrup, although Vermont certainly has a fair quantity of maple syrup production. But yeah, wine gums, caramilk, and Macintoshes. Oh, and ketchup chips. We don't have those here except in Minnesota. Yeah, so I do not have this patriotic love of ketchup chips. Like, I've learned to tolerate them. I just don't eat a lot of chips anyway, but like, I don't personally see the appeal. But yeah, you don't have wine gums? Yeah, so... What are some of the other Canadian... What's some of the other Canadian... like confectionery that you don't have? This is crazy. Thanks, Olaf. You're a legend. Smarties, which are not the same as Smarties here. Man, I can remember in Australia, there was this like police Smartie where you'd get like a blue one. And like it'd be this massive Smartie, like it was the size of a plate, it felt like. I was also like super little, so I'm sure it was just an abnormally large Smartie, which was large relative to me. But you don't have all-dressed dressing? Well, I guess if you don't have ketchup, how could you get all-dressed dressing? You'd always be one dressing short of all-dressed. Yeah, see, I always associate the United States as like the land of plenty, particularly because you just get all the different flavors of Coke. But, you know, maybe it's the lack of, oh, Corbon is paranoid. That's what I get for focusing on sugar.
Of conspiracy.
You know, maybe Canadians make games like Outlast and Darkest Dungeon because they don't know the happiness of having a smooth vanilla Coke. Let's try... I could use the extra torchlight from that stun anyway. You have import shops that carry Canadian stuff because it got pretty popular here. Yeah, I mean, it's just... I wouldn't have associated Canada with, like, innovation in you know, in sweets. Oh, do you guys have Big Turk? You know, the candy bar that also doubles for a prison nickname? It's like chocolate-covered Turkish delight. Yeah, it's like it's great because like it's either a prison nickname or like a Street Fighter character or like Super Punch Out character or something like that. You don't have Turkish delight, yeah. I mean, I don't know how close it is to like real Turkish delight. I've had Turkish delight before, but not like. Like again, I don't know if it's a representative example or not, but. All right. We don't really have anybody who's going to raise the stress all that much, so we will still do Abyssal Artillery just to spread out all the damage. But yeah, I don't know. I've heard people say that it's not tasty. God damn it.
Annihilated.
Yeah, so that was just it. Like, I remember liking The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe, and like Turkish Delight's a big deal in that. It's like it's the sort of candy that you would betray your family for, and I think a lot of people tried it. And they're like, ah, what is this? Yeah, no, I liked it. I didn't have a problem with it, but. It's just, again, it's one of these things that I sort of know, I guess through lore almost, that apparently that is not a consensus view on the candy. By the way, I'm really sorry for those of you who do not like. If you want to talk about something else, I'm happy to change the topic, but. Oh, fair enough. So yeah, this has messed up the positioning a little bit. Obviously we got to get a heal in on the Antiquarian, but I may have to move the Occultist back one as well. You know what? The Antiquarian can move forward. Let's weaken the... Neko wafers. Cat wafers? Sorry, I'm not sure. I feel like I should know what those kind of wafers are, but I don't immediately have a mental image. I'm sorry. The Darkest Dungeon version is the Necro wafers. Okay, I said I was going to move forward so I could get Abyssal Artillery back. Still not enough.
Power.
That ruined any chance on the Abyssal Artillery, but we should be able to get through it. Thin round candies, very thin. Okay. I'll have to check that out after the broadcast, Isaacin. I'm a little limited in terms of what I can use the chat for right now. No bleed to deal with.
So clearly in view.
No point in
Or
ditching.
is it merely a trick of the light?
You know, almost 2,000 worth of emeralds. Oh, but I did say I was going to get rid of the firewood. Okay. So I don't have a torch to put into the sort of tempting spot. We are already going to send some people to the inn, or otherwise cure their maladies. So I guess the question is, do I want to try a battle in the treasure room? And I'm actually inclined to say yes. Because there's some other stuff that I can throw away too. So again, this is probably going to wreck a lot of my sanity, but I would like to, particularly because I've got the Antiquarian with me, I don't think this is a bad opportunity for me to try and get a little greedier. So as far as I understand, the Antiquarian doesn't just give you access to the minor antiques and such, but you get a higher like a higher storage area for the gold, and you get what was it? There's minor antiques and then rare antiques. Now, of course, I'm running a fairly big risk here, so not only is the stress going up from the torch, but I don't have any food left. So if I get another hunger event, I'm in trouble. But it's a risk I'm willing to take again. Yep, there we go.
No force of will can overcome a failing body.
I'm gonna push on. If I get a second one of these, I know we're gonna it's gonna push the antiquarian over the edge. But again, I want to see if I can. I want to see if I can make that treasure room. I don't mind going a bit later. I was a little surprised at the response or lack thereof to politics in the English language. So, as I sort of promised at the not promised at the start, but I'd indicated at the start, I was thinking of doing a preview of something that I'm planning on doing reasonably soon. I'm sort of feeling there may not be the same appetite for that as I thought before. So if you are interested in seeing that, let me know. And I'm happy to, wrap up the stream and take that to the Discord. Ooh.
The requirements of survival cannot be met on an empty stomach.
Honestly, though, health-wise, we're still okay. So I know I said I was going to give up after 2 of those, but... I mean, there's a way that this can just run completely away with us, but I'm gonna try. I believe.
Secrets and wonders can be found in the most tenebrous corners of this place. To fall for such a little thing, a bite of bread. Injury and despondence.
I'm
Set the
such an
stage
idiot.
For heroism or cowardice. A hand's breadth from becoming unwound.
I'm gonna be quite quiet, because I only have myself to blame if I've got heart attacks that are about to happen here.
Destroyed.
Alright, I'll take it. Okay, I got a self-heal hill.
Terrible vistas of emptiness reveal themselves. Dazed, reeling,
Oh no!
break.
And I can't do fortifying. Oh! Yeah, this is getting scary. I'm pretty sure the occultist is gonna die to a heart attack.
Perched at the very precipice of oblivion.
Let's just clear out the bones. So I think their attacks get weaker in the front row. You clown.
Seize this momentum. Push on to the task's end.
That doesn't do anything. And it was trapped all along. All right. Well, nobody died, so.
The shifted corridors and sloped walls of our ancestry are beginning to feel familiar.
Alright, if you will give me one quick second, I just need a second to stretch my legs, and I'm going to refill my water and such. So I'm not going to put up like the break sign or anything, but I do encourage you, if you've been sitting this entire time yourself, maybe take a quick second for a stretch and all of that. Again, I won't run ads or anything like that, and I won't be gone too much longer. But I do just need a minute to kind of do something other than be in front of the computer right now. So, I'll be back in just a little bit. Okay, so obviously a decent haul for us there. So 3 more people with diseases. I think Olaf already had one. So we got Red Plague, Tapeworm, Resolution. We did get someone up to level 5, which is good. But yeah, we've got a lot of healing to do.
The poor caretaker. I fear his long-standing duties here have affected him.
The lights, the tumultuous currents, and the ether bluster with extra vigor tonight. The comet particulates vibrate with extra intensity. 100% shards collected this week. So I haven't done the Color of Madness material for a while. Let me just take a quick second here. I don't think we have any upgrades, but it doesn't hurt to take a peek. Nope. Alright, so I think I probably want to deal with the stress stuff first. So Korban will never drink. Faithless. I'm sure I can still cram them all in the... So why does Frankenvinder cost more? It was probably a level thing. So I'm actually kind of tempted to do the mill. Let's just see what we got available right now. So this requires level 6s. Oh, that's right, we gotta cure... Oh, okay, so apparently the Crimson Curse gets rid of your diseases. Interesting. Well, actually, that's a little inconvenient because Olaf will now wind up infecting someone. But that's life. So yeah, God, it's been so long since I've done the farmstead. What would I bring if I... So maybe try Cuswalt in position 3, Segura in position 4, but that doesn't give me access to a back row. I could sort of see this working. Should maybe be prepared to do a hasty retreat. But I don't think it would be bad to get a little familiar with the... I think it would be bad to get familiar with the encounter. I should think about how I can do finale. I don't think I can build anything fancy yet. We're just short on the bust. Actually, busts I think we need 80. Yeah, we're definitely short on those. But I do need to check to see whether or not there's anything I can do with deeds, because at that point I think we want to convert the deeds and paintings. So yeah, it's basically all crests at this point. So let's do the conversions. So I get pretty good a pretty good return on crest for that. Okay, so that's also really good for a crest, so I'm just gonna have to find the busts some other way. Yeah, I don't know. There's probably more I can do to try and gain some understanding of the farmstead. But endgame can do... Oh, sorry. Reflection Obscura. Reflection Obscura heroes minus 20% stress, minus 20% healing... Ooh. Interesting. So that implies that maybe the Vestal may not be the best option here. But again, like, let's just do it. I'm gonna be very reluctant. I'm gonna be very reluctant to basically accept any kind of losses here. So I may wind up running really quick. If I recall correctly, like, this is not the sort of team I would bring against the Miller, but it's what I've got available, so...
The poor Miller. Thrice a victim. The seasons took his livelihood. I took his land. And now, uncountable years later, the comet has taken his humanity. My only regret is that I did not live to see that shoddy mill smashed to pieces by the miraculous bounty I reaped from beyond the void.
The shopkeep has such a wonderfully eerie design, and you love it. I wonder, I'd kind of be interested in seeing some of the other stuff that... So I know Tyler Sigmund and Chris Barassa, I believe, found each other working on... I think it was games for the Nintendo DS. Like, I don't know any of the stuff that they worked on before. So I'd be kind of interested in seeing, you know, again, it's a really distinct art style here, so I'd kind of be interested in seeing some of the earlier work and how it compares. Onward. Ah! I really do like the music for The Color of Madness. Oh man, I didn't even think of the skills. All right, this is gonna suck. Buff. I'm just trying to avoid the riposte. I am gonna hew though. Oh Jesus. All right, it's gonna be one of these. God. This is already a mistake. Alright, it's invisible, so this thing's gonna take its turn. That's not gonna help me at all. Let's... Nice.
Decimated.
I was trying to think of the sort of thing that I can do that's gonna minimize the heal. It's like status quo antebellum for, well, I guess they're still down a unit. Okay, so this kind of suggests that I need to focus the farmhand down now. I guess that gives something for the jester to do. Ah, screw it. Okay, so I guess there's a little bit of a race in terms of whether the bleed takes them out or not. I definitely want to try and... Nuts. Okay, please make this Hue work.
Destroyed.
Yes. Alright. We're looking okay. So, I'm sure it'd be interesting to see whether or not the restoration or the bleed activates first, but it's not something that I want to delay the fight to find out. Oh, okay, the plow horse is going to cause us some problems. We'll inflict the bleed, hopefully minimize the damage we take from it.
Eradicated.
Maybe I can stun it. Nope. It's already bleeding. Yeah, also reducing its speed would help. So it's still going to take an action this turn, but...
Great is the weapon that cuts on its own.
Alright, well this thing's going to die anyway, so we can buff our people again, and we can get a little healing in even if our healing is minor. Is there any way... I guess grape shot's the smallest. Damn it!
Size alone does
All right,
not
well.
dissuade the sharpened blade.
Alright, we gotta get rid of the foreman. Alright, can never... I always keep forgetting I can't do that to the very back row. We have been doing okay as far as just avoiding most of the damage, though, so I can't complain too loudly about how this has gone. But if I recall correctly, this is like supposed to be an endless mode, so at some point I'm also going to have to decide when to wrap up. On the other hand, I also know in the town, like at the monument, there's an indicator, like there's a certain milestone to hit, I think. I wouldn't be surprised if there was some kind of a boss at some point.
Slowly, gently. This is how a life is taken.
Well, I'm gonna get the riposte, but... Oh,
Confidence
no, I'm not.
surges as the enemy crumbles.
Where was that attack? I could have used that a little earlier, but... So he's not going to bleed out on his own. Yeah, Judgment's the right call here.
As the fiend falls, a faint hope blossoms.
So.
Safe
safe
from
enough
the comet's
for now.
maddening light. For now.
Body is refreshed. Oh, okay. That's going to depend on who activates it. Fields are fallow, yet still this twisted mockery of life finds a way. I don't know what most of these things do. I know I'm going to get hit by the boss, but that's...
Singular strike.
You know, that's just a thing. We will hew. Still not enough.
Blow. Press this advantage. Give them no quarter.
So this... You know what, let's just clear it out.
Their formation is
Saves the rest of my
broken.
team from having to worry
Maintain
about
the
them.
offensive.
Oh, okay. If I believe if I destroy one of these, that's a heal. If I don't destroy one of these, then it's going to hurt my people. So hopefully the highwaymen will deal with it, but I would like to make sure that my... yes, okay. So we'll do Wicked Slice to maximize the damage.
Back
Great.
to the pit.
So it does mean that the plow horse gets a bit of... yeah. Bit of time to prep an attack against me, but... I guess that gives the Vestal the chance to cure the party. Okay. This has always had a great soundtrack, but I really feel like as the DLC kept getting added to the game, so Crimson Court, Color of Madness and such, the songs just kept getting better and better. It might be a me thing, but I definitely like where the game went.
Inspiration and improvement.
There's nothing really else for them to do, so... Ah!
Obliterated.
Let's focus on the highwaymen first. Again, my preference is usually to do big actions on a single person as opposed to like the rising tide of divine comfort, but sometimes you need something a little different. So I think they die on their own. Yeah. So I get to use Solemnity with the leper. Oh, no, I don't.
Well
Nice.
struck. Another one falls.
It's a little wasteful, but I really did not want one of those things to blow up, so I went the cheap way out. These things are such a pain.
A decisive pummeling.
Also, I forgot to reorganize the skills for this this unit. I think I'm gonna do the Divine Grace on the Highwayman. I don't think it hurts to top up my people. Wicked Slice, hopefully. Yes.
The
Okay.
ground quakes.
That was a crit, so... Well, actually, I guess that thing doesn't leave a corpse, so we're set up for the hew for next round. So, ideally, Vestal heals the Leper, Leper hews the two down, although we may not have enough damage output to take him out in the one hit. Oh, that's right, I also have my pistol shot. An important detail. Not quite enough for them to expire on their own. There's a small argument for something like Solemnity, but again, it's better to just, you know, just take the win. Okay, that looks like a pretty big heal.
But be quick.
So, I generally don't like Dirk Stab. Well, like, just because I'm really susceptible to disruptions in movement. Inspiring Tune normally I wouldn't worry about, but it does seem to give a boost to Finale. And then Finale, I get one use if I'm up front. Okay, that complicates things. So it's plus 50% damage, good crit, and then at the end, minus 25 dodge speed and 100% stress. So given the fact that I can't change the positions to make this useful, well, I suppose if I did this... Oh, actually, this is kind of neat. So if I... Yeah, so like the idea would be, I suppose, do the battle ballad, do the solo, Dirk stab, and that like builds you up to the finale. But you're like useless after it. I don't know. I don't really feel like that works. I don't feel like that really works for me right now. But what I am going to do is respec to harvest and slice off, so I have a little bit more selection in terms of how I'm going to attack people. I definitely need to learn how to do this build up for the Jester, though, because I feel like I'm sitting on some very powerful abilities. Oh, that was for everyone. Okay, cool. But yeah, I feel like with the Jester, I'm sitting on a very powerful set of abilities that I just haven't experimented enough with. I feel like I can do better than Intimidate. So... It doesn't say how long this lasts. We'll try this. Light changes. Splendorous. Oh man, that looks cool.
A lost echo.
Are we caught in the reverie of some mad god?
Sparkling void.
Okay, you know what, let's buff first. Who's vulnerable to stuns? So again, the high protection's a bit of a liability, but stone things don't bleed. Beautiful.
Festering fear.
Well, I guess now I get to use Inspiring Tune a little bit more. Nice, that spot me a little time.
Gnawing uncertainty. The birthplace of
dread. So I was gonna try and take the pistol shot, but they're just gonna keep coming, so I think I'm gonna do Slice Off. Because we're gonna be facing gargoyles, then I'll sort of refactor into
Monstrous size
I'll refactor into Inspiring Tunes to deal with the
unless
stress.
Inordinate exsanguination be
I
considered
think the best
a
I can do
virtue.
right now is just Judgments and Stuns.
How quickly the tide turns.
That's inconvenient.
A
dizzying blow to body and brain.
Okay. Jester's definitely starting to stress out a little bit. Well, Divine Comfort just to try and get people back into the fight. I am, however, going to hew the crystalline aberrations because
Be gone, fiend.
it's possible that that stuff's gonna blow up in front of us. Okay, I can manage these folks, but the extra stress is really gonna ruin my day. Alright. So this is gonna be where the party
walls
starts to
close in.
unravel.
The shadows whisper of conspiracy.
It's just Bob. The person who's freaking out right now is Coswalt, and they've already got the worst of it. So I am gonna have to be conscious about heart attacks.
Diminished.
There's a side of me that wants to do a grape shot blast, but I know that's not the right call here. Again, trying to eliminate the sources of stress where I can, even if it means that I don't heal the
blood quickens.
the damage. Alright, well, that's a start. Bleed's gonna get to be too much soon. Well, actually, he's survived it, so... Hey! I'll take the crit. Oh, that's gonna be a hard one. You better hope his... Better hope his aim's on point. This thing's gonna blow up and hurt.
Reeling, about to break.
Good.
Another abomination.
It's also a needed
cleansed
heal,
from
so
our
that's
lands.
good across a couple of dimensions. So there's a side of me that would like to move back one, but I think, again, we're up against the gargoyle, which can sort of create inconvenient stuns. Ah, Jesus! Alright, the bone bearer is going to be a pain. So, I mean, the one thing that's nice is the Jester really adds bleed here, and it's not... That's not really all that helpful when you're against enemies of stone and bone.
Masterfully
The skellies are so rattly and almost cute. I have a feeling I'm not going to find the bone bearer very cute in a couple minutes. Oof, that's no bueno. Alright. If I'm going to do a stand, I gotta try it now. Oh no! Oh. I had to go through this 70% prot. I don't have any blight. This thing's gonna be a nightmare. Alright.
a brilliant confluence of skill and purpose.
What's the maximum damage that I can do? Looks like it's the Wicked Slice. Holy crap, yeah. Well.
Impressive.
One thing is, it's no longer warding, so I can try and get a hit in the back row with the Highwayman. Nah, not enough. I like the eye banner. I never realized that it looks around. There we go.
Precision and power.
Again, we're kind of letting them have their way with us, but I'm not quite sure if there was a better alternative in terms of priorities. Jesus. If this knocks him back, I'm in trouble. Okay, we're fine. Yeah, so in this case, I think it's just going to be a little bit of a marathon. As long as we can get our heals in order, I think we're fine. Actually, you know what I think I'm going to do? Let's just clear out as many enemies as we can. So at the very least, as each turn goes by, we only have to deal with a single source of damage. So even though it had higher protection, it had lower HP, so I figured one shot might do the trick. Alright, so the AI's caught on to what I'm doing. Oh, crap. Alright. That's gonna create some problems. Also, I probably need to do a battle ballad to reinvigorate my people. This is where bleed would help. This is where bleed would help, as the one character that can apply bleed doesn't. Alright, that's gonna hurt me for stun. I think we'll just try and manage as best as we can, but at the very least we can buff our people. So I don't have a whole lot for my leper to do. And again, just chewing away at the insatiable ghoul probably isn't a bad choice.
Returns even the boldest gaze.
I think I should still be trying to get rid of the shield wall.
Compassion is a rarity in the fevered pitch of battle.
The more stress I deal with now, the more comfortable I'll feel trying a later level of this. I am a little conscious of the slow progress, so as far as like streaming is concerned, I'm not entirely sure this is the best use of my time. But again, the rewards are kind of high here, so you know, we'll try and take it to a natural end, and I can maybe save the Color of Madness content for my own time.
The wounds of war can be healed, but never hidden.
It's endless. Jesus.
Their cursed champion falls.
So I guess we have to like clear out the entire enemy team in sort of one big go before we can progress. We're getting close to that, but I guess it depends when it refreshes. Let's give me a nice little FU before it goes. Nice. So presumably the teleporter comes. Interdimensional Uber.
instruments pause, but the symphony will soon continue.
Okay, so this doesn't look like healing. Mildred, this anguished creature does not seem hostile yet. There was a locket that we got off of the miller, I think. I don't think this is going to do anything, but item had no effect. I'll try one more.
Anchored on solid ground once more.
This isn't that bad. Oh, damn it! Nah, a little buff. I do need to reorganize the party. Ouch. Normally I want to focus on the horse, but ooh, that's gonna charge me. There is not a lot I can do about that either. I was hoping I could get it in one shot.
Mortality clarified in a single strike.
Not good. Oh my god, really? Alright. This game. Alright. I'm thinking we probably have to run after this one. I'm gonna do my best to see this through, but this is character building.
The bigger
Okay.
the beast, the greater the glory.
I could sort of try and buff myself, but something tells me that healing is not a bad option here. So I think what I'm going to do here is just try and push as many of these people to the front. Okay, not bad. This might get me a little time to rearrange the crew. So I do want to get I don't want to get the highwayman back by one, but oh Jesus Christ! All right. This is gonna take some effort, I think. I don't have any movement for most of my people, so it's weird to have the highwaymen in the front row. But I'm just trying to think how I would move them differently. You know what? I hate missing a chance for damage, but ugh. Should probably move up one. We're not doing enough damage. Okay, so this turn that's coming up, I think I'm just going to sacrifice any hope of doing some serious damage. We're just going to reorganize the team.
Injury and despondence set the stage for heroism or cowardice.
That's fine. Actually, Montcanisi is doing a decent job delivering some damage. What I'm going to do here, though, is I'm going to use the buff, and hopefully that'll help direct the attention a little bit more effectively. So I was kind of hoping to see what would happen at the end of this, but I did say one of the conditions was... Alright. One of the conditions was very low risk to my troops, and we are definitely in a point where we're looking at the possibility of losing some people. So hopefully we'll make short work of these guys, but we're definitely... we're kind of relying on the Vestal to drag us over the edge here, because we've got a lot of damage over time built up on us, and it's only going to get worse as the farmhands continue to deliver. I feel like it's always a 22 crit on a farmhand. I wonder what the deal is there. I'm going to do Solemnity just because I really do not want to get the penalties of Death's Door. Okay. And another Divine Comfort.
Wounds of war can be healed.
It's really not helpful for these folks, but it is a party. It is a group of people, so... okay. This thing is gonna really wreck my team. I should have done the chop. Alright, well, all that effort I put into putting people in the right spot, that's gonna go away in a little bit. So, let's try and get everybody to a spot to absorb the trample, and then cross our fingers. I do want to get the buffs back up, but let's get the stress down. Okay, that wasn't as bad as I thought, but the Vestal in the front row is a big problem. Ouch. That's going to be a problem too. Very crunchy horse. Is that going to hold them in place? Nope, they can still move. Pop rock horse. Actually, weirdly enough, my line being disrupted this way has caused the enemies to focus on the people with higher health. That's an unexpected benefit, but I definitely don't want to rely on it. I may not have the firepower to take this all out. Ooh, that's bad. Actually, you know what? The bleed will be enough to take it out, so that's fine. I'm gonna chop the front one, and then the highwayman. No, the highwayman can't take this out. Damn it. It's still gonna die on its own. So I need the Vestal to take this one out. I don't think anybody gets a heal for this. Oh! Nope, I can shut up.
Unforeseen. Unforgiving.
You like pop rocks?
Place of refuge.
Okay.
Only for a fleeting moment.
Let's see what's in here. The Miller's Hearth. The fireplace is slowly coming apart, but looks functional. Flame's color is somehow wrong.
A spark without kindling.
Oh, go to
A
hell!
goal without hope.
You could potentially kill one of my people.
Many fall in the face of chaos, but not this one. Not today.
All right. Well, let's make the best of it. Now we gotta leave.
Great adversity has a beauty. It is the fire that tempers.
So, obviously not an impressive run, but...
I remember days when the sun shone, and laughter could be heard from the tavern.
So, I have a few decisions to make here. Let's start by... I think I'll just deal with the stress first. Oh, whoa, what's going on here? Got a lot of tipplers, actually. Okay, well, I wasn't expecting... So I guess Farmstead Run doesn't really reset some of these things. Fair enough. Let me just double check. Yeah, fair enough. So we're actually going to have to do a real expedition. We have 200 crests, but I believe we were looking for the 300. I also think we were going to go for the... where was it? The cartographer's camp. So, let me just take a quick look at my... So actually, first thing I want to take a look at... Oh, actually, sorry, Isaacson, I see your messages about the horse, but are you still around? Because there's a couple of videos I can show you, which are, I think you'll appreciate. Okay. So, it says... Celestial Design... Okay, so defeat the Sleeper. So there's definitely another part to Color of Madness, which I haven't seen yet. And then... let's do Rarity will probably help. I could have sworn that I had gotten like a locket off of the... off of the miller. Is that a necklace of garlic? Probably. Let's just see. Yes, the fortifying garlic. Okay, I'm going to show you a couple of the Crimson Court cutscenes, Isaacson, if you don't mind. I'm trying to remember. So I think this one's just audio.
Madness can take many forms, but none so contemptible as man's belief in a mythology of his own making. A worldview buttressed by dogmatic desperation invariably leads to single-minded fanaticism and a need to do terrible things in the name of righteousness.
So
This man is an animal, rabid, destructive, and incapable of nuanced understanding. He must be put down.
So I think it's either, there's two videos. There's like Younger Years and Forbidden Tannin, but what I'll do is I'll just I'll run them in order. Yeah.
The courtyard and gardens surrounding the manor were once a point of pride for the diligent custodians I employed. Great banquets and lavish social affairs were hosted here under the stars. Despite the expectation of propriety normally ascribed to those in our position, we mocked the stoic melancholy of the moss-covered fountains and cherubic statues, our salacious trysts half hidden in the hedgerows, our morality slipping ever deeper into the mud.
I don't actually remember that line. Anyways, Younger Years, I think, is the video.
In those younger years, my home was a hive of unbridled hedonism. A roiling apiary where instinct and impulse were indulged with wild abandon. A bewitching predator slipped in amidst the swarm of tittering sycophants. Though outwardly urbane, I could sense in her a mocking thirst. Driven half-mad by cloying vulgarity, I plotted to rid myself of this lurking threat in a grand display of sadistic sport. But as the moment of murder drew nigh, the gibbous moon revealed her inhuman desires in all their stultifying hideousness.
So the other sections in here are just audio. Well, just audio. Obviously, this game has wonderful audio. But just before we had the encounter with the Countess, we got to see the other part of this. And again, I know you just really like the art style, so I figured you like these. So here's part 2.
Mercifully, the morbid encounter resolved itself in my favor, and I set to work pursuing degeneracy in its most decadent forms. The air pulsed with anticipation as I revealed the unnatural terroir of the house vintage. But my exultation was cut short as the attending gentry turned upon themselves in an orgy of indescribable frenzy. A single drop of that forbidden tannin gifted me with a dizzying glimpse of the hibernating horror beneath my feet, and in that moment, I understood the terrible truth of the world. I stood reborn, molded by newfound knowledge, my head throbbing to the growing wine of winged vermin come to drink the tainted blood of the darkest dungeon.
So I'm hoping that the success of the Darkest Dungeon has allowed the team to get whatever help they clearly need. No, it's very, very well done. But man, I have to wonder what kind of imagination comes up with these images so regularly. Anyways, the moment of the reckoning cannot be put off forever. I do still want to do long runs on level 3 if I can. Excuse me. The intention is to try and get people up to level 4 and 5 if I can. So, Bounty Hunter for sure. Antiquarian isn't going to be the most helpful for me here. Oh, that's right. Do I not have a spot for Olaf anymore? I'm probably creating some risks, but... And actually, Yeah, I'm going to be one short. I think I need another antiquarian. I've not played that game. I actually really haven't played any even remotely modern Final Fantasy. Sorry, I'm just taking a second here to think about how do I want to try and level this stuff up. Okay, I'm a little reluctant to do this, but I need the spaces. And of course, the important thing to remember here is that what I'm doing is I'm really leveling a lot of these 3s up to 4s. It still doesn't mean that we're going to be able to do the boss encounters that I want, but it's closer than what we've currently got. Also, have we always had the Formless Flesh? I feel like this is probably a new one, so... I'm going to need to think. Formless Flesh I remember a little bit better than some of the other boss encounters. Either way, we're still going to level people up, so... Onto the Cove. I could use better Blight, but let's just hope for the best. Can I just get rid of... Okay, can't be sold. We'll definitely pack up. Actually, you know what? I'll go for a full 12 on here. I know it's going to hurt our ability to collect loot, but I'd rather have the option of using the firewood, particularly with people who are already at high stress. So I'm just going to take a quick nibble of some food. I'm 2 hours past where I normally would have gone, so I want to try and enjoy my frigid burrito.
The smell
Sorry
of
about that.
rotting fish is almost unbearable.
Okay, so again, we're looking to do 90% of rooms. This doesn't mean we need to do all the fights. I think there's too much in this higher level for us to safely ignore. So here's how I'm going to handle it. We're going to take a peek at this room, then we're going to walk back and do the room battle. So there's a little bit of a loss that we'll experience, but nothing too catastrophic.
The way is lit. The path is clear. We require only the strength to follow it.
Okay, we get a little intel of the upcoming rooms. But yeah, I try to avoid these rooms just because it's sort of... I mean, battles aren't like pure negatives, but they're not as...
A blazing star is born.
They're not quite as rewarding as like a room with a... Like a curio at least gives you an option. And
As the fiend falls, a faint hope blossoms.
It's like a curio gives you an option, and treasure generally you always want to take. So, I don't know, just like a room battle like this, you know, there'll be some stuff for me to pick up at the end of the fight, I'm pretty sure, but other than that, like, it doesn't...
Their formation is broken.
Doesn't really give you some compelling reasons to go for it. Also, sorry, as I'm saying, I see your description of the fight. I just didn't, I didn't have much to to add. I really should play that game. I know it's a game that you enjoyed a lot, or at least used to. I hope your new laptops allowed you to try a little bit more. But I'm not as familiar, sadly. So. Actually, the more I think of it, the antiquarian grave robber combo is not a bad one. Antiquarian for the blight, and then the grave robber for the bonus versus blight.
Unforgiving.
All right.
Remind yourself that overconfidence is a slow and insidious killer.
I think we'll chuck the citrine first. I mean, you know what? Nuts the bandages. And I'll probably ditch some of these trinkets as well. But yeah, so like I said, the room battle isn't like completely without rewards, but it's
the promise of safety.
It's not the most exciting option you can get. Like, obviously, if you have the choice to avoid it, it's
as the light gains purchase, spirits are lifted,
probably the right call.
and purpose is made clear.
On its own, though, like other than that one room battle, this seems to have been a pretty straightforward little run. All right, and that comes crashing to a halt as the Uka Crusher is going to make us bleed to death.
A singular strike.
This thing's pretty good against stun. I probably should have gone for the damage, but let's... Actually, you know what? It's a 1 in a million, but it worked. So we'll have a few bonuses to damage next round. So pick to the face probably makes the most sense, even though there's the bonus versus... Oh, that's a good question, actually. So we're minus 10, they've also got protection. Less protection than they normally would, but... Or I can take the armor piercing. I'm gonna... Yeah, let's see. No, it's probably better to do quick to the face. So I gotta prep for the arterial pinch coming. Judgment will do more damage, so I'll run with that. I think the likelihood of another stun working is pretty remote. Hey! No bleed! We're good! Alright. Wow! I was not expecting that. Okay. This is a pretty merciful little run. Let's try the poison darts on the odd chance we can keep it alive for a little while longer. Fortifying vapors on the bounty hunters, who's the only one who's damaged, and again, hopefully the Vestal gets a chance to finish the job. Alright, so even if we got the arterial pinch, we would have healed through it. Not gonna use 2 fire, and the stun stone's not that exciting. I'll start chucking out a few more of these things, but I'm gonna try and be a little more pragmatic on a few of my rewards. Now that we built the bank, there's something of an incentive for me to... Oh god, another one of these things. Alright. We should definitely not count on being as lucky as we were last time. Oh, I thought that was the stun. Crap. Okay, pick to the face doesn't do nearly as much as I thought. So again, the Yucca Crusher can do some really brutal damage to us, so I want to focus on it first. Alright, I can live with the tidal slam. Okay, and they didn't stun, so it's the arterial pinch that really hurts. already marked, so...
Victory.
Alright, I'll take that.
Turning point.
We do need to rebuild the lineup, but for now I think we're in okay shape. This will give me a bonus, or no, it won't, because they're gonna deactivate the stun in time.
Press disadvantage. Give them no quarter.
Okay. So again, Cash is king. But honestly, I don't need the citrine, so we'll take the 2 rubies, and I'm not gonna bring anti-venom. Like I said, just I tend to feel that the cash rewards tend to outweigh some of the damage mitigation. This may be a reflection of the kinds of parties that I bring with me, but generally it kind of felt like I've been able to... I think it's actually, what it might be is just the variety of different types of damage that you can get. So even in the, I guess in the Cove, bleed is quite a bit more likely than blight. But as a whole, like I tend to feel like there's just, if you want to properly deal with damage over time, you need to take up multiple slots, and I'm not entirely sure. You like fully protect yourself in those cases. Alright, now when it comes to priorities, the Pelagic Oracle would be a pretty high one because of their ability to heal, but given the fact that I don't have the ability to deal with this back rank on its own, first thing I want to take out is the Energized Stinger, given its ability to stun. The Pelagic Widemouth, like, they're a pain because they can disrupt my formation, and as you can see that my formation's actually pretty fragile. But at a base level, something that can... So, disruptions are potential harms to my overall plan. Stuns are guaranteed disruptions to my overall plans. So, and it dodged. All right. So let's try and do a Dazzling Light to buy ourselves a little time. Okay, good. And we'll do the Festering Vapors just to finish the job. It'd be nice to do Festering Vapors on one of these other two, but in this case, this has just given me the option of knowing... Well, not entirely knowing. If the Pelagic Oracle heals it, then it's... But they didn't. But yeah, the biggest threat is sort of gone now, and until I can attack the Pelagic Oracle, we just sort of... We work with what we've been given. So... That eliminates the healing, so the rest of this is really just kind of a matter of going through the motions. Well, Festering Vapor's the front row, just because I think the Bounty Hunter should be able to handle the second. Probably won't be able to heal everyone, but I will prioritize the Bounty Hunter first. Oh, I made the wrong call.
Confidence surges as the enemy crumbles.
It'll still work out.
Continue the onslaught. Destroy them all.
So, sacrifices need to be made. I'm not quite ready to give up the food. Okay, so there's nothing in here I'm willing to give up. It is a shame that I'm not able to start another pile, because I'm pretty sure at this early on I would be able to build a nice little, another, 2,500 gold. But I have a skeleton key, which is going to give me access to more stuff inside here. So I might give up the second skeleton key, but right now I just want to hang on to these. In some cases you can get rid of like the portrait and the deeds, because what I'm looking for are crests, but I can convert deeds and portraits into into crests, so even then, that's not really something I want to do. So we'll sacrifice these, hopefully in the name of getting something better.
A handsome reward.
Okay.
For a task well performed.
We can trade the sapphire for the onyx. So the jade here is worth like 1,100 or something like that. So I'm kind of banking on finding at least one more jade, but I kind of also think it's likely that that's going to happen. I guess I could trade the skeleton key. Yeah, you know what? I'm probably going to wind up regretting that in a couple rooms, but... two stunners. And I'm not just talking about Eyes of Sin looking at herself in a mirror. Alright, let's stun and hope we can take this one out.
Obliterated.
Ah! Alright, well. We had a fairly good run of dodging that, but... So maybe a judgment? I'm not sure. We're also going to have to deal with protection from the plated maggots. Alright, I think I can live with an antiquarian being stunned, but we gotta stop this nonsense. So we'll do a judgment just because if I can't, like, so stuns definitely have their place in this, but the thing is that in general, I've tended to find that in Darkest Dungeon, it is generally better to do what you can to end the battle quickly, as opposed to delay the inevitable. And this is also true for healing. And I think that's a very conscious choice, because I can't imagine a game being very interesting if you...
Another abomination cleansed from our lands.
I can't imagine a game being very interesting if you sort of evenly balance the...
Executed with impunity.
Sorry, I'm stumbling over my words here. Like, if you can heal your party at the rate at which the enemy damages the party, that just strikes me as a formula to create a very long and potentially uninteresting game. You know what? I've changed my mind. I'm going to go for the gold instead of the emeralds. Again, a decision I'll almost certainly regret when I encounter another pile, but...
Finding the stuff is only the first test. Now it must be carried home.
But yeah, like, you could imagine the fights just going on forever. But I... whether it's intentional or not, like, it just generally seems to be that the best offense is... Again, sorry to use cliches, particularly after reading politics in the English language, but like it really is the case in here that a good offense is the best defense. There's a couple of boss fights which feel more like marathons, and those are times where I think it's quite justifiable to bring in a healer, specifically for the purpose of making sure that your party can go for the long run. But I also seem to remember back when I started or resumed this run rather. There had been somebody who commented that it feels like the Vestal is a must...
In Radiance, may we find victory.
It's like a must-have for the parties, and I don't really agree with that. My play would suggest that I do, because there've been quite a few rooms where I quite a few dungeons where I have wound up bringing a Vestal. But that's, in this particular case, has been more a function of the fact that I'm actually trying to do a fight in which a Vestal would be very helpful, and you know, as a consequence, I need to get some of this leveling done. And again, it's not to suggest that there's no value for the Vestal. It's just I think it's a time and a place thing. Okay. is protection on these two, so let's think I'm done with you? Hardly. We'll try for the stun. I know there's some healing that we need to do,
Vigor
but...
is restored.
Ah, god damn it, I did it wrong again. I mean, health isn't bad, but it's not the person who needed it.
Cannot be left unanswered.
So there's not a whole lot we can do about this. Oh no, that's not true. They don't have... Oh, no. It's a surprisingly big heal.
Weakened.
So this is potentially very stupid on my part, but I do want to go for the Divine Comfort just to make up for the mistake that I had before. As this is a cheap little bit of torch acquisition. So I got a little bit of an extra heal out of that.
Foolish horrors. Brought low and driven into the mud.
Excuse me. Okay, this is an easy answer. A little bit wasteful on the torch, but...
Glittering gold, trinkets and baubles. Paid for in blood.
So running into a lot of hallway battles, but generally the rooms seem to be pretty tame. My big decision's going to be... Sorry, I'm just taking a second here. It's getting to like minus 30, so even though I'm indoors, it's the sort of thing where I kind of want to wrap up. But yeah, so like as a whole, the rooms have been pretty merciful on this run. So the real decision is going to be on this end here, because it is going to involve some backtracking, so I'll need to kind of see where my torch is at. But I can definitely see myself tossing the firewood in favor of getting some more goodies. I really do want to get rid of that stinger. All right, close, but no luck. You know what? Judgment will work. So my preference would have been to use the Grave Robber to crack open the Plated Maggot, but what we can do is finish him on the Pelagic Widemouth, and then we just deal with the Plated Maggot next turn. In fact, we can give a little Festering Vapors just as a preview. Alright, I always get annoyed by that. I think there's something, I don't know why, it's the worst sense of entitlement in this game, but I always feel really annoyed when the enemy heals in this game. Jesus Christ, that almost... I had no idea my people were so weak that any enemy could one-shot them. That makes me a lot more scared. Oh, hang on, no, it's because they're buffed. Alright, oof. Alright, well, obvious step with the, Grave Robber, but... okay, flashing. Again, I would have preferred to focus on the Magician, but... or the Pelagic Oracle, but... I did not want that buffed enemy to get another crack at my Grave Robber. Alright, most of the stuff we can safely leave behind.
Push on to the task's end.
Because I'm still potentially going to use... See, the thing about the firewood is it's actually not bad for curing the stress. And if we cure the stress, this is a team that's pretty much ready to go on another... Oh no, they're not entirely ready to go because this guy's almost certainly going to become level 5. You know what? I'm gonna risk it still. I'm just kind of trying to think of what my priorities are, and I can still see uses for busts. So. Okay, so it's 2 room battles, one after the other. I probably want to prep for that. I guess that'll probably decide whether or not I do the campfire anytime soon. Not the kind of fight I would want to take, but we do get a couple of opportunities to stun. Okay, so let's start by stunning position 3. This is because I can get the Antiquarian to put some... So the Antiquarian's going to put some blight on the Sycophant here, and then the Grave Robber's going to kind of deliver the coup de grace. In the meantime, let's do... So the Thrown Dagger's actually a little more effective here. There we go. Yep.
Annihilated.
So actually, collect bounty. Nope. So, as promised, blight, that's going to mean another dagger to the Sycophant, and then we can start working on the Chevalier. I wasn't expecting to get another run with the Antiquarian. This thing might heal then. You never know. I might be able to do... Ooh, okay. I can do a finisher. Oh, that's a pity. No, hang on. The blade still gets him.
The weapon that cuts on its own.
All right. So I do get to do the... Nope, I don't get to do the finisher because the bounty hunter's already moved. But the Thrown Dagger still gets its bonus versus Blighted. And I think we'll just keep punching to the face. There might be an argument for the Marked to reduce the protection, but they're going to fall to the damage over time, so nothing to really worry about. That's just to clean up a little bit of the bleed.
Success so clearly in view. Or is it merely a trick of the light?
So there are a couple emeralds that we could have picked up, but so I'm not worried about this individually. I am, however, worried what the combination of the Uka Crusher. So the thing about Uka Crusher is the arterial pinch does like 10 bleed a turn, and I'm pretty sure it's like 3 turns. So repairing 30 damage in combat while you're still fighting this thing is almost impossible. But on top of that, it might mean that I'm heading into combat with a very diminished party. So there's a couple ways that I can handle this. Number one, if my Grave Robber's the first one to move, then we want to get through the protection. In that case, that's pick to the face. The fact that there's almost certainly no way I'm going to take this thing out suggests Dazzling Light. Again, 70% stun, and I believe I get a minus 10% on the stun skill chance. But it's really just hoping that I can get an extra turn so that I can set up a Blight on this thing. And also mark it so that I can reduce its protection. One way or the other, I'm taking my time. Okay, so the stun worked. But yeah, so what this does is the Antiquarian gets to do Festering Vapors. That buffs the Grave Robber against the Uka Crusher. Ooh. So, plus 25% damage, plus 7 accuracy, plus 8 crit. So we're going to mark for death. That reduces the protection as well as the, like the general bonuses that you get against mark. I'm still probably not going to kill it this turn, but it gives us a much better chance of delivering. So, collect bounty. Excuse me. Throw a dagger. Alright, that was a good run. Oh, yeah, but the Blight's going to tick it down, so we're good. And let's see if we can get a little tempo with the... Because if this guy heals, then all that work was for nothing. If nothing else, it just lets us set up. Oh god, I didn't count it. Alright, well. Oh, 8 damage around. Okay. Still, that's 24 is nothing to sneeze at. They're still gonna die on their own. In this case, I'm gonna try and let the... In this case, I just kind of want to delay the moment where the Yucca Crusher acts to heal as much as I can. So we still have 2 more rounds of 8 damage, so that's going to be 16 damage that the Antiquarian takes.
Unless inordinate exsanguination be considered a virtue.
But at least with 16, we should be able
If
to...
only treasure could staunch the flow of...
we should be able to recover that at the start of the Curio battle. Not great for my torch or my stress, so let's try and focus down the Enchantress. Judgment should do the trick. No! Curses.
Momentary abatement.
Okay. The two so when you have cultist gladiators like this, it's actually kind of... this is almost the best positioning for them. Because if the back one acts first, then what they wind up doing is moving up 1 unit, but it's kind of like the 2 of them are in the crab bucket. Like they're both trying to do their stumbling scratch, which doesn't do nearly enough damage, and the fact that one is sort of trying to leapfrog over the other one essentially renders them pretty ineffective. So to a certain extent, you don't actually want to disrupt the formation when they're like this, because it really neutralizes the risk that you have to deal with them. They have a couple of options. I mean, in one case here, I do have a bonus versus human. So while the pelagic widemouth is obviously a big threat to my my grave robber, clearly being able to take out an enemy threat full stop is better. So as it turns out, didn't work.
Death waits for the slightest lapse in concentration.
So a campfire would be a little tempting just for the stress hero. All right, and that's a danger you run, is that the faster one gets its turn. This is a great example. I mean, I'm already marked, so that's one thing, but this is a great example about why you don't... This is why I think the Vestal isn't actually required on a party. My Vestal simply cannot out-heal this, and we would not be taking nearly the amount of damage if we were just effective at taking out the bad guys. Festering Vapors. This is really just to set up the Grave Robber. So if I have to lose a unit, I want to lose the Antiquarian first. My preference, of course, is to lose neither.
This expedition at least promises success.
So I think it's earlier than I would want, but I think we're at a point here where both stress reduction and health will
Rats in a maze.
help out. Okay, so first thing I want to do, if I can, is eliminate the nighttime ambushes. Looks like that's not an option here. Oh, I think we said nobody has a disease. Okay. we'll do wound
A
care
momentary abatement.
first. Good. So then we cure the stress, and then any remaining time... Yeah, we could pray. I was gonna try Gallows Humor, but I prefer the offensive if I can. I'm ready for battle, let them come. Can anyone carry a tune? Okay, no ambush. So at this point I need to rely a little bit more on torches, but I think we should be okay. Okay, good info. We should probably be able to get through the dungeon without any more incidents. Again, never say never. It's we thought we had it in the bag when the dimensional horror showed up. Okay, 1250. I mean, this jade now really is worth more. I haven't really encountered any blockages yet. Yeah, so this is worth quite a bit, but the real question is, what do I give up for it? Because cash isn't... The thing is, cash isn't really worth as much... Actually, you know what? Okay, here's the way I'm thinking of this. If we find one more rare antique, it's going to be equivalent to a full pile of gold. So, I'm sort of gambling a little bit, but I think it's a worthwhile risk. I'm not quite ready to give up the food for it, but... I'm feeling like we've got a chance to at least break even. Because the other thing too is that if there's not that many encounters, we're actually still ahead. It's really only if I generate a lot of cash and no rare statues. So if it's not clear, like this thing's worth 1250. I gave up a stack of gold that was worth less than 1250, but we know that the gold limit can go up to 2500. So assuming that I get enough gold to hit the limit, and very often that is the case, it's not good that I replace this rare antique. On the other hand, if I find one more rare antique, I break even. If I find a second rare antique on top of this basic one, we're ahead of the game. And I mean, rare antiques aren't so rare that it's prevented us from finding 5 already. So, okay, so we at least have one more fight ahead of us. I don't ever really want to count on those curios having anything for us because we've been running into a lot of Crimson Court content. Okay, well.
Wealth beyond measure, awarded to the brave and the foolhardy alike.
Okay, well, we know who the public enemy number 1 is. That thing goes boom if you have not encountered one before. So I think we can do pick to the plated maggot, and then we'll just set up the slavering ghoul with the blight. And it was kind enough not to inflict any more stress.
Be gone, fiend.
I don't think I'm quite ready to... Like, I was thinking of marking it, but I think if we can just, like, just punch it in the face.
Festering
we
fear
didn't get any...
consumes the mind.
Didn't get any disease. I suppose that's a start. I think Judgment's the right call here. Just whatever chip damage we can do to it. So, Thrown Dagger should do a little more now. And this thing's gonna die on its own. Yeah, we can hasten the process.
Prodigious size alone does not dissuade the sharpened blade.
Okay, I'm gonna continue on here. We're in decent enough shape. So this is really just a little bit of greed for the extra slot that we just opened. In theory, there's 3 slots worth that we can undo. All right. I got some big problems with this one, because it's not just that we've got a Nuka Crusher, it's that we've got 2 oracles that can heal it. So we're definitely going to put the debuffs on. I will try and stun. Alright, we've had a pretty good track record of that so far. Again, we really just need to hope that the pelagic oracles don't do enough to wreck our fun. Excuse me. Yeah, I mean, stress sucks, but I'll take it over. Oh, nope, there it is. I'm still gonna focus on it because, again, if that thing gets an arterial pinch on the wrong set of people, we're in trouble. Okay, good. That thing does not need any more buffs.
The ground quakes.
All right, looking good. Oh, Jesus. It's a 50% bonus to damage.
The bigger the beast.
So these 2 are going to be a little harder to hit, but... So my Bounty Hunter can hit position 3, the Grave Robber's going to be hitting position 4. I am going to try and get a little more stun. So Bounty Hunter's going to take a couple of hits on position 3. Grave Robber has a realistic chance of taking the back row Oracle out. Okay, well. I have a pretty bad track record of predicting what's going to happen in Darkest Dungeon.
A trifling victory, but a victory nonetheless.
So we don't need the anti-venom. I'm going to take a chance and say that the shovels are unnecessary too. Because, like, the thing is, if we encounter something that requires a shovel, we just end the run. All right. It's not my favorite encounter, but we'll be fine.
Well struck.
I'm a little reluctant to do this to the wide mouth, but we get a chance to take it off the board. May make a little more sense to like mark and work down one of the bulwarks. I think we'll kind of do the table saw thing. I mean, it's not fully a table saw because the corpses stop everybody from just kind of drifting towards position 1. But the way I'm going to handle it is we'll just focus down the position 1 bulwark, and we'll do the same trick on the second. Noticeable exception will be the Pelagic Oracle. I'm going to try and hit that where I can. Oh, that's right, I don't have... Okay, you know what? Change of plan.
Masterfully executed.
That's a bit of a pain, but we'll get through it. So my preference would have been pick to the face with a 75 prot bulwark, but sometimes you don't get to choose your target. So at least in this case here, we're able to, like, it's the same debuffs on both characters. I think the mark... Oh no, it's two rounds.
Reeling, about to break.
Oh, but the blight's gone. I also don't think we'll be able to inflict blight again until the guard is finished, so... no marked bonuses, unfortunately. Well, you know what? Maybe it still works, I'm not sure.
A devastating blow.
Either way, they're going to die to their ticking damage. I'll take the opportunity to heal the Grave Robber just because there's nothing... There's basically nothing I can do that wasn't going to happen in the next turn. If I tried to damage this unit, that unit would have died, so at the very least I can walk away with a heal on the odd chance things go sideways. But at this point, we're just kind of going through the motions to finish off the last one without too much stress, and hopefully we get presents at the end.
As victories mount, so too will resistance.
So I don't really... I figure 3 of any one heirloom is better than the 1. I don't exactly need portraits anymore. So, yeah, I mean, tough call as to whether or not the rare antique was alright, but we're certainly not hurting for money after that run.
You will find all manner of great and terrible things in this watery tomb.
That Blasphemous Vial's pretty good. I mean, the bonus I tend to undervalue the risk of bonus stress. The number of... If you take a look at the graveyard... Actually, maybe we'll take a look at that, but if you look at my graveyard, there's a lot of people who have died to heart attacks. And I don't remember... heart attacks at 0 health being guaranteed kills. It could just be that I don't have a good recollection of that, but that's certainly the state of the game right now, and I hate it. Okay, so we got 2 level 5s out of that. That's good. Again, it's a level 5 antiquarian, so it's maybe not the most important thing I could have gotten. But I'd say we're in good shape after...
In truth, I cannot tell how much time has passed since I sent that letter.
So I'm going to take a second here and just eliminate some disease. It's hard to... Hey, Carlo the Curious. So soothing. Kills everyone with heart attacks. Makes sense. Yeah, I've got too much disease running around my my base right now. Alright. As always, we want to just see if we can find any replacements to what we already have. Looks like we don't. Okay. Next thing I'd like to work on is stress. So land residers gotta have their own. Oh, they'll only pray. All right. Well, we have the risk of spreading the Crimson Curse, but it's a little overkill as far as the stress is concerned, and I'm certainly in danger of spreading the Crimson Curse to 2 characters. Well, actually, if I'm going to do that, so let's see how many we've got. So a pretty full graveyard, but bled out, bone soldier, crocodilian, bled out, lack of the blood, succumb to blight, fell to the hand of Johnny Big Time of all people, fell to the hand of an ally, slain by crocodilian, bled out. Unsustainable stress, unsustainable stress, unsustainable stress, unsustainable stress, unsustainable stress, unsustainable stress, unsustainable stress. Bled out. Unsustainable stress. Unsustainable stress. Unsustainable stress. Unsustainable stress. Died to a bone commander. Unsustainable stress. Unsustainable stress. Bled out. Gatekeeper, collector, blight. Unsustainable stress. Unsustainable stress. Unsustainable stress. Sycophant, bled out. Chevalier, brigand raider, blight. Fanatic, Bone Sergeant, unsustainable stress, gibbering prophet, unsustainable stress, Esquire, Countess, unsustainable stress, Countess, unsustainable stress, infamous Fusilier, unsustainable stress. You noticing a bit of a pattern? Excuse me. Okay, so first thing I want to do. Realistically, what are we looking at for level 5s? Do I have a team that can handle the cannon? So, sharpshooter, sure. Bounty hunter, yep. Oh, I don't have a level 5 Vestal yet. That would have been Boronville. Do I need one? Can Frankenvinder work as a substitute? Well, yeah. I mean, the occultist isn't the best option. They are a heal, though. Well, then again, so's Liborg, so maybe we want to bring more shoot. Hellion for sure. Okay, so as a theoretical group, let's say Bounty Hunter for sure, because of its bonus against human. Sharpshooter for sure, because we're short on good position 4s. Hellion, again, for its... So I guess a highwayman would be helpful here. And I think I only have one highwayman now, which is my level 6 one. Which seems weird, because I like highwaymen, and it's funny that I would only have the one. But that does seem to be the state of the party, and for some reason I have 2 antiquarians. I may want to get rid of Fitzroy in favor of another highwayman, to be honest, but it'd have to be a level 3 one. Okay, so I'll be honest, it's maybe not my favorite team, and I am a little concerned that I might wind up losing a level 6 highwayman in the pursuit of a boss. The other thing is that I've been wanting to get a fanatic for the Countess fight, and I'm nowhere near a level 6 fanatic. That is going to take a while, unless I start sending them out on some missions. So I mean, maybe now is the time for that? Like, I don't know, do I just sit and wait for the level 3, or do I, accept that the only way I'm going to see these guys level up is if I actually make that happen myself. Okay. We're still working on the busts. I think we said that I'm gonna have to earn those busts on my own, but there is absolutely no reason for me to hang on to art. So getting closer to that magic magic 300 crests. We're also doing a bit better cash-wise. I might want to start thinking about eliminating some negative features. But yeah, here's what I think I'm going to do. I'm going to start leveling up some of my weaker ones. I'm actually going to go... Oh, the burden of suffering cannot be shared. All right. I really wanted to bring to... Oof. Is there such a thing as a position 3 bounty hunter? Apparently there is. That's crazy. Okay, let's... I mean, I don't want to invest too much in this party because I might wind up replacing most of them. Let's make sure that they at least have some stats that I want. Adrenaline rush isn't bad. I'm definitely very set in my ways as far as how to build some of these characters, and I'm not quite convinced that I've got the right way of doing it. Okay, so we've got a medium for 3 Ancestors Relics. I do believe you get more Resolve XP from the longer missions. So I'm a little more inclined towards that. Right, for some reason I thought Olaf had a disease, but the only disease is the Crimson Curse. Okay. So... bring 4 just in case. 3 shovels, and... yeah, might as well buy the extra torches. I am making, I guess, what do they say, it was 5% income, so I'm kind of curious what I'm looking at, cash-wise. So that's another 4,351. So just out of curiosity, at 75 a pop for torches, so if I buy 16 of those each time, and then let's say I went for 24. So yeah, I can definitely get pretty... I can go pretty crazy on my purchases and still be ahead at the income level I have. I don't want to assume that it's always going to be a constant upward trajectory, but
recover these lost
I can afford to be a little more...
that we may prevent them from falling into even less scrupulous hands.
I think I can afford to be a little more... a bit more spendthrift on some of the purchases I make. I'm just going to get through this barrier now.
Another mariner, another misfortune.
I don't have a very good strategy for running through...
In Radiance, may we find victory.
like running through the find the artifacts levels. Obviously, I hate the back row the most, so we'll focus on that. Ugh! I don't have much in the way of blight, but I think we can get through it. Alright, I mean, that's a shame that that thing's blocked, but I think we're probably going to focus on the Guardian anyway. Should bleed out? Yeah. And the Abyssal Artillery makes sense because I want to damage position 3. So I don't have a great healing strategy here. I mean, again, the Occultist can heal, but it's not what I would want to focus on.
Press this advantage. Give them no quarter.
Okay. Now, if you can give me a second, I have gone twice the length of what I would normally expect a stream to be. And I had coffee, and I had pop, I had water, and it all needs to leave me. So, if you don't mind, I am going to be back in just a moment. Again, I know better than to mess with the the menus and all that. So I will be back as soon as I can. But please entertain yourselves, and especially if you've been watching since the beginning, take a second and get up and stretch. It's good for you. Your body will remember that you are still alive. One of them unhydrate breaks. My God, Olaf, you've definitely been here and very patient for a while. So, yeah, I'll be back as I'll be back as soon as I can. Yeah, please take care of yourselves. See you in a little bit. Like, you had to stay to make sure you didn't die? Yeah, I haven't taken you on too many more missions, but that's partly just because a combination of disease and stress and whatnot. I was actually going to see if it was because you wanted to see the thing I was working on, because I kind of assumed that the interest for that was a bit low and I wasn't going to do it. But obviously, if you've been waiting for that, I'm very happy to do that, and I should probably wrap up. Mostly, I've just been following that illusion that I'm actually gonna go after a boss. We'll see. Before anything, I'm gonna have a bite of a burrito. A lot of blocks. Alright, it happens.
Obliterated. Destroyed.
Physician, heal thyself. Alright. I don't know. It's looking manageable.
Annihilated.
Two crimson curses and no blood.
Confidence surges as the enemy crumbles.
Alright, one blood. They can fight over it. So the blood's going to be a bit of a worry. I don't think heals are going to be that big of a problem. But yeah, the stress is definitely going to become pretty unbearable if I can't find the artifact soon. All right, well that definitely looks like the object of my search. Okay, that's one. Excuse me. Who's got the best bleed resist? Excuse me, I'm really sorry. I guess I could use a shovel to get a little bit of an edge on that, but... Alright, well, there's one curio, so... And it's not a relic. But we'll see it through to the end nonetheless.
Finding the stuff is only the first test. Now it must be carried home.
Look, I didn't want that stress anyway.
Confusion, nerves, and panic.
Yoink.
Continue the onslaught. Destroy them all.
Style points.
As the fiend falls,
I don't know, I really like Iron Swan.
hope blossoms.
Doesn't really necessarily do any more damage, it just looks cool. So, I don't know, I'm feeling reasonably confident in this. The third position's gonna be hard to deal with, but other than that, I think we're okay. It is worth remembering, I don't really have any good, I think I have one stun. No, I don't, because I went for the movement instead.
Eradicated.
So it does make situations like that a little more complicated, but I don't know, it's just...
driven into the mud.
I know I've kind of said variations on this a few times now, but I definitely feel like... I don't know, actually the better way for me to maybe say this is that when I think about how I've played this game, what's worked for me, I generally tend to find that if I make clear decisions and I say, you know, I'm going to prepare for bleed, or I'm going to make sure that I have an ability that can attack, you know, for every position in the fight, I have an ability that can target it, or, you know, anything along those lines. I tend to find that it is... I'm able to make do with what the game throws at me. It may not be an ideal lineup. It may not be something that's sort of tailored for the encounters that I do run into.
The path is clear. We require only the strength to follow it.
And in some cases, if I just had better memory or, you know, was more experienced with the game, I may find that there are more effective strategies for, you know, the circumstances I find myself in. But what I do tend to notice is that like the willingness to commit to a particular decision or a sort of set of priorities is one thing that sort of allowed me to sort of know, I mean, I guess for lack of a better term, like I know what I'm working with, and it means that I don't know, I'm kind of able to adapt a little bit better. Whereas again, I think if I tried to say it's like, okay, well I gotta take maximum bandages and maximum anti-venom, and then, oh, but what if I run into something that puts in horror? Okay, well let's make sure that we bring some laudanum as well. I'm paying a lot for that. I'm
Decimated.
potentially running out of those resources when I need them. I just don't really feel like preparing for every contingency is necessarily the thing that is most aligned with a win in my experience. So I don't know. Like I suspect that I've also gotten very lucky on a lot of stuff, but I tend to prefer committing to hard decisions, whether it's strategies or other
If only treasure
details.
could staunch the flow of otherworldly corruption.
I don't really need the Blightstone, but the Blightstone is worth more in trade, so if I'm lucky, the curio up here will be a relic, and then I can blow this popsicle stand.
A fortune waiting to be spent. The light, the promise of safety.
I suspect I'm going a little bit later because I started by drinking coffee. I'll probably Iron Swan this just because I really, really don't like... Oh, it's a crit, so it's going to be out of position. Never mind. I might be able to do it if it bleeds, though. I don't have that. I have Adrenaline Rush. Alright. Yeah, why not? So, it's toast. Ah, you monster.
A hand's breadth from becoming unwound.
Oh, so it's not affected by Death's Door. Cool.
A trifling victory. But a victory.
I'm not crazy about the
nonetheless.
heavy boots. I think we can leave those behind.
Wealth beyond measure. Awarded to the brave and the foolhardy alike.
I'm suddenly feeling like I don't have enough shovels. Apparently, they decided to take all the
As the light gains
barriers
purchase,
we didn't encounter in the
spirits are
last
lifted,
dungeon and stick them in this
and
one.
purpose is made clear.
You finished your International Econ class with an A! Congratulations, it's huge. I'm really happy to hear that. I also hope that for you the experience was not just getting the grade, but that you felt that it was like it was worth your time. You don't have to want to become like a trade economist. You don't want to have to like it. Yeah, I'm not saying that you you have to walk away with some, I don't know, like view that international trade is the most important topic in the world. I think it's a really cool topic. But I don't know. As I've said before, like I think there's just something about a particular way of thinking that you'll learn in an econ class, and particularly because trade. Did I ever tell you that Samuelson quote about comparative advantage? Because if not, I should share it. Yeah, I don't know. There's just a particular thing about the way you go about studying these things in the context of an economics class that
Great is the weapon that cuts on its
like.
own.
I really appreciate, and it tends to be I think, an enriching way of thinking about problems. So definitely worth your time. I learned a lot, and you became more informed. Oh, okay. So my apologies to those of you who have not taken an econ course and are unfamiliar. Let me see. It actually might. His Wikipedia page might have that anecdote. I hope it does, but let me just see. Paul Samuelson is great. Well, I mean, if I had to pick one favorite, it'd probably be Kenneth Arrow. But Paul Samuelson's pretty cool too. Oh, okay. Actually, it's actually rather funny here. I'm not. I'll get to the comparative advantage one, but I just it included this on it. This is a comment on sort of Wall Street, and for this he was talking about the connection between the stock market and the broader economy. So we would measure GDP now. Samuelson would be talking about GNP because that was the more commonly used measure at the time. So, to prove that Wall Street is an early omen of movements still to come in GNP, commentators quote economic studies alleging that market downturns predicted 4 out of the last 5 recessions. That is an understatement. Wall Street indexes predicted 9 out of the last 5 recessions, and its mistakes were beauties. So this is probably something that's accepted a little bit more than it would have been back in Samuelson's times, but obviously the stock market is not necessarily the best indicator of the broader economy. And there's some reasons why that would be. But comparative advantage. So maybe I'm hoping that It's Huge will not require comparative advantage to be explained. Although if it is, I'm happy to go through it. But I'm going to make a guess here that you're having finished an international econ course. You're familiar with it. But for the benefit of those who have not had the pleasure, there are a couple of ideas of advantages. So you can imagine a country that is... So like one thing you could think of would be the United States, which is certainly blessed with a lot of natural resources. It's got a, relatively, young and productive workforce. It's got a lot of capital, and it is certainly very good at producing lots of different things. So you can even imagine, like, the United States could have... So in terms of absolute advantage, like, you could imagine that the U.S. economy could produce more, let's say, flowers, right? People buy flowers. Flowers are a good that you can buy. It may have an advantage that, the United States may be able to produce simultaneously more flowers and more airplanes than this other economy. Just some countries are going to be able to do that, other countries aren't. However, one of the big insights in a lot of trade is that what matters is comparative advantage. I believe it was David Ricardo was the first one to bring this up. And the idea is that if you trade with someone, there will always be a comparative advantage, which is that you can generally be better, you can be more efficient at producing one or the other. And that trade will allow you to focus on that thing that you are really good at. And then, of course, the other party is going to focus on the thing that they're really good at. And you will, then you trade, and overall you are producing more than you would have if you tried to use your absolute advantage. So the interesting thing here is that it gives sort of a reason for why large countries with absolute advantages would still find it useful to trade with countries that you might sort of say, it's like, well, what do they have to offer us? And the answer is always quite a lot. if you understand comparative advantage. So sorry, that was a very sort of hand-wavy explanation, but I kind of hope you can see the idea, right? Like, even just think of like having a roommate or something like that, right? Like maybe you've got a roommate. Actually, this is such a terrible example, but please don't actually do this. But let's say you and your roommate take the same college classes together, and you know, your roommate is really, really good at doing homework. You know, you could both evenly divide time between like cleaning the apartment, you know, doing dishes, and doing homework. But if like your roommate is just a rock star and they can just rip through a homework assignment in a few minutes, you might want to do a trade where you say, okay, I'm going to do the dishes and you give me the homework, you give me the answers, and that's the trade, right? So of course you both have more time to do other things. The drawback, of course, is that the point of homework is not to actually just make you like waste time. The point of homework is so you understand the subject. So of course this is where the example really fails. Like, you're not going to have the knowledge that your roommate did, but it's an example. So anyways, the quote that I wanted to say, so Stanislaw Ulam once challenged Samuelson to name one theory in all social sciences that is both true and non-trivial. Several years later, Samuelson responded with David Ricardo's theory of comparative advantage. And Samuelson's quote here: that it is logically true need not be argued before a mathematician. That is not trivial is attested by the thousands of important and intelligent men who have never been able to grasp the doctrine for themselves or believe it after it was explained to them. And I actually think that's probably a pretty good response, because certainly if you take a look at the way a lot of people respond to trade now, generally there's a failure to appreciate the the advantages that come from understanding comparative advantage, and why you may want to to do those kinds of trades. Anyways, I like that quote. I mean, Samuelson's a very quotable guy in general, but the true and not trivial description of comparative advantage, I think actually works. I think there's quite a bit of sense behind that. Okay, I'm going to take the long way around, mostly because I'd like to avoid the battle. We already know that the curio I was looking for was not a relic, but blood. I have a feeling the only way I'm going to get more blood is to face another batch of vampires, so if I'm honest, I'd just rather not deal with it. Oh, quest location. Okay, cool. It tells me it's my highest bleed resist, so that's why I'm using the Hellion to... Cool. I could try and do more, but honestly, we're okay. I think we can just return to the hamlet. So again, run on the Countess, probably far into the future. It's a lot more food than I remember bringing. Yeah, I'm probably just getting tired. No busts, sadly. I would like to get to my 80, but... Okay. Get rid of the creeping cough. The real worry here is when these people get to level 3.
Finely crafted instrument of butchery and bloodshed. Yours for the taking. Okay,
so a free upgrade. In the end, the hours of rooting through the old barrels and forgotten weapon racks bore fruit. So Mathan is not yet back. Fitzu has has developed a reliance on spirits, so they are no longer demonomaniacs. They're Tippler. Okay, cool. And nobody got infected. So we'll heal. I think everybody's diseases are taken care of. Nope. I think I said I wasn't going to bring a Vestal on the fight. So, oh, I apparently have a better bounty hunter. Should have checked that because I don't get refunds.
Those without the stomach for this place must move on.
Okay. Let's take an ill-advised run on the Brigand 16-pounder. Like I said, I was going to take the Sharpshooter, Bounty Hunter, probably... Yeah, the only other thing I could think of would be the Plague Doctor. And the big problem I have with the Plague Doctor is that I'm not entirely convinced that dropping Plague on... dropping Plague on... like a long-run fight. Yeah, okay, so this is the one thing I'm really worried about here, is that... if it's a long-run fight... we are definitely going to want to heal up. But then I guess that's the point of bringing the Occultist, because the Occultist isn't exactly going to be doing that much damage. Okay, you know what? Yeah, let's run with this. Actually, this is pretty much what I would want for this particular fight. Let's also make sure that we've got the upgrades that we need. I'll admit that we've kind of thrown ourselves against the 16-pounders a couple of times now, so I'm not feeling super confident, but that's not the right attitude. We're gonna kick its ass. If it bleeds, is very tempting here. Yeah. Mark for Death is probably gonna help on the cannon as well. Alright, and then let's make sure that I actually get some healing in. Getting there. Alright. Let's make this happen. As long as the thieves and ruffians man a cannon on the old road, the hamlet will be cut off from trade. Demolish this ironwork devil. Kill the brigand 16-pounder. We get a bunch of crests, bunch of gold, the fuseman's matchstick, the demon's cauldron. I'm going to bring 4 blood. We got to use 2 of them right off the bat. I'm going to over-prepare items-wise. And actually, you know what? We probably don't need the anti-venom, but again, like I said, we're leaving nothing to chance on these.
Eager to end the tiresome domestic distraction, I instructed my newly formed militia of hardened bandits, brigands, and killers to go forth and do their work. Compliance and order were restored, and the noisome population of the hamlet was culled to more manageable numbers.
Actually, come to think of it, a shield breaker would have been a good choice here too for the protection.
The smell of sulfur and gunpowder hangs in the air. The war machine is close.
Let's go to the right. So the hope is that we find where the cannon is quickly.
The way is lit.
And make
The
a
path
beeline
is
to it.
clear. We require only
Well.
strength to follow it.
Oh boy. This is not a good start. Actually, I should be focusing on the on the people who can target me. All right, bought ourselves a little bit of time. God, these are a lot stronger than I thought. Yeah, so the stress is already a problem, but
Press this advantage. Give them no quarter.
I think we're in... Ah, crap. I forgot about that. Not great. Okay, let's just try and deal with the necrotic fungus. I am going to try and get rid of this monster. Okay, I would have done a heal, but that's shut off. So. Ah, God, this thing cannot die.
Confidence surges as the enemy crumbles.
No Iron Swan anymore.
A decisive pummeling.
So I'm gonna take a risk and heal. I'm hoping that my... Nope. Aw, damn it. These are gonna suck now.
Continue the onslaught. Destroy them all.
Oof, we got a death store. Okay, thank God. Yeah, we're looking at a death store penalty.
Their formation is broken. Maintain the offensive.
So it's a higher priority to get this thing off the table. I think this is what happens after spending too much time in some of the lower level dungeons. All of a sudden stuff feels a lot harder. Yeah. I wanted to see if I could get another heal in, but that's not the right way to think about this.
Blossoms. Be wary. Triumphant pride precipitates a dizzying fall.
Well, we know we've got some fights coming up, but we'll continue on this way. Hope for the best. So I'll ignore the Bone Militia for a bit. I'll try and take advantage of the opportunity for healing. Well, I gotta get rid of this one, I guess. Definitely want to get rid of the ectoplasm if I can. Alright. So the rest of this, where I can, we heal up. Nice. Nothing compares blood above all! Ooh. Well, at least we got the party healed. Oh, that was a tough hit. 8's not, you know. 8's a meaningful bit of damage, but we
This expedition at least
we're not quitting
success.
the expedition quite yet. Okay, so unfortunate, but good that we know this now. I forgot to bring shovels. Oh, god damn it! And there's 2. All right. Well, we got to deal with this curio. God, that sucks. This is gonna be rather tricky. So I know there's going to be a bit of, okay, at least we're not marked. But yeah, there's going to be, some rather nasty consequences for having to dig our way through 2 barriers. So there's a small argument for me to let the musketeer be a healer. I feel a little bit... Thanks. Feel a little bit better when it's only 1 fungal claw left. The 2 things that can potentially inflict blight when I only have 3 anti-venom is not quite my favorite place to be. So here, if I can, we'll just try and take advantage of some healing opportunities if they emerge. Could you not have picked someone else for the heal? Again, Mark might be an idea to get through the protection, but all right. So I kind of had some other wishes for how that would have turned out, but
Can be beaten.
no shovel, huh? Okay, so we're heading back. Again, we got 2 obstacles. That's a real shame. I'm gonna be kicking myself all evening because, you know, we have had the problem of not, like, just not going into the boss fights with the best, like, the best conditions of the team. But I'm also going to try and not let that tilt me too much.
Nature herself A victim to the spreading corruption. Malformed
So the
with misintent.
occultist is going to be a bit of a hard attack on the occultist. Well, you know, even a negative trait actually is probably going to be a... I don't know about this. If I could get a map for... you know, just to find where the boss room is.
Without tools of iron, you must rely on flesh and indefatigable purpose. The light, the promise of safety.
This can turn bad on me. One bonus is this does count as human, so we do get a bonus attack against it, but... So first up, I do want to deal with the back row before we start dedicating people to heal. Alright, the tree branch smackdown is now going to be absolutely miserable. Yeah, they love focusing down the stress. Okay.
Masterfully executed.
To start,
Mortality clarified in a single
he's definitely
strike.
gonna get pushed over the edge before we can camp. It's a choice I'm making, but the thing is that if I camp too early, then it's gonna be I'm just gonna be left in a situation where I don't have the buffs that I need. Ugh. And you know what? I'm gonna move him because I actually think the heal is slightly more important for me. Okay, that almost replaced the damage. The giant is still going to be able to... Yeah, God, they just hit like a truck every time.
A devastating blow.
Okay, one more like what you gave to the founding engine. Ah, 20'll... That's a start.
Their cursed champion falls.
Alright, what can I afford to drop? Actually, that's not a bad one. So yeah, I'll be willing to drop the jade for it. This is good. Okay. This is obviously the better room. So with luck, we get another scout. Nope. So we gotta make a call. I am gonna do the firewood. So if we can, we really want to knock down the stress. But the other thing we want to do is make sure, if we can, I probably should have checked this ahead of time. Yeah, so I'm okay. Everybody getting a little stressed because now we've prevented the ambush. Next few things we're gonna do is encourage first. Okay. Definitely okay with the battle trance. Yeah, the rest of this is... I don't think we can surprise a boss, so I think this is how we do it. It's the right call. Feel it in my heart, it pumps strong. There's nothing for it now, we've run out of wood. Larder is well stocked, whatever dangers we may face. Starvation is not one of them.
As the light gains purchase,
Okay.
spirits
I'm gonna
are
try
lifted.
going up
Purpose
first.
is made clear.
Crap. Okay, good start. Still want to try and heal the Hellion at some... You know, let's start off with that. Abyssal Artillery is only going to do so much. God damn, alright. Again, these are damage dealers. I want to try and get rid of them, but... So Adrenaline Rush should probably fix that. Ah! These things are a complete pain. Probably shouldn't leave that thing up as long as I am, but...
Decimated.
Nice. Okay, can't heal sadly, so... Oh, that's actually probably the effect of the... I think the fact that this thing is standing is what's denying me my healing abilities. That would explain why the Bounty Hunter's not affected by it.
Foolish horrors. Brought low and driven into the mud.
Gonna run the risk that we don't need the anti-venom anymore.
In Radiance, may we find victory.
Oh, God. It's kind of a setup for the Iron Swan. I should have made it position 3, though. So if I'm lucky, we'll be able to turn this into a bit of a healing run.
A singular
good.
strike. Seize this momentum. Push on to the task's end.
Busts are definitely helpful. The rest I think I'm gonna leave... Actually, you know what? Let's just, We're just gonna treat it like this is the entrance way to the fight.
The match is struck. A blazing star is born.
No! Alright. Well, only one possibility left. Oh!
Carelessness will find no clemency in this place.
So if we're lucky, there won't be any more enemies between here. But this is a long way to go. Actually, you know what? Smaller chance of enemies if we take this longer route, and we have the torches for it, so we should take it. Our stress is higher than where I would want it to be. But we got unlucky in our in the choice of direction that we went. Oh, what do I give up? Nothing. Okay, well. Oh, man!
Prodigious size alone does not dissuade the sharpened blade.
I think we still have enough food to get ourselves up to the top top health, but this game's definitely getting a little trolly at the moment. Stop!
The will to fight. Forward.
It's more damage than I really wanted to deal with, but
A powerful blow. A trifling victory, but a victory nonetheless.
well, the gold would be Nathaniel RK800. Thank you very much for the follow. Actually, we can trade out the... We don't need the torches anymore. We do need the bandages, potentially. All right.
Technology, an engine of destruction.
Let's... Ah, nuts! I meant to switch out one of my skills so that I could attack position 3. Alright, well... That's a start. So if I can, we'll take an opportunity to mark the... Actually, you know what? Weakening Curse will do the trick. Oh, no.
Impressive. How quickly the tide turns.
Good. So, Occultist I get to use as a healer this time around. I'm still going to use Buckshot, because I actually rather like the idea of doing some damage to the front row as well. So if this thing doesn't get... I guess it's the ability? Yeah, you know what? I'm not going to... Okay, I'm going to try Mark for Death just to see if it works. Okay, so this does work. That's good. We will take the opportunity to heal. Well, sort of. Yeah, so hopefully this will give us a little extra mileage on the damage we can do to the cannon. Okay. Again, it's just the chance to do a little chip damage on the cannon is hard to pass up. So the thing is, we've prepped for this. We have some contingencies if we fail to kill the ad. Basically, so long as we're able to continue a decent pace of damage on the cannon, we'll be fine. But I could deal with a bit of relief from the blanket fire. Okay, we have bandages for that very purpose. Oof! Okay, so that basically just erased the gains. Hellion is absolutely demolishing them.
A time to perform beyond one's limits.
I do like Mark for Death on this, which we've actually done some pretty respectable damage. And we are going to heal up.
The wounds of war can be healed, but never hidden.
Okay, that was a good turn for us. Whew. Not ready to call it yet, but that was good. Oh, that is such a shame. I kind of hope the marksman is up first. This is such a risk, but I gotta take it. Okay, good. If they missed that shot, that would have been tragic. But again, we're starting to see some low health on key characters, so if I can make the most of the mark, I want to, I want to take it. Uh-oh. All right. Again, let's see if we can free up the Hellion. Not enough. So, yes!
Twisted metal and splintered wood. At home amongst the headstones.
All right. Hey, thank you, Nathaniel. Yeah, this has actually given us some problems the last couple of times.
That overconfidence is
this was a
killer.
Considerably more successful attempt, so I'm feeling pretty good. Oh man, see, I really don't need the extra blueprint, but yeah, we'll leave the beach on. All right. Revenge. We've avenged some of the comrades who died to the previous two attempts. And yeah, I mean, despite going in the wrong direction, that was not as bad as some of the other ones. Some of the enemies that you run into can be real. Like, as soon as I ran into the giant and it got a couple tree branch smackdowns on me, I'm like, oh man, I'm gonna have to call this one again. But yeah, that turned out well. So, Fuseman's Matchstick, Demon's Cauldron, 30 crests, 1,500 gold plus what we took. Oh wow, that's a whole team of 6s. Alright. That is a good day's work. Although Fitzu wound up with a creeping cough.
The man is slave to the beast, and the beast is slave to the moon.
Idle abominations get 1 resolve level. Now, I think our abomination is already level 6. I'm actually learning to like the abomination, but again, it's kind of a question about what we, what we've built for. Where's my abomination? There we go, Masamagoma. Maybe there's a secret level 7 that we haven't heard of, right? Alright, let's take a second here. As always, if we have a chance to hire somebody at a better level, but we already have a level 3. Did we? I think we wound up distributing some Crimson Curse, it looks like. Oh, nope. Oh right, no, the Flagellant was the one who wound up with you like abomination. Stress can be a problem. Yeah, that was one of the bigger issues. Yeah, that's right. Actually, yeah, that's funny. Like that run was so smooth that that run was so smooth that I completely forgot the fact that I didn't have. I need to call it a spade. I need to call a spade a spade. But yeah, no, you're right. Like I didn't clear the blockages with anything but my bare hands either. So we do get a chance to improve the hamlet a bit though. So let's just take a second here. We will. So again, cartographer's camp. I think we use torchlight more than we use. I mean, we do use outsiders. I just think that for reasons we've outlined before, the fact that I don't like nighttime ambushes and such. I consider firewood to be something of a high risk buy or like thing to keep in the pack. So cartographer's camp, I keep my torch up pretty frequently. So we're still waiting on the Sanguine Vintners. There is a side of me that says maybe we try and convert some of the portraits and deeds to busts, but honestly, like 13 busts are not that hard to get a hold of, and we are going to want to build the Outsider's Bonfire at some point. I'm also going to want to build like the Red Hook. At some point I'm assuming maybe I get this as I go later on in the encounter. Also, I'm convinced that we got like a farmer's locket at some point. Because if we ran into Mildred, like there's got to be something that we can give Mildred. And I guess like the thing that I'm thinking about is like why would I be thinking about a locket if I didn't run into one before? Although it could maybe have been it can't be Shameful Locket. No, that's Crimson Court. That wouldn't be Color of Madness. It could be that maybe it's an ability of the Miller. Anyways, it doesn't matter. Like, if I don't have it in my inventory, I don't have it in my inventory. But that is one thing I want to think about. Okay. Let's start by making sure the people who are stressed out can be calmed down. The rest of them are in okay shape. Okay-ish shape. I just find kicking people out of the party is a little bit easier to deal with. So first thing I want to do is deal with that creeping cough. Thank you, Fitzhugh. Like I said, my ideal target for revenge would be the Countess, but oh yeah, especially for 96 crests, I'll take it. The tricky part with that though is that I mean, the more I have thought about it, the more I think that like we were close enough to a win on that, and like not just close enough to a win without fatalities. It was really like once we lost one, that the whole thing unraveled, and it was really just a question as to whether or not we could get that lucky hit in. But even if she didn't get like a couple of the crit heals, I think we would have been okay. So I actually think I want to bring a really similar crew next time. And the one drawback here is that I don't have a flagellant. I want to try and level those up. And like I said, I was kind of not so secretly waiting to like get some stagecoach arrivals. Actually, the funny thing is, because I don't know, Cruel will be available. Nope, I don't have enough people for a low-level run. I mean, I guess I could try and bring them on a level 3. Doesn't exactly strike me as the best strategy for long and healthy lives. Then again, we have done it in the past. So this is a short 90% of rooms. Alright, this is dumb, but I'm doing it. I guess the other alternative is that I can try and get some of the 4s up to 5s. The catch is like, so maybe here's the better way for me to explain my thought process behind this. So again, I do like sorting by class, so we have a... Oh, right. Again, it's a little easier for the exposition. So, lepers were okay, Hellions were okay, Crusaders were okay, Abominations were okay. We're laughably underprepared for Flagellants, which I consider to be maybe not central, but definitely important to the Countess fight. Man-at-Arms, our only Man-at-Arms is level 6. Good for bounty hunters, good for our single highwaymen. Again, I hate the fact that I only have one highwayman. We're good for Vestals, good for our lone houndmaster now. Grave Robber we don't have, but then again, we haven't really been using the Grave Robber that much. I kind of find it hard to imagine bringing an Antiquarian on a boss fight, but you never know. The only Jesters we have are level 6. So it's like, basically... I guess it'd really just be like Plague Doctors, Grave Robbers, and Antiquarians are the ones where we, we kind of feel a need to level up. But the only one where I say it's like I have to have this for the encounter would be the Flagellant. So I don't know. Like it's not an ideal situation by any stretch of the imagination. But I think in this case here, we're gonna show them what ambition truly is, and hope that I don't kill them off. Let's take a second here for provisions. It's my kill count in the farmstead. I've only really been twice. Once to kill the miller, and then once to go in. Where can I find the farmstead kill count? Does it say here? 46 foes reaped. That was my first time doing the endless mode, and we were doing pretty well, and then we were not doing pretty well, and I said, I am absolutely not giving up level 6 heroes. So, yeah, it's definitely not a, that is not a number to be proud of, so far as I can tell. We certainly were not rewarded in a particularly spectacular way. Alright. So, first things first, let's make sure that we've got the best armaments we can manage. Let's try that again. Okay. Oops. There we go. Alright, again, so I'm assuming that for a short dungeon, yes, I'm bringing people who are under-leveled, but I think we should be able to manage what we find in here. 12 is kind of overkill, but... excuse me. We can live with it. I'm just kind of maintaining blood. I probably should have brought 4, but I want to try going through. I should have 2. Wait a minute. I better have shield breakers.
I knew all these paths once. Now they are as twisted as my own ambitions.
That's a good question, because I just kind of went through my roster. I'm gonna have to double check that. If I don't have shield breakers, that's a massive oversight, because I love those. I think I'd said when I was on my way to the cannon, I said actually a shield breaker would have been a good idea because of the armor penetration.
Star is born.
Yeah, so when I went to the farmstead, it was really just with whatever was available. I was under the impression that I would gain a
cleansed from our lands.
I'd sort of gain a what am I trying to say? A God, don't even know.
A decisive pummeling.
Probably want to kill the spitter first. Or, you know, wave at it.
Reeling.
But yeah, it was really, like, I think I wanted to try and just get another turn of, like, actions. And it seems like it doesn't actually count as a real week if you go to the farmstead, so I sort of wound up...
blossoms.
I mean, I went with the team that I had available, but it was by no means a spectacular or interesting run, so... but I mean, again, I learned something. I think one of the things that I find helpful, I'm the type of experimenter where when I go up against the Brigand 16-pounder, I'll say, I wonder if the what was the question I was saying is like, I wonder if the like torchbearer needs to be beside the cannon before they can fire it. I'll let this one live just to see if that works. And it, like, basically wipes my party. We'll wait until... Yeah.
Nature
Oh,
herself,
come on!
victim to the spreading corruption, malformed with misintent.
I hate this game. But yeah, no, so I definitely have a tendency to do incredibly reckless things in the name of, you know, trying... By the way, I love the fact that Carlo the Curious, that somebody with the name Carlo the Curious is the one that has the For Science emote in chat. But yeah, no, I have something of
Finding the stuff is only the first
a
test.
track record of making incredibly
Now it must be
irresponsible
carried home.
decisions in the name of, you know, in the name of learning a little bit more of the game. But it certainly has not worked well for the long-term health and well-being of my parties. I genuinely don't remember if I need 1 or 2
Mechanical
moves.
hazards possessed by evil intent.
Who's most resistant to disease and blight? Alright. Yeah, it was disease, damn it.
A shuddering, crystalline bulk.
You couldn't show up for any other party, could you? Alright, fine. This thing doesn't have protection, so...
The ground quakes.
I seem to remember this one's a little less frightening than, there's the other, dimensional horror. So I do need to deal with this thing, but I think the Hellion's the better candidate. Actually, Bounty Hunter 2. No, I'll let the Hellion take care of it. You've never had rapturous problems with rapturous flagellants before, right? I question that choice, but... No! I wanted to hit the crystalline thing, but I slipped in the last second. So this could be really bad for the flagellant in a second. Alright. I mean, not great, but we'll probably survive it. Yeah, that was not me experimenting. That was me just completely whiffing at the time I needed to deliver. I definitely expected a lot more damage on that.
Such a terrible assault cannot be left unanswered.
Okay, we're still doing the same thing. When did this thing get so... Oh, its pot's up to 80. Ah, Jesus. Alright.
Fast.
The occultist has got a... No! This guy's gonna die to a heart attack.
Executed with impunity.
Christ almighty.
Survival is a tenuous proposition
Well,
in this sprawling tomb.
it's not like we wanted to level that up to... It's not like we wanted to level that up to, level 6 or anything, right?
A powerful blow. Frustration. Glory. More destructive than 100 cannons.
I'm not that mad at it. It's just, obviously it's like the one character where that actually winds up being a really difficult loss, because of course everybody else is leveled up. Alright, I think I might have to use a mark on this thing, because we're in danger of having another heart attack. Unfortunately, I don't have any other armor penetration, so...
Fear and frailty finally claim their due. Be gone, fiend.
I guess one thing I will admit, in terms of overall decisions, I generally am kind of okay with the difficulty and the, right, it's the HP that are doing this. Okay. Mark will definitely help us. I don't see any other way we can deal with the crystalline aberration, so I'm gonna have to use the Hellion on that.
Death waits.
But I will confess, I feel like the heart attack at 0 health feature, like, I feel like that is a bit too unfriendly. And I think it's just because, like, the big hits that will take you down to 0 also tend to be the ones that generate a lot of stress. So, like, this is pretty much a fatality. The one difference is Abyssal Artillery might save us. No. But like basically, if I don't end this fight now, the Hellion's dead.
Vanished to the void.
Okay. 5 rounds? Oh, God, I don't have enough food for both of these. The better call is just to abandon the quest.
You cannot learn a thing you think you
Well, this
know.
is it. I know that's the common perception, but I generally think that the game is actually a fairly, like, well thought out and like one of my big things about the game has been that I actually think Darkest Dungeon
In truth, I cannot tell how much time
is a
has
very
passed since I
forgiving
sent
game.
that letter.
So if, like, you compare Darkest Dungeon to XCOM, XCOM is a game where you can be playing for tens of hours. And XCOM 2, it definitely feels like the way the Avatar project works, that it's sort of something that you can probably delay in most... I think in most cases it's not that difficult to delay the Avatar project. But like, XCOM is absolutely a game that will, like, it doesn't care how much time you put into it. It will ruin you. And, you know, too bad if you don't like that. I love XCOM, by the way. XCOM 2, just cannot get enough of those games. But, you know, again, it's the environment that we operate in. Like, that game will definitely be quite indifferent to your suffering. But like Darkest Dungeon, unless you play on one of the difficulties that they added later, so really looks like I don't have a shield breaker, do I? Okay, Crusader, Hellion, Leper, Hellion, Crusader, Abomination, 2 Flagellants, Man-at-Arms, Bounty Hunter, Highwayman, Occultist, Vestal, Houndmaster, Grave Robber, inexplicably 2 Antiquarians, 2 Jesters, 2 Plague Doctors, effectively 3 Arbalists. Where'd all my shield breakers go? Right, Chatwood died to the Countess. Did I only have the 1? And Scream died at week 67, so that was probably a replacement. Huh. Alright, well I obviously need to get that replacement. Interesting. But yeah, no, so like, I guess the big thing with Darkest Dungeon is like, unless you play on Stygian or I guess Blood Moon, which is an added difficulty specifically designed to make sure that you have to get it done within certain parameters, the game is unlosable, right? And even then, like, the battles, like, the concept of Death's Door, I would actually argue, like, my feeling is Darkest Dungeon 2 actually feels considerably more difficult than Darkest Dungeon 1. And I think it's also intentional on the part of Darkest Dungeon 2, because Darkest Dungeon 2 really seems to be about, it's like the rodeo. It's like, how long can you stay on before you're finally overcome? I realize there's like an end game to it, but I have gotten nowhere even close to what would be considered an effective run on Darkest Dungeon 2. And again, it seems to be that this game is in a fixed place, right? So you and the hamlet are being rebuilt. The worst that can happen is you party wipe and you don't gain any material goods. But effectively in this game, you kind of have this... So, like, if you know math, it's kind of like this monotonically increasing function. Actually, maybe it doesn't count as... Yeah, no, I think it would count. I gotta think a little bit about it, because I guess there's a question in terms of the value of heroes, but whatever, it's an analogy. So yeah, in the case of Darkest Dungeon, like, I guess the worst that can happen to you is sort of stagnation. And I realize, like, a lot of people... I'm done, by the way. I don't think I'll be doing another dungeon because it is late. I've been streaming for 7.5 hours, so I think I'm going to stop being coherent if that hasn't already happened. But yeah, generally in this game, I tend to feel like, as far as the victory conditions are concerned, there's really no way to lose unless you opt into something that lets you lose. The loss of an individual party member is really not that devastating. It does represent the one case where I think people do get thrown by the game, which is they don't feel the value in leveling up characters again is necessarily worth it. And I'm not unsympathetic to that view. You know, here I am violating the rules of politics in the English language, but it's not what I personally feel. Like, for me, it's always been, oh, hey, more Darkest Dungeon. I'm happy. But yeah, I think that's it. Again, it's 3 in the morning. I've been streaming for about 7.5 hours, which is more than I was planning on. But Darkest Dungeon's a fun game, and we silenced the Brigand 16-pounder. So the showdown with the Countess is looking further and further off in the distance. Formless Flesh is probably something we can handle. Again, I've tried where I can to make those boss encounters ones where I would be leveling up my level 5s. I don't really know that much about the Drowned Crew. Like, I've obviously been up against the lesser versions of the Drowned Crew, but those 2 previous fights, I believe, happened before
you will know the tragic extent of my failings.
I believe those happened before I returned to this save, so, but yeah, those are the last 2 base game bosses. I would prefer to do, you know, all the extra stuff, so I'd like to eliminate the Countess, and I'd like to defeat the Sleeper before I consider going on to the Darkest Dungeon, but, I don't know, we'll see. But just a quick warning. Actually, so I know there's a few more of you around than I thought you'd... As soon as I started going late, I kind of assumed that everybody who was around at the start was kind of done. But I'll put it to you this way. So I'm done Darkest Dungeon for tonight. I'll find somebody to host. But I did say at the beginning that I was going to practice or sort of do a little preview of something I would like to do on stream fairly soon. I was going to do that on Discord. So for those of you who either are in the Discord or want to join it, is there any interest in seeing that? Or should I just save that for when I'm ready to make that thing go live and, you know, just get over with the evening. While I see if anybody has any opinions on that, I'm just going to see who's online. The reason why I want to do it on the Discord is just the reading component is something that isn't in public domain yet, so I was hoping to... you know, I was just going to use Discord because there isn't really a paid component to that, so it's a little more justifiable under fair use. And Night Valian streaming, so I'll probably wind up hosting him. Oh, there's more of you around than I thought there would be. Okay. So yeah, I'm going to say... I'm going to host Night Valian tonight. Thank you everybody for watching. So I'm kind of hoping to make... I'm trying to make Darkest Dungeon a regular Friday night thing. With the possibility of doing another game coming up, I may take a small break from Darkest Dungeon, but until I get that sorted out, I'm going to make Darkest Dungeon a regular Friday thing. It has been for a while anyway. For those of you interested in the other games, as usual, Stellaris is usually on Monday. Again, I may alter that. I'll announce that on Twitter. And then Brace Yourself gets the usual Wednesdays. So Phantom Brigade just got an update, and I will... I definitely want to spend some more time on that, because we only got 2 hours on it this Wednesday. But other than that, yeah. The only reason why I'm taking this time... So first of all, I'm just tired, and it takes me more time to sort of process the thought in my head. The only reason I'm a little more hesitant on this is that I am very antsy to do this other thing. Because I think it'll be really interesting. So with that in mind, please do not consider the upcoming schedule to be set in stone. It is possible I'm just going to set everything aside for a couple of weeks and get through the thing that I want to do, and then we can come back. But yeah, if you're just here for Darkest Dungeon, I'll definitely be back to it. If you are here for me... know that at some point I've got some fun stuff coming up. But one way or the other, Night Valian, who was in here a little bit earlier, is playing Suikoden. Apparently he's been off of his Game Pass for a little while. But I'll leave you in his capable hands. He tends to go a little bit later. Have a wonderful evening, and we'll see you in the next one.